the mythical empire of civilization. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301, The Battle Between the Lich and the Yin General. Shoot. As the enemy rushed within 100 meters of the city, a loud shout resounded in the dark night. Then, countless arrows dragged with flames covered the undead army in front. The rain of fire poured down, and the momentum of the undead army's attack was weakened by several percent. The arrows fell on the top of the skeleton soldiers' heads. The moment they touched, the flames instantly covered the skeleton soldiers' bodies, and then quickly burned them out, turning them into ashes flying in the wind. However, as the undead army approached within 100 meters of the city's defense line, some undead soon began to climb up from under the city wall. The Gal's hard and sharp claws firmly grasped the gaps in the city wall, and then climbed up. Kill. Don't let these ugly things rush into the city. Yaozan shouted loudly, and the thunder copper halberd in his hand swept wildly at the climbing Gals. The violent power of thunder and lightning instantly cut more than a dozen Gals in half. The commander's bravery boosted the morale of the surrounding soldiers. As their attack frequency increased, countless corpses of the undead fell from the city wall. However, the undead army was endless, with as many as 300,000. Even if the most intense firepower was poured out at the beginning, the enemy had only lost less than 1/10 of it. The later it got, the more the defenders consumed, the more pressure they had, and the more losses they suffered. Qin Yu was also dragging his feet at this time. With the enemy's seemingly endless army, Qin Yu had no other good way, except to delay time. If he wanted to defend the river valley clean, he could only delay until Yelena sent troops. This time would not be too long, but for the war, especially for the weaker side, every minute and every second was torture. Your Majesty, Ziduli has suffered the most intense attack, and the city wall has already had a tendency to get out of control. An officer hurried over and shouted. Qin Yu frowned and said, "Let the 3 red fire dragons fight. The Yin soldiers' camp will take over, and let the wizard team support the other city defense lines." Qin Yu quickly made a plan, and passed down several orders quickly. On the tall walls of Ziduli, countless Gals and skeleton soldiers climbed up from the pile of corpses below, and thousands of scorpion lions swooped down from the air, trying to hold back the defenders on the walls, so that more undead armies could seize the top of the city. At this time, Yaozan was covered in blood and had more than a dozen wounds on his body, but more than 200 undead creatures died under his halberd. However, the undead army seemed endless and could not be killed at all, and the casualties on the wall began to increase gradually. As Yaozan's injuries became more and more serious, his attack became delayed. Go. Walking Dead, kill them all. The Death Knight in the back rode on the nightmare and raised his long sword high, and countless undead armies rushed to the wall frantically. The defenders were beaten back by this fierce offensive. Just when the city wall was about to be forced to fall, suddenly a huge yin qi mixed with overwhelming majesty enveloped the entire battlefield. From the city, thousands of yin soldiers wearing dark green armor and holding evil spears came in the air, and their bodies seemed to be weightless and floating 1 meter away from the ground. As soon as the yin soldiers appeared, the undead who were originally fearless of life and death actually showed a trace of fear. Especially the 2 ghost generals in front of the yin soldiers, who were 5 meters tall and holding evil ghost-headed broadswords. Some of the yin soldiers in the back were 2 meters tall, and some were even 3 meters tall. Thousands of yin soldiers with strong yin qi and majestic oppression gathered together to give the enemy an indescribable visual impact. The undead on the city wall stopped their movements in fear, and the undead under the city also slowly stopped their offensive steps, and even had a faint intention to retreat. Kelsey in the back saw this, and his face changed a little. A type of soldier that can frighten the undead army, that is not afraid of death. Is this really something that a bronze player can have? For a moment, Kels, who had been in the silver rank for many years, actually showed a trace of fear. The opponent is definitely not an ordinary bronze. There may be some big guys behind him who are supporting the opponent's development. Oh, shit. I was tricked by the damn idiot. The more Kels thought about it, the more disappointed he felt, but he did not retreat because of this. After all, His conjecture has not been confirmed so far. If he fled, just because of the conjecture, he would be the idiot. Kels was seen riding on the back of the bone dragon, holding up the sword of death in his right hand and roaring, "Undead, obey my will, and kill them all." As soon as the voice fell, the boundless death energy suddenly surged out and enveloped the entire battlefield. The defenders on the city wall gradually turned blue when their bodies touched the death energy. After the undead army came into contact with the breath of death, the undead fire in their heads became more vigorous, and the fear on their bodies disappeared instantly. The strength of each undead instantly increased by 50% to 100%. When the ghost soldiers came into contact with the breath of death, they actually showed a comfortable expression on their faces. Others were passively inhaling, but they were actually actively inhaling. Moreover, thousands of ghost soldiers were inhaling at the same time. In a corner of the battlefield, thousands of ghost soldiers instantly turned into small whirlpools, sucking away the endless dead air on the battlefield. While inhaling, their own breath was gradually changing. Those who were originally in the first level instantly broke through the second level, and those who were originally in the second level slowly rose to the peak of the second level. Li Yuan and Wang Liang, the two ghost generals, were also madly absorbing these hard-earned dead air. The breath revealed in their bodies became stronger and stronger. Although their strength was only increased to about the middle stage of the third level, their bodies, which were originally 5 meters high, grew to 8 meters. 8 meters and 5,000 kilograms of strength. Their physiques were even more powerful, and the evil spirit on their bodies soared into the sky. Kelsey, who was watching from behind, suddenly changed his face. His death sword was a golden quality semi-artifact of the fantasy civilization, which was a very suitable artifact for the undead civilization. Therefore, the effect it could exert could reach 100%. Now he consumed the death sword's breath of death for a year, but the enemy actually absorbed most of it, and the opponent's strength became at least 70% to 80% stronger. What the hell is this? Kelsey cursed in a deep voice for a moment. Damn it, damn it. After cursing, he quickly ordered, all bone dragons and scorpion lions will attack. The undead army under the city will attack with all their strength. Nearly 20 giant bone dragons in the air flapped their wings and pounced on the soldiers on the city wall, and groups of dark green flames suddenly gushed out everywhere. Red fire dragon. The turrets and elemental towers lock on the opponent's air forces. Qin Yu's voice fell. 3 red fire dragons with red bodies emitting terrifying high temperatures suddenly flew out of the sky, covering the sky and the sun. After all, it was a living giant dragon, so its strength was naturally stronger than the bone dragon summoned from the corpse after death. Endless red flames carrying terrifying high temperatures were seen gushing towards the bone dragons and scorpion lions in the air. 3 red fire dragons with a body size of more than 10 meters instantly turned into dragon-shaped flamethrowers, and the flames continued to gush everywhere. When the red flames collided with the dark green flames of the bone dragons, it was obvious that the dark green flames of the bone dragons were a little weaker. The green parasitic virus spewed out by the scorpion lions was annihilated in the air by the red fire dragons carrying terrifying high temperature flames. However, the bone dragons were ultimately superior in number, so when the two sides attacked for a long time, the 3 red fire dragons began to suffer injuries from the continuous consumption of a group of bone dragons. However, at this time, 3 bone dragons had already been engulfed by the flames, and the soul fire was slowly extinguished, turning into several huge bone corpses that fell into the army of the undead, and hundreds of skeleton soldiers were instantly crushed to death. Qin Yu observed the injuries of the red fire dragon, knowing that if he continued like this, the red fire dragon would definitely be killed by several bone dragons in exchange for their lives. Qin Yu immediately ordered Li Yuan and Wang Liang to kill the enemy's aerial forces, while thousands of ghost soldiers killed the undead soldiers who were frantically trying to occupy the city. Li Yuan jumped up with his legs, and his huge body pounced on the bone dragon in the air, and the ghost-headed sword in his hand slashed it fiercely. A blood-red evil spirit slashed at the head of the bone dragon. Bang! A sharp and crisp sound of bone breaking sounded, and the head of the skull dragon was cut off in an instant. The soul fire in the head also slowly flew out, and was absorbed into Li Yuan's body. He felt that the moment the soul fire was absorbed into his body, his strength increased by about 10%. On the other side, Wang Liang held the ghost-headed sword tightly in his right hand and shot it out fiercely, and the terrifying evil spirit instantly smashed a bone dragon into pieces. Then Wang Liang's huge body jumped onto a bone dragon, riding on its back, and no matter how the other party struggled, it could not throw Wang Liang off. His left hand grabbed the bone dragon's neck, and his right hand punched the bone dragon's face bone. A wail came from the mouth of the bone dragon. As Wang Liang punched fiercely with murderous intent, the bone dragon was beaten to death. In the blink of an eye, the two bone dragons died in Wang Liang's hands. Qin Yu was surprised when he saw the combat power of the two people from behind. The dark green flames of the bone dragon gushed on the two people and could only produce a little white smoke on their dark green armor. It was difficult to cause damage, and it couldn't even break the defense. This is class suppression. You go and help. As soon as the voice fell, the 5 liches beside Kelsey immediately rode on the bone dragons and killed Li Yuan and the 2 ghosts. As a 3rd level high level combat power, the strength of the lich cannot be compared with that of the bone dragon of the same class. Liches can not only master the abilities gained after becoming a lich, they will also inherit all the magic they mastered in their lifetime. They even have the characteristics of undead creatures and are immune to effects that affect the mind: poison, sleep, paralysis, shock, and disease. They are also not affected by the instant death effects caused by heavy blows, bruises, attribute damage, attribute absorption, energy absorption, or massive damage. Therefore, liches are also called alternative immortality: frost, flintfall, poison ivy binding, rockfall, spirit arrow. 5 different magics instantly covered the 2 ghosts. A mist rose up and then slowly disappeared, revealing the 2 ghosts Li Yuan and Wang Liang, who were bombarded by magic. Only the dark green armor on the 2 ghosts dimmed a little. Apart from being a little embarrassed, there was no injury. This scene surprised the 5 liches, who had always been at the advanced combat power level in civilization. Although they just tried to test it, the 5 magic attacks did not leave any injuries. Kels in the back also showed a solemn expression after seeing this. He shouted loudly, "You 5 also go up to help. Send 20,000 undead servants to join the battlefield. But, your safety. The other side can't threaten me yet. Capture the city in front, as soon as possible." Kels interrupted a lich and said firmly. Several liches around had no choice but to ride on bone dragons to join the battlefield. The 20,000 elite undead servants in the back also began to join the battlefield. They are not skeletons. Some are similar to souls, but they are extremely solid. They wear iron armor and hold swords and shields enchanted by souls. They are extraordinary and can be regarded as half-step extraordinary soldiers. They are the backbone of Kel's civilization. Qin Yu stared at the group of undead servants who gradually poured into the front row. At a glance, he could tell that they were elite undead servants. Send the grizzly warriors and dog warriors over. The enemy has sent out elite troops. Qin Yu issued an order, and then turned his eyes to the duel between the 10 liches and the 2 Yin generals. The 10 dry and ugly liches seemed to be of the 3rd level. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, not to mention that the enemy is 10 or 20. Qin Yu silently asked people to transfer Jiang Rang and 3 high-level wizards. Just as Jiang Rang and his men arrived, the battle in the air became more intense. Li Yuan is indeed a famous reckless man in the army. He has no skills and relies on recklessness to output. The large number of people did not scare him, but made him more excited. The yin ki was all around him, and his whole body rose again, from the original 5 meters to 8 meters. You know, this is a height. At this time, Li Yuan was like a lich in the prehistoric times, with a momentum, as if he had created the world. The big knife in his hand became even bigger, and he suddenly gathered the evil spirit and chopped it forward. A blood-red evil spirit slashed at a lich. The lich raised his staff high, muttering strange spells that people could not understand. A deep purple shield slowly enveloped him. The 5-meter diameter evil spirit instantly chopped off the outside of his shield. Crack. With a subtle sound, the shield was instantly filled with cracks and finally exploded. Puff. The remaining force chopped on his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of green blood. The blood fell to the ground and eroded the weeds. Ice crystal cage. A stream of light attacked Li Yuan, and his surroundings suddenly became extremely cold. The surroundings instantly condensed into an ice crystal cage to bind him. Then the other liches began to release magic and bombarded the bound Li Yuan. Chapter 302 Yelena's arrival. Information on the technology tree. At the critical moment, Wang Liang quickly slashed two evil spirits at the magic that the enemy was attacking, which was considered to have offset the two magics. As for the remaining attacks, they hit Li Yuan's yin body. He slashed two evil spirits and offset the two attacks. Most of the remaining attacks were absorbed by the armor condensed by the yin qi on his body, and the remaining ones actually hit Li Yuan. The yin body that was originally condensed became weak. Boom. Suddenly, a spear mixed with violent lightning instantly pierced the sky and pierced a lich. The violent power of lightning blew his whole body black, and the whole person instantly fell from the bone dragon. Bring 2 more thunder copper spears. Qin Yu looked at the figures in the air with cold eyes. He waved to let Li Yuan go to the back to recover from his injuries. At this time, Jiang Rang also came over with 3 senior wizards. The undead army attacking the city below was now fierce. 2 of the 5 cities had been attacked by the undead to the top of the city. However, due to the presence of the spear army, the high amount of lightning damage also caused a lot of losses to the enemy. When Qin Yu waved his hand, a large amount of golden light emanated from his body. The ground under the city rumbled, and thick vines broke out of the ground, rolling thousands of undead souls into the air. Then the hundreds of vines bound the liches in the air. 3 liches cast magic and escaped by chance, but the others were not so lucky. The golden light in Qin Yu's hand once again poured into the thunder bronze spear, and then he swung it vigorously. The 2 spears that were like thunder spears instantly penetrated the 2 liches and fell to the ground. At the same time, Jiang Rang and other 4 wizards raised the thunder staff and condensed 4 thunderballs with a diameter of 3 meters to bombard the bound liches. Wang Liang also quickly threw out 2 evil spirit slashes to make up for it. The chain of attacks instantly engulfed 3 liches again and killed them. Kelsey looked at the loss of half of the high-end combat power in the blink of an eye, and he quickly waved to let them withdraw. The remaining liches did not hesitate and quickly evacuated the battlefield. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and began to order everyone to launch a full-scale offensive against the undead army below. Thousands of ghost soldiers were still in the no man's land. Although they were more than 1,000, they could resist a force 10 times higher than their own. Every time they killed a skeleton and absorbed the soul fire from them, the ghost soldiers would not only recover their physical condition, but also gradually become stronger. Therefore, these undead armies in front of them were like a large group of experienced babies for the ghost soldiers. Long spears condensed by evil spirits easily pierced through countless skeleton soldiers. The ugly corpse ghosts roared and climbed up the city wall and rushed towards the defenders frantically. Qin Yu held the Jingti Han sword and his body was shining with golden light. He led 20 human emperor guards to form a gully that the undead could not cross. Seeing that the city of Zaduali could not be captured for a long time, Kelsey sent the main force to other cities. Time passed by minute, and soon, the sky gradually brightened. Your Majesty, the walls of the 2 cities on the far left and the far right have been lost. Tens of thousands of undead have already entered the city. An officer ran over in a hurry and reported in panic. Qin Yu chopped off a dozen skeleton soldiers who rushed up with a sword and then shouted in a deep voice, "If you can't hold it, move to other cities and try to delay the enemy. Our reinforcement will arrive after a while." "I understand." The officer responded and left quickly with a team of soldiers. At present, the siege has been going on for 6 hours. According to a rough statistics, Qin Yu's army has suffered more than 10,000 casualties. But the enemy's casualties are not light, at least 60,000 or even 80,000. But Qin Yu can clearly feel the fatigue of the defending army. Their condition is already very bad at this time. As time delays, casualties will increase at a double speed. But the enemy is different. There are only more than 200,000 left in the 300,000 troops. They are not afraid of life and death, and they are not afraid of fatigue. They only obey orders endlessly, which is unmatched by the defenders. Qin Yu looked around and saw that the soldiers around him were more or less injured. He silently mobilized the power in the king's cauldron, and the surroundings suddenly became golden. Then, an infinite vitality condensed in the air and turned into clouds. A spring-like and comfortable breath was transmitted to the senses of every soldier. From the clouds, tender green raindrops began to drip down. When the raindrops fell on them, everyone was surprised that their injuries were gradually healed and the original fatigue in their bodies was slowly recovering. However, this raindrop mixed with vitality fell on the heads of the undead army and produced a burst of sizzling white smoke. Looking at their painful screams, Qin Yu immediately understood that the undead liked the power of death, but vitality would make them try it and cause harm to them. Qin Yu, who understood it, immediately increased the dosage of the medicine. More and more clouds appeared in the sky of the battlefield, and countless raindrops carrying vitality fell from the sky. The breath of the undead army was getting weaker and weaker, while the momentum of the defending army was getting stronger and stronger. Qin Yu relied on the power of the spring rain law to delay for another 3 hours. At this time, his mental power had been consumed by more than half, so he did not dare to continue to use the power of the king's cauldron. He could only rely on his physique and the long sword in his hand to continuously attack the enemy, to stabilize and increase the morale of his soldiers. At this time, the original morning sun had turned into a scorching sun. The undead were no longer as strong as they were in the middle of the night. The scorching sun made them much weaker, and the breath of death was also dispelled by the sun. 2 of the defense lines built by the 5 cities had been breached at this time. Only Ziduli was left, the closest city to Ziduli. The army lost nearly 40,000 people, and this number was still increasing. There were less than 200,000 undead troops left. Your Majesty, the main force of the enemy has already attacked the top of the city. Qin Yu was resting in the rear at this time, and less than 5 minutes later, an officer rushed over to report. Your Majesty, Yao Zion, 2 generals are seriously injured. Before Qin Yu could reply, 2 soldiers rushed in and reported hurriedly. Qin Yu's face darkened, and he hurriedly said, "Send the 2 generals for treatment, and let the army be ready to withdraw from Ziduli at any time." Qin Yu finished speaking, and led the human emperor guards and the imperial guards to the top of the city again. At this time, the surrounding area was full of well-equipped Death King attendants. They were not only immune to some physical damage, but also had great power, and were corroded by the breath of death. Therefore, the defenders were defeated step by step. At this time, the armaments of the long-range troops had been consumed, and they had retreated to the Saint Vina Mountains. The thunder copper weapons of the spear army had also been extinguished, and they could only carry out close combat attacks. Therefore, casualties were extremely rapid. Just when the defenders were about to collapse, a strong space atmosphere suddenly appeared in the air and on the ground around them. Huge space gates rose from the ground. With the appearance of the space gates, dense figures walked out of the space gates. Accompanied by it was a breath that made the undead disgusted and fearful. I saw a sacred breath surging wildly in several space gates in the air. A group of holy angel warriors holding giants, with slender bodies and wings on their backs flew out. As soon as they appeared, the undead army began to riot. The holy aura made them panic and uneasy, as if a disaster was about to happen. There were a full 1,000 angel warriors whose auras reached the 2nd order life level. Then, more than 24 winged angel warriors with auras reaching the 3rd order extraordinary level, and wearing golden armor walked out of the space gate. In the space gate below, a burst of holy light overflowed. 20,000 holy light knights wearing iron armor, and holding swords and shields, each of them riding a strong tall horse. Not only that, each of them also mastered the holy light fighting spirit, which was a natural counter to undead creatures. The average combat power per person was 5 stars, and 1/10 of the Holy Light Knights reached the 1st order extraordinary level. Following closely behind the Holy Light Knights were 30,000 Holy Light Lance Cavalry, riding tall horses, wearing black iron armor, holding shields in their left hands and heavy spears in their right hands. They were well equipped, and wrapped up tightly. Even the horses under them were covered in armor. This was a real heavy cavalry. Not only that, 30,000 heavy cavalry gathered there, and there was a phantom floating above them. The huge golden spear was more than 30 meters long. It was a phantom, or it was the soul of the army. The phantom exuded a strong holy light aura around, making the undead army in front extremely panicked. Only these 50,000 holy light cavalry were enough to crush the entire undead army, but Yelena brought more than that this time. Then 20,000 archers and 30,000 spearmen with spears walked out of the space gate. A total of more than 100,000 troops. Qin Yu looked at the army that suddenly appeared, and he was relieved immediately, with a slight smile on his face. He shouted loudly, "Reinforcement are coming, the whole army will attack. Counterattack. Counterattack." Just as Qin Yu issued the military order, a beautiful figure slowly fell from the air to Qin Yu's side. Qin Yu looked over and saw a delicate face that revealed heroism and majesty, fair skin, a pair of almond-shaped eyes, and full and rosy lips. He was wearing a set of golden armor, a long sword hanging on his waist, and a pair of holy light wings flapping behind him as he slowly descended. "You don't have to move, leave it to me." A cold voice suddenly sounded, and then turned into a high-pitched tone. "All troops attack." The voice was loud and quite imposing. The 50,000 cavalry that suddenly appeared outside the city quickly rushed towards the undead army. The huge holy light aura filled the air, and it rushed towards the undead army like an overwhelming force. Kelsey felt something was wrong when he saw this. He had just received news that the other party had also called a silver level player to support him. Looking at the extra 100,000 troops around him, cold sweat ran down his face, and his heart began to panic instantly. At this time, the enemies in the city poured out, and the rear was surrounded by another player's army. Kelsey immediately had the idea of retreating. Retreat. Retreat. As soon as the voice fell, Kelsey led several liches riding on bone dragons, and left to the rear. 20,000 death attendants followed closely behind, and the rest of the undead army was left on the battlefield to delay time. "Angel Legion, leave them behind." Yelena's cold voice suddenly sounded. As soon as the voice fell, the strongest Angel Legion instantly chased in the direction of Ilor's escape. With pairs of white wings flapping, they flew high in the sky at an extremely fast speed. The giant swords in their hands continuously slashed out holy light and killed several bone dragons in front. More than 24 winged angels with 3rd level strength were even faster, chasing at a speed of tens of meters per second. A giant sword instantly overflowed with holy light, and endless holy light flames rushed towards the fleeing enemy in front. The holy flame rushed towards the death attendants, and a miserable wailing sounded, and thousands of death attendants evaporated in an instant. Then, 5 four-winged angels used holy light magic together. Holy light cage. The infinite holy light surrounded Ilor and the surrounding liches, and trapped several people. The angels in the back immediately raised their swords and killed them. Qin Yu couldn't help but look surprised in the back. It turned out that Yelena's strength was so strong. Sure enough, players in the silver rank should not be underestimated. Even if Qin Yu can deal with them, he will pay a huge price, and there are some methods that are hard to defend against. Therefore, if you can win them over, and if you can avoid provoking them, don't provoke them. After this battle, Qin Yu has some new understanding and knowledge of players of different ranks. It can't be said that it should be the understanding of bronze players and silver players. Qin Yu looked at Yelena beside him, with a curious look on his face. He asked, "Sister Lina, you said before that your technology tree just happens to restrain him. I'm a little curious about what technology tree it is." Yelena glanced sideways, stared at Qin Yu with her beautiful big eyes and said, "Holy light fighting spirit. A technology tree that can develop holy light fighting spirit in civilization, can also increase the damage to undead creatures and the probability of the people in the civilization having holy light talents. Don't you understand these?" Yelena looked at him strangely. Qin Yu shook his head. "How long have I only been in contact with this game? Less than a year, and I don't communicate with others much, so I'm naturally not very clear. So far, I haven't obtained any technology tree, only the one given at the beginning." "You don't have a technology tree?" Yelena was stunned and then asked, "Without a technology tree, how did your combat power soar so fast?" Qin Yu shook his head and said, "I was lucky. A barracks building that can quickly expand the army in the early stage was opened in the treasure chest." Yelena withdrew her gaze half doubtfully. Although this explanation seemed quite reasonable, there were many wrong places when she thought about it carefully. She also knew that the other party did not want to reveal too much, so she did not continue to ask. "Since you don't know, let me tell you more. The technology tree is a cornerstone of civilization that can coexist at the same time, but not all types of technology trees can be used at the same time. For example, the magic technology tree, alchemy technology tree, and fighting technology tree in the fantasy series can all exist at the same time, but these are all included in the fantasy. If you add a technology tree from the cultivation series, for example, the two cannot be effective at the same time. But there is a way to make them effective at the same time, that is, different worlds. Different worlds. Qin Yu looked over in confusion. Chapter 303 May there be no pain in heaven. It's very simple. That is, a world can only use the same series of technology trees. However, in this real and cruel game, each player can occupy multiple worlds. Therefore, they will choose the appropriate technology tree to accelerate development according to the background of the world. For example, some worlds have richer physical rules and resources suitable for technological civilization. In this case, this type of world is suitable for using interstellar technology trees. Some worlds have a strong fantasy color. In this case, this type of world is suitable for using fantasy, martial arts, cultivation and other series of technology trees. Do you understand? Listening to Yelena's answer, Qin Yu nodded with gratitude and said, I have benefited a lot. Thank you. You are too polite. Yelena waved her hand. The two looked at the battlefield. 50,000 cavalrymen carrying the power of holy light were like a heavy hammer, violently chiseling into a piece of soft tofu. The undead army was smashed to pieces like tofu. The entire battlefield was shrouded in holy light, and the huge holy light lance army soul of the holy light cavalry instantly annihilated tens of thousands of undead armies. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the undead army was killed or wounded, and the 100,000 undead army disappeared in the battlefield in an instant. The remaining 70,000 or 80,000 undead were also torn apart by the cavalry, and posed no threat at all. The defenders in the city launched a counterattack. 3 red fire dragons roared wildly in the air with high temperature and blazing fire. 2 hours later, on the battlefield, the undead army was completely destroyed, and even the wreckage was cleaned up by the holy light. The ground was once again green. It was a pity that the angel army failed to chase the silver player. Although the surrounding army was all destroyed, the silver player finally used a strange prop and escaped by chance. This made Qin Yu and the others feel a little regretful. It's normal. After all, most of the silver players have been immersed in the game for many years, and some of their life-saving methods are not strange. Let's look at the players in this world next. Yelena smiled slightly on her fair and delicate face. Her big eyes were crystal clear, and she reached out and patted Qin Yu's head to comfort him. Qin Yu frowned and pretended to be mature, and deliberately curled his lips and said, "You are disrespectful." Yelena rolled her eyes at him, and then walked down the city wall with her long legs. The army was quickly withdrawn, and after cleaning up the battlefield, they poured into the city. When the casualty list was handed to Qin Yu, his heart could not help but bleed. The total number of casualties was more than 43,500, with more than 3,000 seriously injured, and more than 20,000 slightly injured. This was the heaviest casualties Qin Yu had experienced in many wars. But because of this, he was alerted. Although he has a powerful helper that others don't have, he must also remember that one step cannot reach the sky, and the huge foundation still needs to be down to earth. This game is indeed beyond people. There are countless powerful people. Perhaps with his current strength, he can dominate the bronze rank, but once he touches the silver player, Qin Yu feels that he may barely reach the level of equal strength. There is a reason why the bronze rank and the silver rank are separated by a rank. The two are like two circles of different levels. The things that the silver level circle can touch are definitely not accessible to bronze players. Therefore, you cannot know what kind of background the silver players have. Just looking at the battle power on the list is not very useful. You can only vaguely understand the outline of the other party. In the hall of Zeduali's castle, Qin Yu and Yelena sat in the main seat, and on both sides were their respective generals and military advisors. Yelena's eyes swept over the people present, and finally stopped on Qin Yu, and said, "According to what you said before, the other party should not have many troops left. We will go straight into the hinterland capital, kill that player, end the invasion war, and then we can obtain the development rights of this world." Qin Yu shook his head and said, just in case, we will send troops from 4 directions to surround them, and use the advantage of cavalry to quickly form an encirclement on the periphery, to prevent the other party from running away. Yelena nodded slightly and said, agree. In that case, then send troops immediately. After the voice fell, the hall began to discuss the marching route. Yelena could understand the words on the map, so everyone determined the location of the capital, and then began to deploy troops on the necessary routes around the capital. If the opponent chooses to flee the capital, they will be blocked and caught in a trap. If the opponent chooses to defend the capital, the encirclement will slowly shrink and eventually attack the capital. Although Qin Yu suffered heavy losses, he still had about 80,000 troops left, although 30,000 of them were newly trained cannon fodder. However, the battle will be smooth sailing, and cannon fodder will naturally have the effect of increasing momentum. Add to that Yelena's more than 100,000 troops, and the player named Yelua will not survive at all. Massacre the city, Kit, I will cut you as many people as you slaughter. Qin Yu thought viciously in his heart. The kingdom of the sacred eagle, the capital. In a towering castle in the capital, Yelua sat on the throne with a dull look. Not long ago, when he received a message from the enemy that a silver player had also been invited for support, he felt something was wrong. As expected, a few hours later, he received another message about Kelsey's retreat. That meant that the war on the front line had been lost. He hadn't been able to defeat the army of hundreds of thousands of undead, and it was even more impossible for him to resist the enemy with the few remaining troops. Herald, gather the royal city guards, the royal court knights, and the royal palace guards at the north gate of the royal city. Ilaw made a decision quickly. Defending the royal city was a dead end. He had to find a way to go to the north. The people in the north were tough, the warriors were brave, and they still had the strength to fight. And the north was also a chaotic place. Even if he left the whole country behind, Ilaw could create a foundation in the chaotic place with the remaining nearly 10,000 troops. If people were gone, then everything would be gone. If people were still there, then everything would be possible. This simple truth made Ilaw's determination to escape even more certain. The combat effectiveness of the royal city guards was pretty good. Each person wore bronze armor and held swords and shields. There were 8,000 of them. There were still 500 knights left in the royal court knights, and these were the reserves that Iril had mobilized. The royal palace guards had the highest combat power. They were skilled in archery and horsemanship, and their fighting skills were also top-notch. Their average combat power was 5 stars per person, and there were about 300 people. Everyone was equipped with iron armor, and their long swords were enchanted. Therefore, Iril still had the confidence to escape to the north with this group of troops. Move out the valuables quickly, and the royal palace mage corps should also gather at the north gate. After Iril put on his armor, he held a king's sword and shouted to the people around him. The servants in the palace quickly moved the treasures in the palace, some books and valuables to the carriages. In addition, they had to pay the 1.5 million magic stones that were originally intended to be paid to Kelsey. Half an hour later, Iril led nearly 10,000 troops out of the north gate of the royal capital and marched all the way. At this time, Ilaw was lying on the graceful maid in the carriage, feeling the soft and fragrant pillow of the beauty while enjoying the fruit fed to him. There was no sign of fleeing in a hurry, as if he was going on vacation. Your Majesty, we are 5 miles away from the royal city, an officer reported at the carriage. Ilaw slowly stood up and walked out of the carriage with the maid's snow-white shoulders. Keep going at full speed and send scouts to continue to explore the situation around. Ilaw nodded slightly. At this time, his mentality had been relaxed, and it was completely a mentality of starting over again. The sea is wide for fish to leap, and the sky is high for birds to fly. He buried that hateful name deeply in his heart, and when he developed again in the future, he must make the other party pay double. He also wanted to pull out the skin and tendons to feed those ugly hairless vultures. No matter how powerful you are, I won't fight you. I will drag it out until the invasion is over. What can you do to me? Yelua's mouth curled up a sneer, and then he was about to turn back to the carriage, but he was startled by what a soldier said. Sir, it seems that there is an eagle following us in the sky. Yelua looked up in the direction of the soldier's finger. Sure enough, a hawk of medium size had been hovering over the team. It's just an eagle, why make a fuss? The officer waved his hand and said. Yellow frowned. Could it be that he was thinking too much? Maybe he was too tense recently. Yellow returned to the carriage with doubts. Little did he know that the hawk in the sky kept transmitting the enemy's marching route. The surrounding troops were quickly gathering and mobilizing, heading for the only way for the enemy to escape, and even ambushing troops were arranged in the back road, inside the royal capital. At this time, Qin Yu and Li Lina had already occupied the royal capital with part of the army, and they did not find the player. According to the information obtained by the prisoners, the other party escaped from the north gate of the royal capital. Qin Yu and Li Lina immediately mobilized the army to chase after them. As long as they knew the route of the enemy, they could capture them by sending cavalry. The intelligence provided by the captives said that the enemy still had about 10,000 troops. But there was no need to be afraid. Li Lina's 50,000 cavalry could be trampled to death by the 10,000 infantry. Your Majesty, the scouts have already explored the route of the enemy. The officer on the side put down the communication bug, walked over and said. Qin Yu nodded slightly, draw it on the map, and then send a message to the nearby army to surround and attack. If the enemy leader can be captured alive, capture him alive, otherwise send him away. I obey the order. After the officer left, Qin Yu led Li Lina and a group of personal guards all the way into the palace, and began to search to see if there were any good things that had not been taken away by the enemy. Li Lina rolled her eyes at him and said, look at this chaotic scene, what can it mean? First, the other party has taken away the valuables, and second, the servants in the palace have taken away the remnants. Now if you come again, I guess there will be only some garbage left. Qin Yu smacked his lips after hearing this, and he also felt that it made sense. Okay, let's go after that player. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Yu and Li Lina rode on their horses and galloped towards the north city. 20 royal guards and 100 angel warriors followed closely behind them, responsible for protecting the safety of the two. The fleeing team had just emerged from the forest for a moment when they heard bursts of dense horse hoof sounds all around. The earth followed with a rumble, the weeds crouched low, and the sun seemed to hide in the clouds in fear. In addition to the forest, there were more than 10,000 armored cavalry in the three directions. Hearing the noise outside, Ilao's face suddenly changed in the carriage. He walked out in panic. Looking at the cavalry running around, he hurriedly shouted, retreat to the forest. Quick! Everyone retreat to the forest. With Ilao's roar, the army began to rush back quickly. When they returned to the forest, all the beasts around them roared, 1,000-man giant beast cavalry, 800 wolf cavalry, and 1,000 werewolf cavalry. In the back were densely populated archers, frantically firing at the front. Countless arrows turned into dense arrow rain, sweeping away like an overwhelming force. As the arrows fell rapidly, large groups of enemies followed and fell to the ground. Ilao saw that the situation was not good and looked anxious. There were pursuers in front and tigers behind. He hurriedly took out the two ivory white defense towers and threw them out. The defense towers gradually expressed themselves. As the magic stone was filled in, a solid light curtain enveloped everyone. Watching the enemy's arrows hit the light curtain and suddenly broke and fell, Iroh couldn't help but feel relieved. A bunch of clowns. They can't attack us. His face, which had been worried for the past few days, finally showed a smile. The army will shrink and station and look for an opportunity to break through. The reserves of magic stones we carry should be enough to delay for 7 days. Iroh made a simple calculation. By that time, the invasion order of the other party would be over, and he could rest easy. At this time, looking at the enemy outside the light curtain who couldn't attack, Iroh felt very comfortable. After the two sides confronted each other for an hour, Qin Yu and Li Lina led the army to arrive. Li Lina looked at the two ivory white spires in front of her. Her face changed and said, the situation is not very good. This tower is difficult to attack without a 5th level energy attack. Qin Yu waved his hand and said, don't worry, in 2 hours, you will see his expression of kneeling and begging for mercy. Qin Yu looked coldly at the smug figure in the light curtain. Shadow Chief, send people to dig in from outside the light curtain with drill worms. After the voice fell, Shadow Chief responded, and then released hundreds of drill worms to start digging. The hole is 4 meters deep, and about 1 meter wide. It is slightly larger with the space, but the distance is not large. Therefore, it is entirely possible to dig out an underground passage leading to the light curtain in an hour. Yelena on the side nodded with sudden enlightenment. Fruit plate. A bronze player cannot have props that are invincible in the bronze civilization. The system must set up a loophole for it. Yelena opened her eyes wide and looked at the smug figure. She couldn't help but mourn for him in her heart for a while. May there be no pain in heaven. Qin Yu retorted coldly, no, he will definitely go to hell. Even if not, I want him to experience it before he dies. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304, The Invasion War is Over. 3 Secret Realms, S rating. A bunch of idiots just wander around outside. Ilor stood on the middle floor of the defense spire, looking down at the enemy outside the light curtain, and couldn't help but reveal a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Wait another week, and this invasion will be over. By then, he can buy a few exemption cards from war in the mall, and survive for a few years. As the old saying goes in the East, after 18 years, you are a hero again. He doesn't need to survive that long. 3 to 5 years will be enough to rebuild a huge empire. By then, the corpses of the opponents may not be known where they are buried. Just as Ilor was daydreaming, a panicked shouting and killing suddenly came from the bottom of the spire. What's going on? Someone is rebelling? He frowned and shouted in a deep voice, what's going on down there? Why is there so much noise? As Ilor shouted loudly, several soldiers of the royal guard rushed up and exclaimed, Your Majesty, retreat quickly. The enemy has drilled in from underground. We will take you out. Quickly retreat, Your Majesty. The enemy came suddenly, and the guards have collapsed. Ilor was frightened, as if he fell into an ice cave. He said with a firm face, absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible. You must be lying to me. You are lying to me. I will put you all in jail. Ilor's mind suddenly became blurred, and the whole person yelled like crazy. The ups and downs of life, ups and downs again, made an ambitious lord of the empire completely collapse. Seeing this, the 3 soldiers of the royal guard were also confused, and didn't know where to go next. The king who followed him was crazy, and the empire was occupied. What other options did they have? Soon, when the army rushed into the defensive light curtain from the underground passage, the enemy was caught off guard and soon their morale collapsed, and they surrendered one after another. When Yellow was brought to Qin Yu's front, he woke up when he saw the other party's sneer mixed with sarcasm. He was really defeated, a complete defeat. The difference in strength between the two was so big. In an invasion war, he couldn't even capture a city of the other side, but in less than a month, the enemy entered the capital directly. Half of the empire's territory was captured, and he, the lord of the empire, was captured alive. You will pay the price for what you have done. Tens of thousands of wronged souls in Qin will witness your criminal law. I will personally issue a penalty law for you. It will make you live a life worse than death. You will not die before you are cut 10,000 times, and you will not live after 10,000 times. You will painfully enjoy this long, tormenting and terrifying process. Qin Yu silently took out the textbook and threw the translated words to Yellow. After reading it, Yellow looked dazed, as if he was frightened, confused, and panicked about the future. At this moment, he didn't know what expression should appear on his face. Isn't it too cruel? Yelena said reluctantly. Qin Yu shook his head and turned to stare at Yelena, his eyes slightly red as he spoke. Do you know what this beast did when he invaded me before? He lost 30,000 troops in the normal war with me, so he viciously massacred tens of thousands of civilians in my 2 towns. Children, old people, women. No one was left alive. The whole town was stained with blood, and when the reinforcement arrived, there were only corpses all over the city. How many dead souls died with their eyes open? How many people lost their loved ones? We live in the context of modern pacifist world. How can there be such a scum? You say, is it too much? Should he be killed? Should he go to hell? Listening to Qin Yu's increasingly trembling voice and increasingly excited voice, she nodded silently. Such a scum demon with a beastly heart. 10,000 knives is too cheap for him. He should be locked up and tortured for life. but Yellow is safe for the time being because Qin Yu wants to take him back to execute him so that the hundreds of thousands of people who have just established a country can see it. What will be the fate of those who dare to humiliate the people of Qin? How did their monarch explain to the tens of thousands of wronged souls? The Qin state and its people will not tolerate invasion by others. With Yellow being captured, the time has come for this invasion war to end. System prompt. Player number 67002 Yellow has been captured, and this invasion war is over. System prompt. You have won this invasion war, and rewards are being issued based on your performance in this game. System prompt. Congratulations on your S+ rating for this game. System prompt. Congratulations on getting 1 bronze beginning 5-star treasure chest, 620,000 civilization points, and plus 100 rank points. System prompt. The invasion war is over. You can choose one of the following rewards. 1 primary invasion order / 1 30-day free battle card. System prompt. Since the Sacred Eagle World player has been captured, you can choose to retain the development rights at present, but because there is a certain extraordinary power in this world, you need to pay 150,000 civilization points per month to maintain the development rights. After the complete occupation of the Holy Eagle World, you will not need to pay again. System prompt. You can also choose to give up the development rights, and you will get the rights of this double reward. Secondly, you can also transfer the development rights to the ally players. Qin Yu looked at the prompt that suddenly appeared, and his face was happy. Maybe it was because he captured the opponent's player, so he got an S+ performance rating. The rank points plus 100, closer to the rank of silver sequence. Players who are captured can obtain all the remaining civilization points of the other party. A total of more than 600,000. I didn't expect this kid to have such a rich family background. The second is a 5-star treasure chest, which should contain good things. As for the invasion order and the exemption card, Qin Yu chose the exemption card. After 2 consecutive wars, it takes a certain amount of time to recuperate and digest the harvest. Therefore, Qin Yu plans to stay quiet for a while and develop for a month. As for the development rights later, Qin Yu was in a dilemma. He himself owns a civilization Qianqi, so the number of buildings he obtained is very large, and many buildings consume civilization points, so Qin Yu's demand for civilization points is very large. It can be said that, as long as he is given enough civilization points, his combat power will increase at a speed visible to the naked eye. Like the player who commands the undead army, as long as he has enough civilization points to develop for 2 or 3 months, beating him is like playing. Therefore, the high-end development fee of 150,000 civilization points a month made Qin Yu hesitate. If he doesn't have enough civilization points to pay in the future, he will lose the development rights. Although this world is very tempting to him, Qin Yu still needs to think carefully and can't just make a choice based on the present. To be honest, he already has the development rights of a dinosaur world. Now another one will actually slow down his development speed. Just when Qin Yu hesitated and pondered for a long time, Yelena suddenly came to visit and expressed her intention to exchange for the development rights of this world. My world is similar to this world, so this world may be of great help to my development, so I want to exchange for this development right. I don't want you to suffer a loss. I don't want the total population of nearly 700,000 of this player. You can also take the 10 million stones of grain and grass harvested these days. In addition, you can take a medium-sized magic stone mine, a small magic stone mine, 2 small copper mines, and a medium-sized tin mine. I personally want 3 secret realms in exchange, in addition to these plus 1 million civilization points. Qin Yu was stunned, knowing that the other party did not bargain with him, but talked to him with full sincerity. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Yu was ready to agree. After all, the high development fee of this world was really hard for him to accept. In addition, Yelena also gave away all the mines they had recently discovered in this world. This was also a reward without having to pay for support. In addition, there were 3 secret realms and 1 million civilization points, which were very tempting to Qin Yu. I just don't know what the characteristics of the 3 secret realms are. Qin Yu looked over and asked carefully, that moonlight terraces? No problem. I have increased the area to 20,000 mu, with an output of 3,000 kilograms per mu, and can be harvested 4 times a year. Isn't it outrageous? There can be about 200 million kilograms of food every year, enough for you to feed 400,000 people. As for the other 2 secret realms, seeing that the aura of your previous special army is very cold, I will give you the secret realm of the ancient Yinland. As for the third one, you can choose one from the secret realms that produce griffins and iron ore. Qin Yu swallowed his saliva and said hurriedly, iron. It must be iron producing. Yelena opened her big eyes, smiled at Qin Yu and said gently, no problem, then we have decided happily. Okay. Qin Yu nodded in response. He was worried that the Yin soldiers had no place to station, and now this problem has been solved. It was because of this problem that he did not seal many Yin soldiers out before. Now that it has been solved, he doesn't have to worry about it, and directly releases the effect of the Yin CZ 100%. As a real supernatural soldier, the attribute combat power of the Yin soldier should be considered good. Tens of thousands of Yin soldiers gathered together, which can easily break the army of 100,000 undead. Even against the human army, it is a crushing existence. In Qin Yu's view, this transaction made him a big profit and solved many of his troubles. In Yelena's eyes, she also made a lot of money. Both parties exchanged things that they didn't need, but the other party needed very much, so the two of them were a win-win situation. And Qin Yu's favors were almost non-existent. If Yelena asked him for something later, it would be a favor if he came, and it would be his duty if he didn't come. Later, Yelena directly assigned the things to him, and the ownership was transferred to Qin Yu. And Qin Yu also chose to transfer the development rights of the Holy Eagle world to Yelena. After the transaction, Qin Yu did not leave directly, but began to seal Yin everywhere on the previous battlefield with the Yin Sea seal. In the end, Qin Yu's Yin soldiers team reached 8,000 people, and there were 9 Yin generals. Since Wan Liang had not been injured before, and had absorbed a lot of death aura, he was promoted to the 4th level, and was promoted to the 8th grade Yin general by Qin Yu. He was the strongest, and was appointed by Qin Yu as the commander of the Yin division, commanding 8 Yin generals and 8,000 Yin soldiers. The Yin division seal wanted to appoint Yin messengers and Yin officials, but it required the souls of people who had served as officials and died. Soldiers could only be appointed as Yin soldiers and Yin generals. However, constables were also considered officials, and could be appointed as Yin messengers after death. Qin Yu's patrol hall currently had dozens of people. If any unlucky person died in the line of duty, Qin Yu would appoint him as Yin messengers. He could still serve the country after his death. How great. 15 days after the invasion ended, Qin Yu had to work hard to send 700,000 people back to Yu civilization. Obviously, 700,000 people could not be sent back at once, so Qin Yu divided them into several times. And each time, some troops here would be sent back, to convey the order, to resettle the population to Zhu Yi. Qin Yu believed that Zhu Yi should be able to do this well with his ability. Hopefully. Qin Yu had a headache just thinking about the resettlement of 700,000 people. With so many people suddenly added, food consumption would also soar. The productivity of the grassland is limited, and it does not need too many people at all. The area of Dangshan is large, but to be honest, it is not suitable as a settlement, and it has not been developed yet. It seems that the strategic plan for the Western Lake has to be taken out in advance. Qin Yu shook his head and sighed. He really felt a little exhausted recently. Although he did not do much every day, he thought a lot. He thought when he woke up, when he ate, before going to bed, and even when he fell asleep and dreamed. He had to consider big and small things. He now understood why the ancient emperors needed so many ministers. Even if the power was divided, they had to do so. After all, the emperor was not omnipotent. He needed many people to help him run this huge country. Your Majesty, there are still 200,000 people left to be transferred, and it is expected to take another 2 days. An officer walked in and reported. Qin Yu waved his hand, motioning him to leave. After the officer left, Qin Yu silently took out 2 ivory white palm-sized spires. He looked over, and a light curtain appeared in front of him. Defense magic tower, purple quality, consume energy to deploy a defense light curtain with a maximum radius of 10,000 meters. Energy levels below level 5 cannot be broken and can absorb any attack. The larger the range of the light curtain, the higher the consumption. It is the proud work of a top magician in a fantasy world. There are 2 defense magic towers in total, which can be large or small and very convenient to carry. However, its quality is only purple, which makes Qin Yu a little disappointed. After putting the things away, Qin Yu began to check the 3 secret realms that Yelena traded with him. After clicking on the Xinghe area, Qin Yu found the option of My Secret Realm. Civilization Secret Realm, Moonlight Terraces, Affiliated Civilization, Yu Civilization, Secret Realm Attributes. Terraces are nourished by moonlight for a long time, which can increase the growth cycle of rice crops. They can be sown and harvested up to 4 times a year. The fertility of the land is 6 times that of ordinary land, and spiritual seeds can be sown. Area of Secret Realm. 20,000 acres of terraced fields after Yelena's cultivation. The functions and effects of this secret realm are much stronger than the original ones. Chapter 305, The Heaven-Defying Secret Realm, The Ancient Darkland. According to the yield of 3,000 Jin per mu, 4 harvests per year, and an area of 20,000 mu, it is 240 million Jin per year. There are 50,000 mu of fertile land in the Four Seasons Fairy Valley, and the current yield is 1,200 per mu, which is also about 4 times a year. It seems that it is also 240 million Jin a year. A secret realm, a geographical wonder, with a total annual grain output of about 480 million Jin. According to the consumption of 1 Jin of rice per person per day, it can almost feed more than 1.3 million people. Even if the loss is reduced, it can still feed 1 million people. After all, Qin Yu's civilized food sources are not limited to these. After careful calculation, with Yelena's Moonlight Terraces secret realm, Qin Yu can just eat the 700,000 people, this time 700,000 people. At least 100,000 troops can be sent out. The loss this time can be almost ignored, because the return is completely proportional, and it is a return that has doubled several times. Qin Yu closed the introduction with satisfaction, and then started to check the next one. Secret Realm of Civilization, Ancient Inland, Affiliated Civilization, Yu Civilization, Secret Realm Attributes. Ancient Inland was once a complete land of ghosts and gods. Due to the lack of rules, the Yin Qi is very strong. It is the paradise of ghosts and gods, and the place where thousands of ghosts and monsters yearn for cultivation. In the ancient Yin land, the growth rate of Yin Qi is 20 times that of the normal world. Ghosts and monsters living here naturally increase their strength by 2 times and their cultivation speed by 3 times. Secret Realm Area. 200,000 square kilometers. If the secret realm is matched with the Yin Sea Seal, wouldn't the combat power increase rapidly? Looking at the attributes of the secret realm, Qin Yu's eyes widened immediately, and the surprise in his expression was almost unconcealable. The secret realm of the ancient Yin land is a perfect match for the Yin Sea Seal and the Yin soldiers. With an area of 200,000 square kilometers, it should be no problem to place hundreds of thousands of Yin soldiers. Qin Yu's current 8,000 Yin soldiers are placed in the ancient Yin land. It is estimated that all of them will be able to enter the level of the 3rd level of the extraordinary in 1 year. Even if they can't go up, the 2nd level is a guarantee. Nearly 10,000 extraordinary 2nd level teams can be said to be a very powerful force in the silver rank. If Qin Yu had nearly 10,000 extraordinary 2nd level ghost soldiers a few days ago, then the undead army would not need him to ask for external aid. Qin Yu closed the introduction of the ancient Yin secret realm, and then opened the last secret realm. Compared with the previous 2, the last one is much more complicated, but it is also an indispensable strategic resource for Qin Yu. Civilization Secret Realm, Iron Mine Mountain, Affiliated Civilization, Yu Civilization, Secret Realm Attributes, Inexhaustible. Inexhaustible. There are almost unlimited iron ore resources in the secret realm that can be mined. For every 1,000 people, 1,000 tons of iron ore can be mined per month. Secret Realm Area. 5,000 square kilometers. It is a very ordinary resource secret realm, but it can be mined unlimitedly, but there is a population limit, which is also a stable output of iron ore resources. Qin Yu is quite satisfied. After all, the importance of iron ore is unquestionable in any era because it can not only be used to forge weapons, but also to develop industry and so on. Therefore, Qin Yu chose the secret realm that seemed the most ordinary, but was actually very useful. In addition to these, he also took the mineral veins containing fire element that Qin Yu had discovered in the Saint Vina Mountains. 3 days later, Qin Yu withdrew from the Holy Eagle world with the remaining troops and population, and returned to his own civilization. Looking at the familiar palace environment around him, Qin Yu sighed with ease, and couldn't help but sigh that it was still comfortable in his own home. Greetings to the king. The maids and guards around him knelt down and saluted. Qin Yu waved his hand slightly. Everyone get up. Notify them to prepare for the court meeting. After the voice fell, Qin Yu turned and went to the Golden Palace. And many officials and generals in the capital also rushed to the palace. An hour later, all officials were dressed neatly and entered the palace one by one. Greetings to the king. Long live the king. Everyone knelt down in unison. My dear ministers. Qin Yu smiled and waved his hand and said, everyone stand up. After Qin Yu's voice fell, everyone stood up one after another. After this set of etiquette was over, Qin Yu began to talk about business. I have led the army to fight for more than a month and captured more than 700,000 people. How to settle them and integrate them into the country? Please give your opinions. Qin Yu narrated the most important matter at the moment to everyone. After finishing speaking, he looked down with an expectant look. I suggest that these 700,000 people should not be directly converted into civilians. If they rush into the country at one time, it will have too much impact on the country and there is a risk of rebellion. Mu Yuan, wearing a brown official robe embroidered with a Qin patch, walked out of the crowd and spoke. Qin Yu nodded slightly. That makes sense. It is indeed impossible to directly accept them as civilians. Zhu Yi, do you have any good ideas? After hearing this, Zhu Yi hurriedly walked out of the crowd, bowed his hands and said, reporting to the king, when I received your royal order, I had sent tens of thousands of craftsmen to build many simple cities in Moscow. I propose to demote these 700,000 people to the lower class, which means below the civilians. The lower class cannot enjoy some of the civil law treatment of the Qin people. If they want to be promoted to civilians, they must take the initiative to settle down and set up a household. Only when they have a house can they set up a household. Let the Ministry of Works be responsible for the construction project and build a new settlement city. At the same time, encourage the lower class to buy a house and set up a household. Building a new city also requires many workers, so a group of lower class employment problems can be arranged. In addition, the army can select a group of qualified reservists from them, train them for a certain period of time, and give them the status of civilians. Each county can also hire the lower class to work on the construction of the city. Civilians can also hire the lower class, but I think some special laws should be formulated for the lower class, which can guarantee the interests of the civilians and ensure that the lower class is not exploited. After all, 700,000 people are not a small number. There will definitely be a lot of idle people left in the end. The mine camp in Dangshan can accommodate quite a few of them. Zhu Yi repeated the plan he had prepared in advance. Qin Yu touched his chin and thought about it, then nodded in agreement. After a moment, he added, the Dangshan mine will expand, and it will probably be able to accommodate 100,000 people for labor. The new city is expected to build 4 cities and 8 towns, and it is expected to accommodate 200,000 workers. Transporting building materials, and so on will require a large population. Developing Dangshan is also one of the important follow-up plans, so another 100,000 people will be transferred to Plan 1. The construction of the country cannot be separated from the population. On the contrary, without the population, the country cannot function. Therefore, I believe that a population of 700,000 will only make us develop and build faster. 6 ministries, 5 courts, 4 prefectures, and 9 departments. You each find a way to put all the population into construction for me. I obey your order. After hearing the king speak, everyone had to respond in unison. Qin Yu himself knew that according to the implementation of various plans, there would be at most 200,000 vacancies left out of the 700,000 population. The development of the secret realm would require at least 50,000 people. In fact, if the army was withdrawn, there wouldn't be much left. As for how much would be left, let the officials of the 6 ministries and 9 departments worry about it. Qin Yu suddenly stood up and said, I almost thought of something. Among the 700,000 people, there are 160,000 elves. We need to find a suitable place to build a city on the edge of the grassland in Angshan as a habitat for the elves. Also, build a school to teach the elves Chinese. A file will be kept on the matter of the elves being promoted to civilians. Officials above the rank of Earth official can submit their petitions. Each person will have 1 vote. If there are many who agree, the matter will be settled. If there are many who oppose, we will discuss it again in a month. Also, a palace administration office will be established in the royal palace as the 10th office of Dakin. It will be responsible for the king and the affairs of the royal palace, managing the etiquette of the palace, as well as the officials and palace maids. The officials are minor officials in the palace, who are responsible for running errands, and have no rank. The palace maids are the maids in the palace. Temporarily appoint Natasha as the palace administration office. Palace administrator, a land rank official, responsible for my daily life and meals, and managing the etiquette of the palace. As Qin Yu finished speaking, the many officials below saw a plump and slender woman slowly walking into the hall. The pair of charming peach blossom eyes that were always revealing spring feelings made many people angry and couldn't help but look at them a few more times. I thank you for your award, Natasha said in obscure and tongue-twisting Chinese. The gentle and beautiful voice made people feel relaxed and happy. Qin Yu nodded slightly, and after giving a few more instructions, he asked the officials to shout to withdraw the court. In the Golden Palace, only the guards outside the door and the officials and palace maids were left. I can't decide whether the elves should be demoted to the lower class or promoted to civilians by my own opinion. I still need to listen to the advice of hundreds of officials. I still need to see the attitude of the people, and I still need to consider the future of the country. Qin Yu threw the translation on the textbook to Natasha. Natasha nodded slightly after reading it, indicating that she understood. After a moment of silence, she whispered, I can do anything for the wood elves. Please treat them well. Natasha, who often felt the naked and fiery gazes of men, how could she not know what they were thinking? Now that nearly 200,000 of her people have been taken away from their homeland, what does it mean for her to sacrifice herself for the survival of 200,000 of her people? She closed her eyes silently, and her snow-white neck gradually blushed, and that touch of pink soon appeared on her cheeks. Qin Yu was stunned. He couldn't help but secretly said in his heart, why are you blushing? I just covet your attribute talent. As for the rest, although you have a good figure and appearance, I don't like to force. As the saying goes, a forced melon is not sweet, only the one that climbs up on its own initiative. As for why Natasha was arranged by his side, Qin Yu just wanted to use her to restrain the elves and prevent them from rebelling. Qin Yu patted Natasha's shoulder gently and suddenly smiled on his cold face and said, do your job well. Even if you are very tempting, I prefer the ripe fruit that falls on its own initiative, rather than the unripe fruit that is pulled down by force. After Qin Yu finished speaking, he turned and left the Golden Palace. Looking at the translation that suddenly poured in on the textbook floating in front of her, Natasha suddenly gritted her teeth, and a trace of anger appeared on her delicate face. Damn bastard. It's just a demon. What do you mean by liking the ripe fruits that fall down on their own? Isn't it just to make her climb onto his bed on her own? It's just bullying people to the point of being at her grandmother's house. Looking at the background where he disappeared, the anger on Natasha's face suddenly disappeared and turned into worry. But if they don't listen to him, what will happen to the fate of the tribesmen? Will the inferior people have the same fate as slaves? Her eyes were dull, and her consciousness was constantly entangled between the fate of the tribesmen and self-sacrifice. If Qin Yu knew what she was thinking at this time, he would definitely complain loudly, girl, you think too much. After leaving the Jinluan Palace, Qin Yu summoned Zhu Yi alone. In a green courtyard, Qin Yu sat in a stone pavilion, flipping through the memorials in a short time, while enjoying the sweetness of the fruit fed by the maid next to him. Your Majesty, I'm Zhu Yi, the Chief Minister of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. I pay my respects to you. Get up. I summoned you here to ask you to transfer 50,000 people and assign troops to guard them in case of any accidents. Pay attention to the elves. I will use them in the future. Don't let them cause any trouble. Qin Yu handed Zhu Yi a memorial and waved his hand. I will do it immediately. Zhu Yi bowed and turned to leave the courtyard. The next morning, the morning court lasted for more than an hour, and most of the people complained about the difficulty in settling the population. Qin Yu was so angry that he smashed a table directly and scared everyone to hold back their words and dared not say anything. After the morning court ended, Qin Yu led more than 1,000 guards out of the palace and came to the temporary residence of the 50,000 people. Choose 10,000 people. There are no requirements. Just some strength is enough. Qin Yu pushed the bear and said. The bear nodded with a smile. 2 hours later, 10,000 people were pushed out of the 50,000 people. Qin Yu looked around and then said, you will be sent to another place, where you will be fed every day, have meat every 3 days, learn Chinese characters for 2 hours a day, rest for 9 hours, eat for 3 hours, and work for 10 hours. Those who perform well can be restored to civilian status and enjoy better treatment. Qin Yu translated it for everyone with a textbook, and then he opened the space channel leading to the secret realm of Moonlight Terraces. With the urging of the guards, 10,000 people slowly passed through the space channel and entered the secret realm. Qin Yu also walked in with a group of guards. In a trance, everyone came to the Moonlight secret realm. The sky was dark blue, and the whole space was relatively quiet. The moonlight was much brighter than a normal moon, but it was very soft. Surrounding it were terraced fields with undulating heights all over the mountains and plains. The greenness of the mountains and plains enveloped this place, and the rice, wheat, corn and other crops on the terraces had reached 50% maturity. The entire terrace area was boundless, and it seemed that there was no end. The moonlight turned into countless silver dots, dripping from the sky and landing on the crops on the terraces. In the end, the crops that absorbed the silver dots of moonlight grew slightly taller, which was visible to the naked eye. It really is a secret place. The scenery is leisurely and full of mysterious and surprising colors. Qin Yu looked around, his expression revealing curiosity. Chapter 306. Open the treasure chest. 5 rampant soldiers. Elemental Forge. Qin Yu led the team to wander in the secret realm for a long time and finally found an open space with many bungalows. It should be the place where the farmers in the secret realm stayed to live. However, there are not many buildings and it can barely accommodate more than 5,000 people. As for the remaining 5,000 people, Qin Yu will order people to send resources into the secret realm to build residences. Zhu Xiang, I will build a space gate leading to this small world and the royal capital later. You are responsible for leading 1,000 guards to guard and monitor here. In addition, notify Zhu Yi to arrange the farm tools, seeds, daily necessities, food, medical treatment, etc. used by the farmers here. These 20,000 acres of high quality fields can feed 400,000 to 500,000 people every year. Guard it well, and no strangers are allowed to approach. Qin Yu patted Zhu Xiang on the shoulder and asked, hey, don't worry, my lord. I will be on guard. Haha. Qin Yu looked up and smiled at Zhu Xiang. You use idioms well. The school has put a lot of effort. You can inspect the terrain. I will go around and leave. My lord, please be safe. Zhu Xiang bowed. Qin Yu waved his hand and turned to leave. He walked around in the moonlight secret realm and roughly understood the terrain here. There were undulating terraces everywhere, and the green crops were covered with a layer of silver moonlight. There were very few extra open spaces in the entire secret realm, and almost all of the area was terraces. It should be that before this secret realm was transformed by Yelena. Therefore, it has increased from the original 10,000 acres to the current 20,000 acres. After Qin Yu had an idea in his mind, he left the secret realm of the moonlight terraces. With a move of consciousness, he called out the system function, clicked my secret realm, and then selected the secret realm of the ancient Yin land. At the same time, he took out the Yin Sea seal, and through it, he called the Yinbing camp stationed more than 10 miles away from the capital. In less than 10 minutes, 8,000 Yinbing rushed over. Wherever they passed, there was a thick cloud covering their heads, which was very surprising. Follow me in. Qin Yu finished speaking and stepped into the space gate. The army of Yinbing followed closely behind him. pouring into the space gate like a bee. In a trance, Qin Yu opened his eyes and the scene around him changed. This is a gloomy world. It is dark and there is no brilliance, but the magical thing is that you can still see clearly. The earth is dark green yin soil, and there are even wandering ghosts around, but the number is rare. When the huge number of yin bing appeared, the wandering souls around were immediately scared and fled, just like a person encountering a ghost. The strongest feeling Qin Yu felt was very cold, and the surrounding cold was very heavy. But when they looked back at the army of yin soldiers, every yin soldier seemed satisfied with the environment in front of them. Your Majesty, this place is very suitable for us to live in. It's such a strong yin ki. I feel that I can break through the 4th level in a short time. Li Yuan, who was wearing yin general armor, said with surprise. Qin Yu nodded slightly. This is the place I found for you to live. From now on, this world will be the yin realm. The yin division will be established, and Wang Liang will be the commander-in-chief of the yin division, commanding 8,000 yin soldiers. I will plan the tasks that the yin division will be responsible for in the future. Wang Liang said excitedly. Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty. Wang Liang will never let you down. Well, you can build a yin city with yin soil, and it will look like a place. Qin Yu gave a few instructions and left. He felt a little uncomfortable in the environment of the secret realm of the ancient yin land. After staying for a long time, the yin ki was too heavy, and Qin Yu's yang ki was very heavy. The two were in conflict, so it was naturally not comfortable. Qin Yu established the yin sea mainly to replicate the underworld, collect the dead souls, develop the yin army, and even establish a civilization for the dead souls. If there is reincarnation in Qin Yu's civilized world, he may have to give up the idea. However, you have to know that this world has been destroyed, and it is hard to say whether there is reincarnation. At least there is absolutely no reincarnation in the world of the player Yellow. He has the Yin Sea seal, and can see things that others cannot see. He clearly sees that the souls after death are slowly dissipating between heaven and earth. Perhaps this is a kind of destination that can be replenished in the world. But for many creatures, it is a complete death, passing away from the long river of time, and no traces can be found. It's sad to think about it. Therefore, this is also one of the reasons why Qin Yu wants to establish the Yin Sea, of course, mainly to accumulate strength. The Yin soul absorbs Yin ki to practice. Even if it cannot be sealed as a Yin soldier, its strength is much stronger than the undead. After all, low-level undead creatures are just empty shells without brains. After leaving the ancient Yin secret realm, Qin Yu closed the passage to prevent others from mistakenly entering and being scared. After coming out, Qin Yu ordered people to summon 3,000 guards, led by ZHU, and walked into a space gate. There were 40,000 people behind them who followed into the space gate with a nervous look. After a trance, everyone came to a world full of metal mines. The boundless black veins. The scene was both surprising and depressing. The whole world had no other colors, only black, a vast black. There was no sun in the sky, but there was still some light that seemed to be there, making the whole world look not so dark. This is the secret realm of the Iron Mine Mountain, a secret realm with almost unlimited iron ore resources. There are many bungalows in the secret realm. Needless to say, this is what the former owner of the secret realm left behind. Qin Yu took a rough look and found that it could accommodate 100,000 people. It seems that the iron ore resources in Yilin civilization are not only very abundant, but also a lot of iron equipment. Qin Yu didn't think much and began to arrange the tasks of the 40,000 people and 3,000 guards. Zua, you are responsible for managing the order here, and you are responsible for the work of the 40,000 people, that is, the supervisor. Do you see the rows of huge warehouses? Every month, I will send people to deliver a month's worth of living supplies, and by the way, transport the monthly output of iron ore. Keep an eye on it to make sure there is no trouble. After your performance, I will give you a place to practice in the meditation hall. Qin Yu threw a big pie to Zua before leaving, and then left the secret realm. Although it was a big pie, Qin Yu would fulfill it. After arranging the matters of the 3 secret realms, it had been dark for a long time. Qin Yu went back to the palace to sleep. In the Yangtze Palace, hearing a slight movement outside, a graceful figure quietly walked out of the bedroom. The bed is warm for you, and I will leave. Natasha blushed, and her voice was as small as a mosquito. After the voice fell, Natasha hurried away and disappeared. Qin Yu was stunned, and did not hear clearly what the other party had just said. He walked into the bedroom, and came to the bed. Looking at the bed covered with quilts, he could see that someone had slept on it. He reached out to touch the quilt. Warm. Qin Yu was stunned, and then a smile slowly appeared on his face. This elf is quite sensible. He slowly fell in, and there was a faint fragrance coming from the quilt. Qin Yu slowly closed his eyes, enjoying the girl's body fragrance and the residual heat of the bed, and slowly fell asleep. The next morning, Qin Yu put on his imperial robe and went to the morning court. He discussed the construction of the new city with the officials. After retiring, he returned to the courtyard of the Yangtze Palace. Looking at the beautiful scenery, he felt comfortable for a while. He opened the system panel and clicked on the 5-star bronze treasure chest obtained in the previous invasion war. Qin Yu was about 300 to 400 points away from the silver rank, and he had to fight 3 or 4 invasion wars to advance. The silver treasure chest that he had been eyeing for a long time would probably have to wait for a while. However, Qin Yu has the civilization heavenly pool, which can extract high-level items, so he is not in such a hurry. He will play steadily, and when the time comes, he will be promoted to silver and become the strongest silver player directly. With a burst of fantasy, Qin Yu opened the panel. The beginning of bronze 5-star treasure chest. Introduction. Each level of treasure chest is divided into 5-star levels, and the number of star levels represents the number of items that can be opened. On the light screen is a cyan bronze box covered with mysterious patterns, with 5 golden 5-pointed stars inlaid in the middle. Qin Yu lightly tapped it with his fingertips. Click. There was a crisp sound from above, and the treasure chest gradually opened, and a dazzling light spread around. Hint, you opened the beginning of bronze 5-star treasure chest. Hint, congratulations on getting the item card Advanced Invasion Order *1/ purple quality. Hint, congratulations on getting the item card Total War Order *1/ purple quality. Hint, congratulations on getting the building card Elemental Forge *1/ purple quality. Hint, congratulations on getting the material card 100 liters of fierce fire oil blue quality. Hint, congratulations on getting the classic card 5 Devil Soldiers and Horses Daoist purple quality. Good guy. It's still stable. 4 purple and 1 blue. This explosion rate is not bad. 2 items, 1 building, 1 material, and 1 classic. Qin Yu began to check them one by one. Advanced Invasion Order. After using it on the target, the invasion time will be extended to 300 days, and after winning the invasion war, you will get 90% of the opponent's civilization points. Total War Order. Use it on a target that has not been invaded and has not used the exemption card. After using it, a full-scale war will be launched, and all citizen settlements with inhabitants of both players will be thrown into the new world. The new world area will be divided into 2 parts, divided into 2 territories. Players can move their respective towns at will at the beginning of the game. After the war begins, they cannot be moved. The total war will last for 12 months. After the time is up, players will obtain the occupied enemy cities, including the population in the city and the captured population. If all the cities of the other party are occupied, the total war will end early. The occupied cities will disappear in the original world and appear in the world of the victorious party. The victorious party can freely plan the landing location of the city or choose to destroy it, and the population in it will remain. The victorious party of the total war will not receive any other rewards, except all the civilization points of the other party and 5 times the rank points. Qin Yu knew the effect of the Advanced Invasion Order, so he didn't look at it carefully, but it was the first time he came into contact with the Total War Order. I had never even heard of it before, and the purple quality should be quite rare. It is very different from the Invasion Order. First, after it is launched, the 2 parties will come to a world that they are not familiar with to fight. The victory or failure is based on the number of cities captured. In terms of rewards, the rank points will be 5 times the usual, as well as all civilization points. The disadvantage is that there is no treasure chest. For Qin Yu, the treasure chest is secondary, because he has enough civilization chi. Rank points are a necessary condition for promotion to the Silver Order, and he needs them very much. The same is true for civilization points. Qin Yu closed the introduction with satisfaction and continued to look at other things. Element Forge, a building produced by Fantasy Civilization. The special equipment inside has the function of fusing elemental ores to forge weapons. Each forging requires energy stones to activate the element reactor. Every 5,000 civilization points consumed can be used for blueprint forging. Each weapon forged from the blueprint will be saved as a blueprint, and the effect will be randomly generated according to the combination of materials and element. Element Forge. Qin Yu's face suddenly showed an interested look. To put it bluntly, this forge can fuse some exotic ores with elemental laws to form weapons, and it will also have some random effects. It means completely free creation. Qin Yu found it very interesting. This is much better than manually developing weapons. Maybe the things made are much better than the Thunder Copper Spear. Qin Yu currently has two kinds of exotic ores. One is Thunder Copper ore and the other is Flame Copper ore. One has the law of thunder and lightning, and the other has the element of fire. I will study them carefully later. Qin Yu smiled and closed the introduction, and continued to read. There is nothing good about fierce fire oil. Qin Yu has stockpiled nearly 1,000 liters of that thing from the Cheyenne Chi of civilization. Qin Yu looked at the last classic card, Watching Soldiers and Horses Daoist Scripture. Watching Soldiers and Horses Daoist Scripture, a well-known Daoist technique in Eastern civilization, also known as the Imperial Conferment Technique, with a long history, and has been extremely developed to date. It is generally divided into hundreds of categories, and has tens of thousands of Daoist soldiers. However, this Daoist scripture only records the most basic and primitive watching soldiers. Chang means mandrill wood guest. Where the 5 elements of heaven and earth are crystallized, there will be a flow of the air of heaven and earth. Ancient tombs, trees, stones, monsters, or the souls of people after death, as long as they have spirits, can become watching soldiers and horses. The mad soldiers are extremely mad during the practice of magic. They are bold and unrestrained, brave, fierce, and powerful. Their eyes are wide open, their eyebrows are like flames, and their teeth are bared, so they are called mad. The Daoist scriptures record in detail the practice methods and experience of several magic spells such as collecting mad, emitting mad, sacrificing mad, refining mad, and refining altar. Among them, there are 5 kinds of mad soldiers to be refined. Mad with disheveled hair, mad hunting in the mountains, mad with blowing hair and holding arrows, mad with souls collected and forbidden, and mad with waving flags and shouting. In addition, the Daoist scriptures also come with a simple Daoist practice method that can increase the mana in the body, as well as a detailed explanation of the common topographic maps and catalogs of military refining materials. Qin Yu looked at this long record and suddenly realized that the treasure chest item he drew this time was a treasure. Chapter 307 Elemental Weapon Drawings, Abnormal Attributes. The 5 Devil Soldiers Daoist scripture can just allow Qin Yu's plan for the underworld to reach a sublimation. Because the Yin Sea seal has certain requirements for sealing the Yin, it is impossible to transform the Yin soul into a sufficiently powerful combat force. But with the 5 Devil Soldiers Daoist scripture, it is different. Even if the Yin soul is not as strong as the Yin soldier, it will not be much worse. At least it is much stronger than the Yin soul absorbing Yin Qi to practice on its own. The 5 kinds of soldiers in the Daoist scripture should have different abilities. Some of them are powerful in close combat, some are powerful in long-range combat, and some can assist in combat. Qin Yu read the introduction of the 5 Devil Soldiers Daoist scripture for a long time, and finally there was only the word satisfied on his face. After turning off the light screen of the introduction, Qin Yu stood up and waved to the side and said, "I'm going to leave the palace, and I have ordered a team of human emperor guards to accompany me. There is no need to publicize it." The official on the side hurriedly bowed and saluted. "Your Majesty only brought the human emperor guards? Isn't the number of guards a little too few?" "No, just recruit them." Qin Yu glanced at the official and then said lightly, "Yes, I'll do it right away." The official didn't dare to say much and quickly went down to prepare. 20 minutes later, a small carriage with a more gorgeous appearance appeared outside the gate of the Yangtze Palace. Qin Yu stepped over the maid's support and got on the carriage directly. 20 Imperial guards were guarding around. Let's go to the armory department. I want to see Huang Yu. Yes, your majesty. As soon as the voice fell, the carriage team began to move towards the location of the armory department. At noon, the weather was sunny and windy, and the armory department seemed to be unique. The high temperature furnaces made the temperature of this area rise sharply. Almost all those who worked inside were naked, with a towel hanging around their necks to wipe their sweat. The armory department is divided into several areas, divided according to the different weapons produced. There are siege weapons, close combat weapons, defensive weapons, long-range weapons, etc. If divided into smaller areas, there are bronze, thunder copper, and even iron weapons. Forging has entered preparation. Spears shining with lightning were sent out from the manual production workshop, and then piled up on the car, and finally sent to the armory for storage. Thunder copper arrows were also produced at a rate of 5,000 per day. As a carriage appeared in the armory department, those who knew about it ran to greet it, and informed the head of the department, Huang Yu. Greetings, your majesty. Qin Yu lifted the curtain, but saw dozens of people kneeling outside. He frowned and said, only Huang Yu, the head of the department, can stay. The rest of you should not delay the work and go down. He waved his hand, and everyone dispersed, leaving only Huang Yu. Your majesty, what do you want to do in the armory department? Looking at Qin Yu, who was slowly getting off the car, Huang Yu asked carefully. Why can't I come to see you if there's nothing wrong? Of course not. Huang Yu felt the invisible pressure, and sweat slowly seeped out of his forehead. Qin Yu smiled and said, don't be afraid. I'm here to inspect casually today. By the way, I want to ask if the output of Thunder Copper Mine has decreased. Have you calculated the reserves? Huang Yu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly responded, Your Majesty, the output of Thunder Copper Mine is temporarily stable at about 20 tons per day. Judging from the current mining scale, the mining rate of Thunder Copper Mine has not even reached 10%. Qin Yu nodded with satisfaction and pointed to the front. Since you are here, take me on a tour. Of course, of course. Huang Yu leaned over and made a gesture of invitation. Then everyone walked around the armory. I discovered a new ore a few days ago. It should also be copper, but it is a copper ore with fire properties similar to Thunder Copper. I have ordered people to send some to the armory. You study it and see if you can make weapons similar to Thunder Copper weapons. I will do my best to eliminate the troubles for your majesty. Huang Yu bowed and said respectfully. Qin Yu nodded slightly. Then he saw a piece of vacant land and stopped. A purple light flashed in his hand, and he flew out in an instant and landed on the vacant land. A huge building shadow appeared in front of everyone. As the light shone, the building gradually solidified. Qin Yu looked over and opened the building panel. Element Forge. Current number of drawings. 0 maximum productivity. 200. Up to 200 people can be placed for labor. You can create a drawing once every 5,000 civilization points. Attribute 1. The Element Forge has a very strong fusion ability, so it can fuse many kinds of elemental materials together. Attribute 2. When the Element Forge creates a drawing, different additional effects will appear randomly according to the elemental materials. There are only 2 attributes in total, but their effects are completely enough to show the ability of purple quality buildings. Qin Yu thought for a moment and asked someone to bring some materials. After a while, a pile of materials like a small mountain was piled up at the door of the Element Forge. Qin Yu silently clicked on the drawing creation and spent 5,000 civilization points to start creating the drawing. A 2 kg piece of Thunder Copper ore, or 3 kg piece of iron ore, and a purple crystal clear magic stone. After placing the 3 ores, Qin Yu chose the weapon type as a long sword and clicked OK with expectation. Not long after, the attributes of a blueprint appeared in front of Qin Yu. Above the blueprint was a long sword with a metallic luster. The sword body was bathed in purple thunder, and a purple crystal was inlaid on the hilt, which looked very advanced. Below were the attributes and introduction. Thunder Iron Sword. This is a sharp iron sword with the power of thunder. It is 5 times sharper and stronger than ordinary iron swords. Attributes. Instant charging. The Thunder Iron Sword is inlaid with elemental energy stones, which can instantly replenish the power of thunder. Elemental energy stones can absorb energy autonomously for charging. Qin Yu looked at the attributes displayed on the blueprint and silently chose to save it. The attributes of this blueprint are pretty good, meeting Qin Yu's expectations. Seeing that there were nearly 1.7 million civilization points left, Qin Yu continued to click on the blueprint to create. This time he put in 3 kilograms of thunder copper, ore and 3 kilograms of iron ore, and no other ores. Thunder iron sword. This is a sharp iron sword with the power of thunder. It is 6 times sharper and stronger than ordinary iron swords. Attributes. Double crit. When using the thunder iron sword to fight the enemy, there is a chance to trigger the double crit state, which lasts for 20 seconds and cools down for 3 minutes. The attributes of this blueprint are not bad, so keep it. Imagine a group of troops holding thunder swords, who were originally against the wind, suddenly triggered double crit, and then summoned thunder, and the damage exploded and rose wildly. It was a piece of cake to turn the tide against the wind. After Qin Yu saved the blueprint with satisfaction, he continued to create a few more. Flame sword. Wherever it passes, flames follow. This is a solid iron sword that can control flames, to give the enemy intense high temperature burning. Attribute. Burning. When the long sword injures the enemy, the burning effect will be triggered, which will not only cause severe pain, but also gradually increase the injury and consume life, until it leaves the combat state. The burning effect will disappear. Flame longsword. Wherever it passes, the rain of flames will follow. This is a solid iron sword that can control the flames, to give the enemy severe high temperature burning. Attribute. Explosion. When using the flame longsword, there is a chance to cause the enemy to explode. The explosion will cause fire explosion damage to the enemy, knocking it away, and a damage rating of 10% to 50%. When the damage rating reaches 50%, the enemy enters a seriously injured state, restricts movement, and the state is halved. Thunder staff. This is a staff made of rare, or containing the lore of thunder. A large number of magic stones are added to it to increase the endurance. Attribute. Thunderbolt. You can use the thunder staff to summon a thunderbolt on the enemy's head. The thunderbolt consumes its own energy and causes twice the amount of damage to the enemy. In addition, it has dizziness, deceleration, and paralysis effects, and there is a very small probability that it will be killed directly. Flame staff. A staff forged by fusing a large number of magic stones with or containing fire element. It is extremely powerful. Attribute. Explosion. You can use the flame staff to summon an explosive bomb to cause damage to the enemy. In addition to the burning effect, the explosive bomb also has explosion, dizziness, deceleration and other effects. Qin Yu made a lot of blueprints in a row, spent tens of thousands of civilization points, and finally selected these. However, after spending tens of thousands of civilization points, in addition to these blueprints, there was also a small surprise. The elemental forge has an additional attribute, that is, it can fuse 2 blueprints of the same weapon with different attributes. There is a 50% probability of retaining only one attribute, and there is also a 50% probability of retaining both attributes. After fusion, the 2 blueprints will disappear, and finally form a new blueprint. The function of this blueprint fusion seems to be no different from gambling. However, it is entirely possible to create more blueprints with the same attributes, and then fuse them. For example, for the blueprint of the Thunder Sword, if the 2 attributes of double critical strike and instant charge are added to the same weapon, the power will at least double, which is definitely greater than 1 + 1 = 2. For weapons such as staffs, having only one attribute is equivalent to having only one magic. But fusing multiple blueprints of different magics is equivalent to having multiple magics on a staff. The combat power will also double. So, Qin Yu spent the day creating blueprints in the element forge and then fusing them. In the end, he came up with a few blueprints that he was more satisfied with. They are the Thunder Sword, Thunder Gun, Thunder Knife, Thunder Staff, Flame Sword, Flame Gun, Flame Knife, and Flame Staff. These blueprints cost Qin Yu a lot of money, nearly 200,000 civilization points. But it must be worth it, because each blueprint has almost 3 attributes. If they are forged in batches to form an army, the strength will be very strong. Qin Yu's idea is to give priority to the warriors who have awakened the spirit seeds, so that the effect of those weapons can be maximized. For example, the Thunder Sword that Qin Yu merged later has double crit, instant charging, absolute paralysis, and thunder penetration, a total of 4 attributes. Paralysis can be triggered with a probability, making the enemy unable to move for a short time, and thunder penetration can bypass the defensive armor and directly cause damage to the body. Although many talents have a probability of triggering, there are too many talents, so one must be triggered, right? Based on this principle, Qin Yu spent a lot of money to get a lot of talents for each blueprint. Call 200 craftsmen to start forging and producing weapons. The weapons produced by this building must be strictly controlled. If one is lost, you, the head of the armory department, will have done your job. Qin Yu sternly warned again, and then left the armory department. Because it was late at this time, he returned to the palace. In the bedroom of the Yangtze Palace, Qin Yu touched the warm bed, smiled, changed into a comfortable silk pajamas and fell asleep. The next morning, Qin Yu summoned Jiang Rong alone after the court meeting. In the courtyard of Yangtze Palace, Qin Yu pulled Jiang Rong to the stone pavilion. Come, sit down quickly. Thank you, your majesty. Jiang Rong bowed and then slowly sat on the stone chair. Qin Yu slowly took out a book and handed it over. This is a Daoist system of Taoism. It is quite famous and powerful. You should select a group of junior wizards with good talents to practice Taoism. 5 devil soldiers? Jiang Rong took the book and opened it to start reading. As he turned the pages, the shock and strong interest on his face became more and more obvious. Soon Jiang Rong was immersed in the book. He was shocked that the Taoist art of the 5 devil soldiers was profound and far more complicated than the witchcraft they created. There were many things involved in it, and there was no law power, but it could exert powerful power without involving the law. This was the reason for his shock. For the wizard lineage, their most important source of power is the law. It can be said that without the law, they are no different from ordinary people. But this book of 5 divine soldiers is different. It does not need the restriction of the law, and can have much stronger power than others. The strong can send out thousands of divine soldiers with a wave of their hands. Divine soldiers are killing soldiers, not afraid of pain, brave, fierce, and powerful. Qin Yu did not disturb Jiang Rong. He could see that the other party had a deep understanding. Disturbing someone's enlightenment is like killing their biological parents. Qin Yu still understood this principle. If you want to enter the state of enlightenment, it depends entirely on luck. You may not have a chance in your life. About 5 hours later, it was noon. Jiang Rong also broke away from the state of enlightenment, with a look of great enlightenment, and lingering on his face. He has understood 30% of this book of 5 divine soldiers. Just this 30%. It seems that he can create a new method of refining the divine Dao. Maybe it's his illusion, or maybe he is really a genius. Your Majesty, this technique is profound, and should be widely spread. It can increase the strength of Arcane State several times. If it is integrated into the wizard lineage, the role of wizards on the battlefield can be greatly enhanced. Chapter 308 Expand the army and hatch exotic beasts. No, since I asked you to select a group of people from the junior wizards, I naturally don't want to merge the two. Wu is Wu, and Tao is Tao. The power of the two is still fundamentally different, but you can learn it. Qin Yu pointed to the books on the table and said. Jiang Rong nodded slightly. I understand. I will send people to collect all the materials for refining the rampant. You can take people to study Taoism first. Yes, I'll take my leave. Jiang Rong bowed and slowly left. Qin Yu looked at Jiang Rong's back and then said, call Zhu Yi over. Yes. The official on the side hurried out. A moment later, Zhu Yi walked in slowly in an official robe. Your servant Zhu Yi. I pay my respects to the king. No need to be polite. Come and sit down. After the voice fell, Zhu Yi sat down opposite Qin Yu. The palace maid on the side picked up the teapot and poured tea for the two. The tea was made of dried fruit tea with honey, and it was fragrant and sweet. Qin Yu took a sip of tea and said, I called you here mainly to expand the army. After the last battle, I have some understanding that the army needs reform and readjustment. Zhu Yi nodded slightly and said, I wonder what the direction of reform is. It is mainly divided into elite troops and garrison troops. The elite troops are mainly responsible for going on expeditions and performing combat missions, while the garrison troops are responsible for the defense of the city. Qin Yu gave a brief explanation. After hearing this, Zhu Yi nodded repeatedly. Your Majesty is wise. The current army's arms are too messy and do need to be reformed. However, you have to give a specific direction. This is the current general military strategy. Qin Yu nodded slightly and took it, then opened it for a view. In the future, the garrison will mainly consist of ordinary Thunder Copper Spear army, archers, and crossbowmen. The population of a county-level city must be no less than 100,000. The garrison must be at least 10,000, and the full complement must be 30,000. The population of a county-level city must be no less than 50,000, and the garrison must be maintained at around 8,000 to 10,000. The population of a town-level city must be no less than 10,000, and the garrison must be maintained at 1,000 to 3,000. At the same time, each county-level administrative district must also establish a military camp to facilitate support for attacked cities in the county, and let the Witch Hall research new chariot puppets, which will mainly be used to transport troops. I've taken note, Your Majesty. Please continue. Qin Yu nodded slightly and continued. The elite army behind the Qin state will be mainly composed of warriors who have awakened their spirit seeds. Grizzly warriors, dog warriors, sharpshooters, dragon cavalry battalions, blood covenant wolf cavalry, etc. All arrange matters related to the awakening of spirit seeds. The grassland does not need too much productivity, so I plan to expand the army to 200,000, with at least 100,000 elite troops, and the rest of the garrison will be fully staffed. Your Majesty, if that's the case, then there will definitely be more than 200,000. Zhu Yi on the side reminded. Qin Yu nodded slightly. The war will only get more and more. Before we take over the western swamp, no matter how many troops we have, we will not lose. I will naturally have a way to support them. Go ahead. Even if you recruit 300,000 troops, I won't say anything, but will reward you. Qin Yu said with a smile. Zhu Yi nodded slightly. Then I know what's going on. Well, I'm also going to recruit 10,000 elves. Their development direction is rangers, and they can fight in close combat, or at a distance. It's most appropriate for them to take on the task of developing Dangshan. As for recruiting soldiers, make sure that every soldier has participated in the training of the militia training camp. This is your responsibility. Qin Yu raised his teacup and drank it all. Zhu Yi did the same. After drinking the tea, Zhu Yi stood up and left. After Zhu Yi left, Qin Yu called Natasha. Your servant greets His Majesty. Hearing Natasha's fluent Chinese, Qin Yu couldn't help but smile. You learn very quickly. You have good talent. Sit down. I dare not. Natasha lowered her head. Her attitude was very humble. Forget it. It's up to you. Qin Yu shook his head helplessly and continued. I want to recruit 10,000 elves into the army. Can I leave this matter to you? Natasha's face suddenly changed. Seeing Natasha's reaction, Qin Yu explained. Not to be cannon fodder. I want to train elites. Really? Natasha still asked in disbelief. The elves are good at jungle warfare, have high morale, will not easily give up the war, and are good at bows and arrows. Why should I use them as cannon fodder? Qin Yu said helplessly. Natasha thought about it. If the elves were recruited into the army, then the elves would have a certain status and voice in this world. In any case, it is better than being a civilian or even a slave. So after thinking for a moment, Natasha quickly made a decision. She looked at Qin Yu's eyes solemnly and said, don't worry, I will definitely select the bravest and most skilled elf warriors for you. Well, the city over there for the elves to live in is already under construction, and I will send an army to escort you there tomorrow. Qin Yu got up and left after he finished speaking. He first went to the militia training camp and spent civilization points to open a 1-year training period. Then he went to the Royal Knights Academy. After so much time had passed, the skill books produced there had reached a terrifying number. It was enough for Qin Yu to expand another 20,000 cavalry. The number of black wolves in the animal pen had also multiplied a lot. After thinking for a while, Qin Yu ordered people to pick out 1,200 new recruits to expand the number of blood covenant wolf riders to 2,000. In addition, there was also a dragon cavalry battalion. The number of cavalry in the Dragon Cavalry Battalion was to be expanded to 30,000. The equipment also needed to be replaced. Now it was different from the past. There were iron mines, coal mines, and iron smelting technology. Therefore, Qin Yu could improve the combat effectiveness of the army a lot. That day, Qin Yu went to the Element Forge and swiped a few more blueprints. Thunder Spear, an excellent weapon forged with rare ores and iron ores, suitable for cavalry. Attribute 1, Thunder Penetration. When the cavalry uses the Thunder Spear to launch a charge, the penetration damage is increased by 3 times, and it also has the power of thunder and lightning, as well as paralysis, critical strike and other damage. Attribute 2, Thunder Strike. The cavalry can use the Thunder Spear to send a thunder strike to the target, and the distance is limited to 150 meters. The thunder strike will cause paralysis, deceleration, armor penetration and other effects on the enemy. Light iron horse armor. Use superb forging technology to make the iron armor light and strong. Attribute 1, Strong. The strength value is 50% higher than that of ordinary iron horse armor. Attribute 2, Light body. The light iron horse armor has a weight 50% lower than the same iron armor, allowing heavy cavalry to achieve the speed of light cavalry. Light iron armor. Use superb forging technology to make the iron armor light and strong. Attribute 1, Indestructible. The light iron armor has a strength value 3 times higher than the same iron armor. Attribute 2, Light as a feather. The light iron armor can make the wearer feel its original weight. There are 3 blueprints in total, and the consumption of materials will increase or decrease according to different attributes. This is the new equipment of the Dragon Cavalry Battalion. All members are equipped with iron armor, thunder spears, and the mounts are all covered with a layer of horse armor. In addition, there is a full set of horse equipment. It can be said that with this set of equipment, the combat effectiveness of the Dragon Cavalry Battalion can be increased many times. 30,000 heavy armored Dragon Cavalry Battalions, 2,000 Wolf Cavalry, 10,000 Dinosaur Cavalry, 1,000 Giant Tiger Cavalry, and 5,000 Giant Beast Cavalry. This is the standard cavalry unit in Qin Yu's mind. If all the goals are achieved, the cavalry team alone can reach 48,000 cavalry, nearly 50,000 cavalry. Qin Yu lives in the grassland, and he can still afford the cavalry. Although a population of 1 million supports nearly 300,000 soldiers, won't it be militaristic? Won't it cause national pressure? Won't it cause food shortages? Qin Yu said, of course not. One is that, judging from the current grain output, the annual output of the Four Seasons Fairy Valley and the Moonlight Terraces alone can support about 1 million people. What's more, there are also food outputs such as fishing, hunting, animal husbandry, breeding, etc., and the population productivity required for these outputs does not need too much. Basically, tens of thousands of people are enough, which is just one of the reasons. Secondly, Qin State is located in the grassland, and productivity certainly does not require a large population to operate like the plains. Even if Qin Yu actively develops industries and carries out construction, the population required is only more than 200,000 people, and the remaining population is counted into 100,000 responsible for mining. Almost the idle population can reach 300,000 to 400,000. Qin Yu also has a militia training camp, which can increase the attributes of soldiers and change their height and physical fitness. Let the thin or short people who were originally not suitable for soldiers become high quality strong men of 1.78 meters. It is also because of these reasons that Qin Yu can expand 300,000 or even 400,000 troops without any pressure. Another part of the reason is those special buildings, which can achieve 100% productivity with only 1% of the population, which is so terrifying. In addition to cavalry, the witch hall must also be developed vigorously, especially Qin Yu has obtained the slave beast law and inherited hundreds of exotic beasts. Later, Qin Yu will divide several extraordinary systems in the civilization. For example, those who mainly practice witchcraft, such as Futeng witchcraft, Qin Yu witchcraft, and Thunder witchcraft, are called spirit witches. Those who practice the law of slave beasts and fight against strange beasts are called beast witches. Those who practice the law of puppets, control puppets, and create puppets are called puppet witches. The three types of witches are evaluated according to their own life level and the combat power they exert. Reaching the first level of extraordinary, they are the first level spirit witch, the first level puppet witch, the first level beast witch, and so on. It is simple and clear, and it is more direct and popular to understand the combat power of the extraordinary system. The same is true for the Daoist lineage and the Yin soldiers. Daoists are Daoists, and Qin Yu who cultivates Yin Qi calls them soul cultivators or ghost cultivators, but this system has not yet developed, so it will not be mentioned for the time being. At present, judging from the extraordinary system of this native world, the upper limit of strength is not bad. After obtaining new totem stones, there will be improvements and more extraordinary powers. Daoists currently only have the means of the rampant soldiers, but this means alone is powerful enough. This is a means of one person being an army, and Qin Yu also values it very much. If more types of rampant soldiers can be developed with this Daoist scripture, then this path will be very promising. Qin Yu had read in Daoist classics that Daoist soldiers are not only rampant soldiers, but also earth soldiers, Daoist soldiers, heavenly soldiers, spiritual soldiers, etc. Mountain spirits, grass monsters, and everything can be refined into soldiers. Even the Daoists have the art of summoning gods. These are nothing. After writing down the goal of expanding the cavalry, Qin Yu asked the official beside him to pass it to Yao and Yuming. One of them is the minister of the Ministry of War of Xingxianping, and the other is the Taiwei of the Xingxianping Military Affairs Bureau. It is more appropriate to hand it over to them. After dealing with the expansion plan of the Royal Knights Academy, Qin Yu came to the exotic beast breeding farm again. The consumption of breeding exotic beasts here is very high, but Qin Yu currently has millions of civilization points, so he doesn't need to consider whether it is expensive or not. It's just one word, consumption. White-winged monitor lizard. Introduction. A monitor lizard-like beast with a pair of magnificent white wings, a red body, and a talent for the law of fire. Adult size. 10 to 15 meters long. 3 to 5 meters tall, weighing 3,000 to 5,000 kilograms. Lifespan. 300 to 500 years. Strength level. Adults are at the third level of transcendence, and young people are at the first level of transcendence. Hatching consumption. 3,500 civilization points. Food consumption. 20 kilograms of meat per day. Growth rate. 10 days to hatch, 30 days to youth. 3 years to adulthood. After reaching the youth stage, civilization points can be consumed to accelerate growth, allowing it to reach adulthood faster. Long-armed wood mandrill. Introduction. An ape-like creature in the mountains, with a pair of long arms, and a huge strength of more than 1,000 kilograms in adulthood. In the forest, they can absorb the vitality of trees on their own, thereby quickly recovering from injuries. Adult size. 3 to 5 meters tall, weighing 200 to 500 kilograms. Lifespan. 500 years. Strength level. Adults are at the peak of the second level of the extraordinary, and young people are at the first level of the extraordinary. Hatching cost. 2,500 civilization points. Food consumption. 5 to 10 kilograms of meat or vegetarian food every day. Meat can increase the growth rate by 50%. Growth rate. 10 days for hatching, 30 days for juveniles, 90 days for young people, and 350 days for adults. Gold swallowing purple python. Introduction. A python-like beast that feeds on metal ores. Their body surface will be as hard as the ores they swallow. The more ores they swallow, the harder their body surface will be. The toxicity in the ores will be absorbed by them into the poison sac, and used to attack the enemy. Adult size. 5 to 20 meters long, half a meter to 2 meters high. Lifespan. 200 to 1,000 years. Strength level. Adults are at the peak of the third level, and young people are at the first level of the extraordinary. Hatching cost. 4,000 civilization points. Food consumption. 10 kilograms of meat or ores. Growth rate. 15 days for hatching, 60 days for juvenile, 90 days for young adult, 600 days for adult. The harder the ore, the higher the level, the faster the growth rate. These are 3 kinds of powerful beasts that Qin Yu selected from hundreds of beasts. Since this building is the heritage of the sheep-horned people civilization, it has a powerful ancient power blessing, which can not only hatch beasts, but also shorten their growth time. This is also the reason why the beasts can hatch and grow quickly. Chapter 309, Xingyuan Valley, a natural wonder? Dangshan, Xingyuan Valley. It was Dangshan covered by the sun, but there was no heat here. The sun was not visible in the sky, but the stars were densely hanging in the sky. The lavender starry sky surrounded the valley, making it feel like being in the universe. This is Xingyuan Valley. The scenery in the valley is leisurely and the endless flatness. Several hunters wearing leather armor and holding hunting bows chased the prey into this valley. Captain Lee, the prey has gone in. More than 200 dragon coins. Don't let us catch up. As soon as the voice fell, the four rushed into the valley at a high speed. But as soon as they entered the valley, the scene in front of them stunned them. There was no sun in the sky, but a purple starry sky. The surrounding terrain was flat and there were patches of lush plants. There were even many figures wandering not far away, and there were brick and stone walls farther away. Where is this place? Never been here before. Oh no, they found us. Just as they were amazed at the extraordinariness of this place, a dozen strong men wearing armor and holding swords rushed towards them aggressively. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A few of the dozen people took out their bows and arrows and shot arrows fiercely. Several hunters could not withstand such a battle, and 2 of them were nailed to the ground on the spot. Yes, that's right. They were nailed to the ground. The arrow was quite special. The whole arrow was made of metal, and there was a claw hook at the tail of the arrow, which could hook the human body. After shooting into it without shooting out, the huge force dragged the 2 people and then nailed them to the ground. Run. Go back and ask for help. The hunter team leader who was shot to the ground shouted and reminded them immediately. If the 4 of them were defeated here, there would be no hope. The other 2 recovered from their daze and quickly ran out of the valley. Invaders, die. Don't let them get out. The pair of armored warriors behind them chased them frantically and at an incredibly fast speed, and every step seemed to sink deeply into the grass. It was enough to see their weight, or the weight of the armor on their bodies. In any case, warriors with such weight must be very powerful. Not only that, their speed is not low. Even the old hunters who often shuttle through the jungle cannot easily get rid of them. Before the 2 people who escaped from the valley had time to sigh that they had luckily saved their lives, an arrow from the back accurately shot a hunter's lung and chest and pierced it to the ground. Let's go. Ask for help. The man lying on the ground spit out a few words with difficulty, and then he gushed out large mouthfuls of blood. The only remaining young hunter in his early 20s hurriedly carried his bow and arrow and ran all the way. 10 days have passed since the start of the expansion of the army, and at this time the Qin army is growing at a terrifying speed, and the construction of the new city has also been mostly started. The 3 cities of Xianghu City, Coal City, and Panhu City in Dongshan County have been expanded, and it is expected that they can accommodate 400,000 people after the expansion. The 4 county towns of the 4 counties of Muzhou have been fully built, and the total population of the 4 cities is currently 300,000. In addition to the 4 county towns, the 4 counties are under construction, and it is expected that all the population can be accommodated when the construction is completed. In the dinosaur world, Shigu, the Grand Protector of the Protectorate, broke 5 tribes and captured 30,000 people. So far, the population of Qin has officially exceeded 1 million. According to the garrison system formulated by Qin Yu, the ratio of the Thunder Copper Spear army to the archers is 6-4. The number of veterans and recruits of the Thunder Copper Spear army has reached 50,000. These 50,000 people have not awakened their spirits, but are just ordinary local garrison troops. But don't underestimate them for this. They have been trained in the militia training camp, and they are strong men per capita. They hold thunder copper weapons forged from thunder copper mines in their hands, which can exert powerful combat power in both long range and close combat. With the support of the 2 powerful buildings, the Wanma Garden and the Royal Knights Academy, the cavalry of the Dragon Cavalry Battalion has successfully broken through to 30,000. The entire country is like a war machine that runs at great speed. Each of the 30,000 cavalrymen of the Dragon Cavalry Battalion has not only undergone a training in the militia training camp, but also has the horse archery and knight skill books produced by the Royal Knights Academy. Therefore, during the short training period, they also have a strong experience in cavalry warfare. As the elite cavalry that Qin Yu is preparing to build, their equipment is special weapons made from the element forge. They all have to awaken their spirit seeds, and their goal is to become a powerful extraordinary cavalry army. Yi Lin's cavalry really made Qin Yu envious. These days, he consumed a lot of the power stored in the king's cauldron to awaken the spirit seeds for many arms. The underground training room of the Rock Army village is almost full 24 hours a day. The element forge also produces weapons in shifts 24 hours a day. The last time, the player who led the undead army put a lot of pressure on Qin Yu, which also made his motivation soar. He didn't want to meet an opponent stronger than him, but this was not something he could control. But surpassing an opponent stronger than him was something he could strive to achieve. In a courtyard in the palace, Qin Yu sat in a stone pavilion, and Zhu Yi sat opposite him. The two were talking about recent state affairs. Your Majesty, regarding the officials in Xinjiang, there are several good students in the National Academy of Officials who can be of great use. Zhu Yi took out a few files of the students and handed them over. Qin Yu nodded slightly and said, well, find time to arrange for them to enter the palace. I want to meet them. In addition, Han Yu, a young general from Zimu County, is almost ready for training, so he should be transferred to the capital. In the previous battle, Yu Qin made great contributions. I want to transfer him back to Kyoto to serve. Qin Yu said, while Zhu Yi took notes. By the way, Zhu Yi, how are the 700,000 people resettled? Have there been any troubles? Zhu Yi responded with a smile. New city construction, military expansion, mine recruitment, and the 50,000 people resettled by you, Your Majesty, have basically been resettled. However, the elves in the east have been idle, and several hundred people have fled into Dongshan. But after Natasha went there, the situation has basically stabilized. Listening to Zhu Yi's report, Qin Yu nodded with satisfaction. We need to keep an eye on the elves. Since Dongshan is going to be developed soon, we may as well send an army there to garrison. Your Majesty, which army should we send? Just the grizzly warriors, send 2,000. I understand. Zhu Yi nodded slightly. By the way, in addition to awakening spirit seeds, training elite troops also requires increasing cultivation resources. I've thought about it again and again, so I'll set up a new department, the alchemy department. The herbs in Xianghu City have been harvested 3 times, and many of them are materials for Qi and blood pills. You are responsible for this matter. If you are too busy, hand it over to Mu Yuan. I obey your orders. Xianghu City, the city lord's mansion. Li Wenzi, the governor of Dongshan County and the county governor of Xianghu County, who was promoted by Qin Yu in the National Academy of Officials, is in the city lord's mansion dealing with the affairs of Xianghu City. Xianghu City is located in the natural wonder of 4 seasons Xianghu, a grain producing area, and is naturally the top priority. 50,000 acres of high quality fields are carefully taken care of by nearly 50,000 people. This is related to the foundation of the nation, so it is naturally not sloppy. In addition, although each person takes care of 1 acre, which seems to be a low workload, he needs to cultivate 4 times a year. In fact, even if one person takes care of 1 acre, he can't rest for a few days in a year. In the 4 Seasons Fairy Valley, in addition to 50,000 mu of top quality farmland, there are also 5,000 mu of newly reclaimed fertile land and 5,000 mu of medicinal fields. There are a large number of trees in the 4 Seasons Fairy Valley. In order to increase food output, Li Wenzi had previously written a memorial to dig up the trees and turn them into arable land. If he can increase the output of the 4 Seasons Fairy Valley, it will be considered his achievement. When his achievements are sufficient, he can also go to Beijing to take up a position. However, the memorial was only half approved, and only 50% of the trees were allowed to be dug up, and the location of the digging also depended on the location. Mr. County Magistrate. An officer walked to the door and shouted loudly. What are you shouting about? Reporting to the Lord, a hunter said he has something urgent to report. The officer responded truthfully. Li Wenzi frowned. What important things can a hunter have? I won't see you. The officer was stunned after hearing this, and then turned around and prepared to leave. Li Wenzi thought for a moment, and suddenly recalled that when he was in the internal affairs school and was taught by the monarch had warned many students. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. You must listen with your ears and see with your eyes in time. Thinking of this, Li Wenzi quickly called back the officer and asked him to call the hunter. A moment later, under the leadership of the officer, the young hunter walked into the city lord's mansion. Li Wenzi looked at the other party's face with a look of shock and couldn't help asking, "What happened? Can you tell me in detail?" "Sir, I'm a member of the hunter team of Wanga meat shop in the city. This morning, 4 of us hunters went out hunting. We chased the wild deer into a valley. It's strange to say that there is no sun in broad daylight, but this is not the point. There are people there. There are also city walls. They are also wearing armor. As soon as they saw us, they chased us desperately. There were 4 of us in the group, and in the end only the little one saved a life. I don't know what their final fate was. Sir, send the army to rescue them." Listening to the young hunter's narration, Li Wenzi suddenly felt that this matter was not simple. The armor equipment was only issued recently by the higher-ups. The group they met actually also had armor. This matter is of great importance. Li Wu, take 200 sword and shield soldiers with him to see if you can rescue them. If you can't, send a message and collect some enemy intelligence. I obey your orders. The officer saluted and then walked out with the little hunter. After the two left, Li Wenzi quickly passed the information to the 4 places of Coal City, Panhu City, Panshan Military Camp, and Mine Camp. Order them to strengthen their vigilance and be ready to send troops for support at any time. The second is Kyoto, using communication bugs to pass through multiple post stations and finally pass the message to Kyoto. In Xingyuan Valley, in the Stone City, the 3 hunters were tied up tightly and locked in the dungeon. In the dark dungeon, there were still shadows of rats in the corners. One of the 3 hunters had already lost his breath. "Why did you break into our territory?" Outside the cage, a man in armor and with a ferocious look asked coldly. The 2 hunters were pale at this time. Seeing that someone finally came to pay attention to them, they quickly climbed to the front of the cage and begged, "Sir, we were hunting and chased the prey all the way and accidentally broke in. Please let us go. HMPH, I want to let you go. I ask you and you answer. Hey, you tell me, where are you from?" "Qin State, Zion Valley City." A hunter responded hurriedly. "What place is that?" "Forget it. How many people are there in that Zion Valley City? How many soldiers are there?" "My lord, I don't know the details, but there are still tens of thousands of people. We don't call them soldiers in Qin State, we call them soldiers and armies. There should be thousands of soldiers in Zion Valley City. The strength is not weak." The man outside the cage sneered and then said, "Keep an eye on them, don't let them die." Yes. At this time, a team of about 200 people wearing iron armor and holding swords and shields was approaching the location of Xingyuan Valley. "Sir, they should be nearby. I was in a hurry to run at that time and didn't see it clearly," the young hunter said. Li Wu, the captain on the side, shouted loudly, "Search around to see if there is an entrance to the valley." As soon as the voice fell, the 200 sword and shield soldiers dispersed immediately. A moment later, someone really found the entrance to the valley. "Go in and take a look." Li Wu glanced at the densely packed soldiers around him and walked in first with courage. The sword and shield soldiers behind him also followed him into the valley. There were quite a few of them. As soon as they entered the valley, they were discovered by the enemies in the valley wearing armor around them, and they all came to kill with weapons. Invaders. Die. Dozens of tall and strong enemies wearing armor roared and killed them. Li Wu saw that the enemy was few, and we were many. So he raised his long sword and shouted loudly, "Kill. Capture a few alive, and kill the rest." The 200 sword and shield soldiers immediately roared and raised their swords and shields in the direction where the enemy was rushing. The 2 teams collided in an instant. I saw that the dozens of enemies suddenly showed a bright yellow light. They raised their huge axes and chopped them down, and everyone raised their iron shields to block them. Bang! After a burst of noise, dozens of sword and shield soldiers were blown away by the huge force, and the shields in their hands were pitted or split with a terrible crack. Li Wu was stunned and immediately realized that this group of people was not simple. He shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone retreat." "Sir, what about the brothers who are on the ground? There is no time to take care of it. Go back and report the situation first, and let the county governor summon the army to rescue again." Yes. In the end, more than 40 people were left lying on the ground among the 200 people, and the rest followed Li Wu to evacuate quickly. And the dozens of enemies also raised their weapons and chased them out excitedly. They fled all the way and lost more than 40 people halfway, and only a little over 100 people returned alive. And the young hunter died on the way to escape. Chapter 310. Mobilizing the army. Mobilization of the Jupan clan. Something happened in Dangshan. In the courtyard, Qin Yu was leisurely reviewing memorials and eating iced fruits. Then Ya rushed in and shouted, startling him. The intelligence received by the Military Affairs Department is that the starting point is Dangshan's Iangu city. The intelligence said that a strange tribe was found deep in Dangshan. They are very hostile, have iron armor, and have built a city. We have lost hundreds of people. So serious? Qin Yu was stunned and immediately felt that the matter was not simple. After thinking for a moment, he said, notify the cities in Dangshan County to gather troops and surround that place, and let Yao Zhan go with the giant tiger cavalry. I understand. Ya bowed and turned to leave. After Ya left, Qin Yu called the shadow guard again. Go check. I obey your order. Dozens of purple shadows disappeared from the courtyard. Qin Yu stared at the front in a daze. If there is armor, it means there are iron or other ores in Dangshan. The other party actually built a city, which must be extraordinary. Could it be a clan left over from ancient times? Maybe there will be a new totem. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought about it, and he became interested. He came to the stone pavilion and ordered the clerk to fetch the memorial. Then he wrote a royal decree with a brush. This is for the Ministry of War, which basically asks Yu Ming to transfer 10,000 thunder copper spears to Dangshan. Take this to the Ministry of War, and do it quickly. Qin Yu threw the memorial he had just written to the clerk beside him. The clerk bowed and took it, then left quickly. Xingyidan Valley, Jupan clan. In the city in the valley, there live 50,000 to 60,000 people from the Jupan clan. At this time, in a brick and stone house in the city, an old man with a white beard, but a very strong body sighed and said, my Jupan clan has been in seclusion for hundreds of years, just to survive, but I didn't expect it to be discovered. Woo, the other side has lost hundreds of people, they will not give up, why don't we take the initiative to attack? The cold-faced strong man on the side advised. Humph, if you didn't order the warriors to attack without reason, how could there be hatred? My Jupan clan has survived from the ancient disaster era to the present. It is not easy. How many men in the clan died in exchange for us to enjoy the valley? The old witch was too excited and coughed twice. Woo, if we are complacent, sooner or later we will be destroyed by others. Whether it is in ancient times, in the past, or now, the eternal law of the world is always that the strong survive and the weak die. The cold-faced strong man shouted excitedly. The patriarch, who closed his eyes and rested on the side, raised his eyelids, but finally did not speak. Yes, Woo. The Jupan clan has been depressed for too long. Do you remember how many years we haven't walked out of this dark valley? The tribesmen have been clamoring for light for many years. Another young warrior also yelled with his neck stretched. Lock them up and calm them down. A cold and old voice slowly sounded. It was Woo who was speaking. As you wish, Great Woo. The old patriarch slowly stood up, and the terrifying momentum suddenly pressed on the two people like a tidal wave, and then he took the two away like catching chickens. After a few people left, the brick and stone house suddenly became empty and much quieter. Let me think about it. The old witch sighed. After receiving the order to mobilize troops from Kyoto, Li Wenzi quickly gathered the troops from 3 cities into camps, totaling more than 20,000 people. Of course, this is not all, just the appropriate troops drawn from each city. 3,000 dogman warriors, 5,000 thunder copper sword and shield soldiers, 5,000 archers, and 7,000 shield and axe soldiers. Since most of the thunder copper miners used to forge thunder copper spears, and the nearest element forge accounts for almost 90% of the consumption, the Shield Axe army, which was once under Jiang Li's command, and had extraordinary combat power, still had bronze weapons, and had not been upgraded to thunder copper weapons. But a small tribe, even if it is a little weird, can't the 20,000 man army take them down? Li Wenzi looked at the order to mobilize troops, and couldn't help but smile. The geographical location of Xingyuan Valley is relatively secretive, but if a secret place is discovered and walked through once, then it will no longer be secret. This is like in the game of finding the difference. When you don't find the difference, it is difficult to find it, but when you find it, it will never be able to hide. The location of Xingyuan Valley is considered to be inside Dangshan, the closest to Panhu City, but it is at least 20 miles away. Not to mention that this is a straight line distance. Many roads in the mountains are blocked. After twists and turns, the actual distance is even farther. This time it was also because the hunter team was hunting and got too excited. They ran all morning and happened to run into it. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to find it. However, there are at least 1,000 hunters in the entire Dangshan. It would be strange if they were not found while running around Dangshan. The 20,000 troops from the 5 routes merged into one route. After the number of people was complete, Jiang Li was responsible for leading the troops. Jiang Li today is no longer the Jiang Li of the past, because his talent is very poor, and seeing that he was far behind his former companions, he redoubled his efforts. Now, his 3 attributes of force, physique, and agility have all broken through to the extraordinary first level. The command has also broken through the 3-star limit and reached 4 stars, but it will be difficult to improve in the future. However, because of his breakthrough, he also gained new talents. Name, Jiang Li. Gender, male. Age, 31. Strength/physique/agility. Extraordinary first order. Intelligence. Command. Combat talent. Two-handed weapon. Talent 1. Powerful and heavy. B grade superior. Effect. The heavier the weapon you use, the higher the increase in strength. Talent 2. Pursue the victory. B grade superior. Effect. When the enemy's morale drops to 60%, our army's morale increases by an additional 20%. For every 10% drop in enemy morale, our army's strength increases by 10%. Satiation. 80. Loyalty. 98. This newly added talent and 4-star command directly allowed Jiang Li to squeeze into the ranks of the first-line commanders of the Qin dynasty. Qin Yu also wanted to test Jiang Li's ability to lead troops to see if it had improved a lot. The army marched for 5 hours, and the sky became much darker. It was already afternoon. General, is it necessary to send out so many regular troops for just one tribe? On the way of the army's march, a lieutenant looked at Jiang Li in confusion and asked. Jiang Li glanced at him and couldn't help but lecture him. How dare you criticize the king's decision? Do you know how much Qin has gone through since its founding? How long did it take? You are an old man before the founding of the country. Your current status can be said to be second to none, and above 10,000 people. Of course, I don't understand it as well as you, General. The lieutenant on the side laughed. Jiang Li shook his head. The former Qin was called the Dragon Tribe at the beginning. There were only more than 40 people at the beginning. With the power of the king, the population reached 1 million in less than a few months. This cognition is not something new, and I can imagine. Remember one sentence, we only need to listen to and follow the orders from above, not to have doubts. Do you understand? Do you think the army only has these 20,000? There are still 10,000 on the way. Jiang Li patted the young lieutenant on the side and couldn't help laughing. It is my ignorance and talking too much. The lieutenant dropped his chin in shock, looking unbelievable but as if he had to believe it. After all, everything is in front of us. This huge country in front of us was really built brick by that god. About 20 minutes later, the army arrived near Xingyuan Valley. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly a fierce burst of arrows came from all directions, but the range was wide but not dense. It can be seen that the opponent's archers barely reached 1,000 people. Archers fight back. Sword and shield soldiers defend on the spot. Jiang Li shouted loudly. The flag bearer of the army immediately waved the military flag and issued a military order. The fluttering of the flag quickly spread to the entire army, which was much faster than shouting loudly. The army reacted quickly, and thousands of sword and shield soldiers raised their shields above their heads to block the arrows shot by the enemy. However, the arrows of some troops had great penetration power. What was surprising was that some arrows could actually use huge force to dent the center of the thunder copper shield. Fortunately, this was a thunder copper shield. If it was a bronze shield, it would have been torn into pieces or penetrated. Soon, 5,000 archers fired in unison, and countless arrows mixed with the power of thunder and lightning turned into a fierce rain of thunder arrows that smashed towards the enemy like an overwhelming force. Screams continued to sound, and enemies were constantly pierced by arrows with the power of thunder and lightning. But Jiang Li discovered something strange when he looked closely. Some enemies were wearing purple iron armor. Although the arrows containing the power of thunder and lightning would also cause considerable power when they fell on them, the opponents did not die. Most of the damage was actually absorbed and resisted by that kind of iron armor. The armor on the opposite side is not simple. Jiang Li, who had seen much more than others, immediately realized it, secretly wrote it down, and went back to report to the king. The side with a smooth battle soon fell to the Qin army. Even if the enemy's armor could resist, it could not withstand the continuous pouring of thousands of arrows. No matter how high your defense is, there will always be a time when it is broken, right? It's all about firepower coverage. Jiang Li studied at the National Academy of Officials for a period of time, and he also understood the production of Qin's military equipment. He knew that this powerful military equipment not only had a high output, but could also be recycled. There was no more casualties, but the military equipment resources were renewable. Therefore, he learned the tactic of firepower coverage. Under the pouring of countless arrows, the enemy army was quickly beaten and fled, running into the valley and not daring to come out. "General, do you want to pursue? I will lead the army directly to kill," a lieutenant shouted excitedly. From the looks of it, it was obvious that he was going to kill. The enemy tribe is not simple. Stay honestly, camp 150 meters away from the outside of the valley, and as long as the enemy is exposed, let the archers shoot arrows, cut down nearby arrows, and build arrow towers. The more the better, to increase the range, and also facilitate our advancement into the valley. Jiang Li fluently gave a set of tactics. Soon the archer team began to divide into 10 teams, each with 500 people, surrounding the position of the valley in trance. 5,000 thunder bronze sword and shield troops surrounded the archer team. One was to resist the enemy's attack for the archer team, and the other was to prevent the enemy from suddenly rushing out. As for the 7,000 shield and axe troops, they were responsible for cutting building materials and building arrow towers. The 3,000 dogmen team formed to square formations and flexibly mobilized to prevent any eventuality. The reason why Jiang Li did not choose to attack directly was that in addition to being cautious, he was also a little afraid of the opponent's strangeness and prevented him from being pitted. In addition, there were still 10,000 spear troops who had not arrived. He wanted to wait until the army arrived before preparing to launch an attack on the valley. To be safe, he planned to spread arrow towers all over the outside of the valley, force the enemy back little by little, and then gradually nibble away. The movement outside the valley was naturally spread throughout the Jupan clan. Some wanted to go out of the valley to fight, while others were in panic. At this time, when the old witch learned that the outside of the valley was surrounded by tens of thousands of troops, his face was also extremely solemn. "Let them both out, this war needs them." The old voice suddenly sounded. "Whoa, if you don't want to fight with the foreigners, we can try to negotiate with them," the chief of the Jupan clan said. "Look at the momentum outside the valley, they won't give up. This is a fierce battle. Let all the men who can move over the age of 15 be given weapons to defend against the enemy." The old witch's originally hunched body suddenly became straight, and his momentum instantly changed from a dead sea to a surging river. Soon, the Jupan clan in the valley gathered nearly 30,000 warriors, of which only 5,000 were the strongest totem warriors. 10,000 people were the second echelon with strong bodies, and the remaining 15,000 were the tribesmen who were temporarily summoned. In an empty square in the city, tens of thousands of people stood densely. The old witch put on a purple iron armor, holding two purple iron swords, standing in front of everyone, and his upright body could not help but be stared at by countless eyes. The Jupan clan has been silent for too long. A loud shout immediately made tens of thousands of warriors' blood boil. The old witch slowly put down the raised longsword and then shouted, "Maybe many young tribesmen in the tribe say a lot. It is wrong to stick to the old ways. We can't hide in this dark valley forever. Since ancient times, only the strong can survive, and the weak can only be manipulated. Now, the enemy's army has reached our doorstep, and the reputation of our Jupan clan has long been lost in the long river of time. But today, we want to let those people outside the valley remember the reputation of our Jupan clan again. Jupan, forever. Jupan, forever. Jupan, forever." With the old witch's last majestic and eternal word, the blood in the warriors' bodies suddenly rose up. They excitedly shouted the slogan of Jupan's eternal existence. They raised their weapons one after another, and the heroes were indignant. The oppression of living in the dark for hundreds of years has completely erupted today. They want to fight out. We must restore Jupan's former glory. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 Extraordinary System. Life Levels. Detailed explanation. Kill them. Throw away the enemies outside. They will all die. Roars rang out from the valley. The originally silent valley suddenly erupted with violent roars, and a large number of warriors from the giant Pan clan rushed out of the valley with shields raised above their heads. The archers outside the valley instantly locked onto them, and countless arrows poured down swiftly. But the warriors of the giant Pan clan seemed to be desperate, holding their shields and rushing madly towards the archer team. After sacrificing the lives of thousands of warriors, coupled with the fierce and violent offensive of the enemy, before the sword and shield army could react and form an effective array to resist, the enemy army came close. Jiang Li hurriedly ordered the archer team to retreat, and the Thunder Copper sword and shield army team took the lead. The two armies collided instantly. Jiang Li's pupils shrank as he looked at the war scene. The enemy's attack was quite fierce. Not only that, they seemed to have divine power per capita, and even the Thunder Copper sword and shield army with Thunder Copper weapons could not gain the upper hand. Their enormous strength could instantly knock the Thunder Copper blade and shield army flying. Many soldiers were directly shocked to death with blood flowing from their 7 orifices. The warriors of the Jupan clan were not only extremely strong, but also had armor that could withstand nearly half of the lightning damage, and the hardness of the armor was stronger than that of iron armor. Totem? Jiang Li watched the enemy emit a faint earthy yellow light every time they swung. He immediately had a guess in his mind. No wonder the Lord mobilized so many troops. The opponent should be a clan left over from ancient times. If it was a tribe, it would not be so difficult to deal with. A few thousand people could wipe out the opponent. But if it was a clan with a totem, it would not be simple. Judging from the performance of the opponent's soldiers, it should be a totem that increases strength. Seeing that the opponent was not easy to deal with, Jiang Li asked the archer team to retreat, while sending 3,000 dog warriors to press over from the side to share some of the pressure of the Thunder Copper blade and shield army. The warriors of the Jupan clan were in high spirits. They held up weapons of different shapes and attacked the soldiers in front of them frantically. Looking at the crazy enemy, Jiang Li waved his hand and ordered the 7,000 shield axe soldiers to join the battlefield. The enemy was numerous, tens of thousands in number. Looking at the offensive, it was difficult to defeat the enemy with only the troops he brought, and he could only delay them. For now, the situation could only be reversed when the 10,000 Thunder Copper spears transferred from Kyoto arrived. "Come on, get the communication bug," Jiang Li shouted loudly. After taking the communication bug handed over by the communication soldier, he quickly reported the situation here and the enemy's strength, characteristics, and abilities to Kyoto. During this period, this news will pass through 3 intermediate stations and finally arrive in Kyoto. Take the communication bug and get my weapon. Jiang Li shook the armor on his body and then threw the communication bug over and said loudly, "Yes." The soldier took the communication bug and then struggled to carry a huge axe. Jiang Li smiled and raised the thunder copper axe that was customized exclusively for him by the ordnance department, and shouted loudly, "My Qin army is invincible, and it is obvious that we are losing. Brothers, reinforcement will arrive soon. Follow me to fight." As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Li raised the axe and rushed into the enemy group. Thunder copper weapons themselves contain the power of thunder and lightning, but if they are used by people who have awakened their spirit seeds, they will be more powerful and more lasting. Because the power accumulated in the spirit seeds can stimulate the restoration of the thunder and lightning power in the thunder copper weapons, it will also make them more powerful. Jiang Li was holding a big axe, aiming at several powerful enemies and shouting, "Die." The dazzling lightning flashed instantly, and the enemy in front couldn't open his eyes. Jiang Li swept and chopped violently, and the thunder copper axe weighing more than 70 kilograms carried the violent power of thunder and lightning and chopped forward. Instant. 7 or 8 enemies were immediately chopped away by a huge force. Although their armor could resist some of the power of thunder and lightning, the huge force directly shattered the lungs of 7 or 8 enemies, and they fell to the ground and kept spitting blood. Seeing the commander so brave, the morale of the crowd suddenly soared, and they were eager to kill the enemy. Waves of metal clanging resounded throughout the battlefield. Countless blood was scattered all over the ground, and the corpses were spread all the way from the valley mouth to the outside. Those who fell were all the people of the Jupan clan who had developed and multiplied for hundreds of years. The old witch looked at the countless figures of the fallen clansmen. His face flushed, and he slowly drew out his long sword, and a terrifying airwave instantly appeared around him. The leaves on the ground around him suddenly scattered around, and a dazzling earth yellow light suddenly appeared. For the clan, a deafening loud shout suddenly rang out. A violent shout of killing suddenly broke out around him. The old witch jumped up and rushed straight to Jiang Li to kill him, and the purple longsword in his hand slashed fiercely. Bang! The huge force instantly made Jiang Li fly backwards and fall heavily to the ground, and the huge axe in his hand also broke. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Jiang Li's mouth. The huge force made him feel that his lungs were shaken and caused huge internal injuries. Protect the general. As Jiang Li's personal soldiers, the shield and axe army quickly separated 500 people to protect Jiang Li and retreat. At this time, the archer team had also entered the safe attack range. They quickly drew their bows and arrows and began to shoot at the enemy's rear team. Due to the serious injury of the commander, the morale of the army gradually began to decline, and the enemy's offensive became more fierce. However, the damage of the Jupan clan was definitely not rare. Because they fought fiercely and desperately, the losses were also increasing violently. The Jupan clan warriors, who originally had nearly 30,000, had lost more than 5,000 people. The Thunder Copper Blade and Shield army had lost more than half, and the Dog Warrior team had lost more than 70%. The Shield and Axe army was the last to join the battle, so the losses were the least. Ahem. How long will it take for the reinforcement to arrive? Jiang Li asked weakly. The soldier next to him was about to take out the communication bug, but he heard a burst of footsteps coming from the crowd. General, it's reinforcement. The soldiers around him shouted excitedly. Quick, let them launch a long-range attack on the enemy's flank. The lightning power in the Thunder Copper weapons is so powerful that it can definitely break their formation. Jiang Li fell to the ground and took a can of Baiyu soup, then hurriedly spoke. Yes, I'll tell them immediately. As the voice fell, the two teams met. When they learned that it was the order issued by Jiang Li, the commander of this battle, the 10,000 Thunder Copper Spear army chose to obey and execute it immediately. Soon, 10,000 Thunder Copper Spear army arrived at the fierce battlefield ahead. When the warriors of the giant Pan clan saw that the enemy's reinforcement were Malay soldiers holding spears, they immediately divided 5,000 people and rushed in that direction. Ready. As the command of the spear army raised a flag, 10,000 people were instantly divided into 5 teams. The first team took the lead in raising their spears and began to gather the power of thunder and lightning. The violent breath formed a terrifying aura. This made the enemy army rushing over a little panicked halfway, but the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time made them very eager to release. Killing is the best solution. Attack. With a shout, the army commander put down the flag. At the same time, the terrifying power of thunder and lightning seemed to be able to devour everything. With a huge roar, a huge and dazzling lightning instantly blasted forward. Rumble, with several thunders breaking through the sky, thousands of people were instantly annihilated by thunder and lightning. This scene immediately made the warriors of the giant Pan clan who rushed over stunned, and the look of fear gradually floated up from the bottom of their hearts. However, the spear army did not stop attacking. As the first team ended the attack, they immediately squatted down. The second team quickly raised their spears to gather the power of thunder and lightning, and the commander who commanded the battle threw the flag. Rumble, fierce thunder suddenly sounded continuously. The violent lightning quickly blasted towards the enemy army. The lightning was dazzling, and in the blink of an eye, it engulfed thousands of enemy troops. Heavenly punishment. It is heavenly punishment. Do the gods in the sky forbid us to leave Xingyuan Valley? Run back to the valley. Panic shouts suddenly resounded throughout the place, and when the old witch saw the sea of thunder, a look of fear could not help but appear on his face. It was not the fear of facing death, but the fear of the extinction of the tribe. Death is never scary. What is scary is their inheritance that has lasted for hundreds of years, and the obsession of the tribe from the first generation to the last generation, these dozens of generations. Retreat to the valley. The old witch's originally upright body suddenly bent down at this moment. As soon as the voice fell, most of the warriors of the Jupan clan retreated to the valley in loneliness. Only a part of them who did not believe in fate continued to fight until they died. They died on the way to break the shackles. The war suddenly stopped, and the people of the Jupan clan retreated to the valley and refused to come out. Jiang Li's injuries have recovered a little, and he can stand up now, but he still needs someone to support him. In Xingyuan Valley, an old and weak voice broke the silence in the brick house. How many people have died? A full 7,600 people. Woo. What about you and the others? Dead. Alas. The old witch sighed and then lowered his eyebrows and said, I hope the people will not blame me for my decision, and I hope this decision is a good one. There is no way to retreat. What decision? Woo. The old patriarch asked in a stunned voice. Ask for peace. Ask for peace. The old patriarch's eyes suddenly showed a look of astonishment. At the east gate of the royal capital, teams of well-equipped soldiers walked out of the city. In addition to the 10,000 Thunder Copper Spear army, there are also 1,000 giant tiger cavalry, 3,000 giant beast legion, and 6,000 guards. The dense army gathered at the city gate. As a figure riding a sweat-blood horse appeared at the city gate, the movement outside the city suddenly condensed and became extremely quiet. Let's go. The cold voice spread all over the place, and the army began to move slowly towards the east. After receiving the message from Dangshan, Qin Yu immediately mobilized a group of troops again and led the army to support. The message revealed the extraordinariness of the valley, the power of the enemy with totems, and a special metal mineral. The first may be a natural wonder, the second must be the lore of totems, and the third may be a mineral similar to the Thunder Copper Mine. After all, the Thunder Copper Mine was found in Dangshan at the beginning. At present, the main combat power of the Qin army still relies on weapons forged from the Thunder Copper Mine. The power of this special mineral is indeed great, so Qin Yu is also very much looking forward to the possible mineral veins in the valley. This time Qin Yu selected 20,000 troops, led by Jiwu and Yaozan. Jiwu is the general leader of the Imperial Guards, and Yaozan is also one of the most talented and the strongest of the totem warriors. Yaozan is also the first person to master the Vajraroth, of course not counting Qin Yu, who was the first to master it. After mastering the Vajraroth, Yaozan also awakened new talents, and more than one. Name, Yaozan. Gender, male, age 26, strength / physique / agility, extraordinary level 3, intelligence, command, combat talent, two-handed weapon, talent 1, Xiangang righteousness, class A lower, effect. Born with the talent of Ganki, and can gradually increase the Ganki in the body as the Qi and blood grow. Talent 2, Vajraroth, class B upper, effect. In the process of comprehending the Vajraroth, he accidentally comprehended the Vajraroth. Between moves, when attacking the enemy, you can attach the Vajraroth, which can cause triple damage to evil spirits and dark creatures. Talent 3, Giant Tiger Body, B-Class Superior, Effect. The physique formed by absorbing the beast ki of the giant saber-toothed tiger of the alien beast has a probability of 1 in 100, and it takes hundreds of giant saber-toothed tigers to have a probability of achievement. The giant tiger body can increase its own physique by 2 times and increase the healing speed by 2 times. During the battle, every 10 minutes, the force will increase by 1%, and the interval will be recalculated if it exceeds 1 minute. Satiation. 80 Loyalty. 98 Each of these 3 talents is a talent that increases personal combat power, and they are all extremely strong. If it is a close combat duel, Qin Yu feels that no one in the entire Qin state and the entire civilization can beat Yaozian unless Qin Yu uses the power of the King's Cauldron. Yaozian also broke through to the realm of the 3rd level of Extraordinary because of his talent 1. The 1st level of Extraordinary has already been separated from the category of mortals who are tortured by illness. According to the explanation of the system, the 1st level of Extraordinary can live at least 100 to 200 years, and it is difficult to contract ordinary diseases. The 2nd level of Extraordinary directly jumped from 200 years to 400 years. The 3rd level of the Extraordinary is 400 to 800 years. As for the 4th level of the Extraordinary, there is no one in Qin Yu's civilization who has reached the 4th level of the Extraordinary, so he cannot check it. The Extraordinary level is just a person's life level, and it does not represent his strength. Of course, some people have not reached the life level, but they can rely on their strength to force to reach that level, but their lifespan may not be that long. Different systems have different realms, and the Extraordinary level is also a positioning of the life level. A 3rd level Extraordinary warrior may beat a 3rd level Extraordinary cultivator. One is the strength of personal force, and the other is the strength of life level. Chapter 312, the 4th level of Transcendence. The decisive battle will determine the outcome. The upper limit of each system is also different. It is more difficult to improve the life level of the martial arts system. However, the upper limit of the cultivation system is higher, and there is a greater probability of being promoted to a higher life level. Suppose there are 2 geniuses with the same talent. One is a martial artist and the other is a fairy. Then the person who is a martial artist may have reached the upper limit of the system, but his talent has not reached the upper limit, and he will not be able to continue to promote to a higher life level due to system problems. On the contrary, the genius who is a fairy will develop his talent to the end and promote to a higher life level because of the high upper limit of the system. The starting point of some biological races is higher than the end point of some lower creatures. For example, ordinary human races are just mortals at the beginning. Without cultivation, they will be mortals even for their entire lives. But if it is the dragon race, they are born extraordinary. Even if they don't practice, they can advance to a higher level, even if they just eat, drink, sleep and grow normally. This is the difference between races. As soon as they are born, their life level will not be low. But the human race also has the advantages of the human race. Their bodies fit many systems, and are easier to practice than many races. Everything has its advantages and disadvantages, but the world is not fair, and it is impossible for every creature to have the same starting point. Dangshan. At this time, the 20,000 troops led by Qin Yu have entered the range of Dangshan. Qin Yu took a look at the situation of the elves, and then left with the army, along the route of the communication post, slowly approaching Xingyuan Valley. Every time he arrived at this post, Qin Yu would send people to check to see if there was any battle situation from Xingyuan Valley. After passing 3 post stations, Qin Yu also understood the latest battle situation in Xingyuan Valley. The enemy huddled in the valley and refused to come out, while the army outside only surrounded, but did not attack, and the 2 sides remained in a stalemate. Jiang Li was seriously injured and was recuperating. The morale of the army was average, but not low. The enemy's losses exceeded 8,000, and his own losses were about 4,000, not counting the wounded. How far is it from the target location? At this time, the team had entered the mountain, and Qin Yu began to abandon the horse and walk. After walking out of the post station, he looked at Jiwu on the side and asked, reporting to the Lord, according to the intelligence, it should take another hour to travel. Qin Yu nodded slightly and said, notify the entire army to speed up the march. Yes. As the order was conveyed, the army began to speed up the march and rushed all the way to the valley. The mountain road was difficult to walk on, with steep and flat terrain, but fortunately, the road leading to Xingyuan Valley was not particularly steep and uneven. The army marched quickly all the way, and it took about an hour and a half to see the camp in front. The Lord has arrived. Jiwu came over with a team of guards and said. Qin Yu nodded slightly, looked at Jiang Li who was following him in front, and smiled and said, "How is the injury?" Jiang Li was stunned for a moment, and then moved and said, "Thank you for your concern, the Lord. It's fine now. Let's talk while walking." Qin Yu slowly walked towards the tent in front, and the others followed him all the way. As for the army in the back, they began to set up camp on the spot. The warriors of the Jupan clan in the valley, upon seeing the sudden movement outside the valley, quickly peeked out to check. Seeing that the other side suddenly had more soldiers, they were frightened and ran in to report. Which? A warrior rushed into a building in a hurry. "What's the panic?" The old patriarch frowned and asked. "Report to the witch, report to the patriarch. There are suddenly many more enemies outside the valley." The warrior reported with a heavy breath. "Go and have a look." The old voice sounded from the old witch. Then several people rushed to the location of the valley in trance. Through the gap, they saw the sudden increase in the army outside. The old witch and the patriarch of the Jupan clan were both a little silent. "I have to admit that the enemies we provoked are very powerful," the old patriarch sighed. After observing for a while, several people returned the same way. Inside the house, the old witch pondered for a long time and suddenly said, "Send someone to negotiate. If this war continues, more of our people will die. Of course, we can't give up so easily. You send someone to talk to the other side. Adding the army you brought, my lord, we will have nearly 40,000 troops available, which is enough to take down this valley," a lieutenant said with a smile inside the tent. Jiang Li on the side shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, don't be careless. The other side is not simple. Even if we can attack, the losses will not be small. Who knows what other tricks the other side has?" Ji Wu nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, Your Majesty, General Jiang is right. I naturally know all this. As the saying goes, the best strategy is to attack the enemy's plan. A strong attack is always the worst strategy." Qin Yu rubbed his chin with the palm of his right hand and thought for a moment, then said, "Send someone to sound out the situation and see if we can persuade them to surrender. I have been here for several hours, and the other side has no desire to attack. I will send someone to sound out the situation right away." The captain was about to get up and walk out, but saw a soldier walking quickly and said loudly, "Your Majesty, generals, the enemy has sent an envoy and wants to talk." "Oh." Qin Yu immediately became interested. "Isn't this a coincidence? Bring that person over." "Yes." As soon as the words fell, the soldier turned around and went to bring the person. A moment later, a thin man without armor, without weapons, and wearing only a thin linen shirt walked in cautiously. "Hello, sirs." He bowed and saluted the people in the tent. Walking along the way, seeing so many fierce and murderous soldiers, the envoy's legs had already weakened. "Stand up." Following the cold voice, the envoy slowly saw the oppressive man. Looking at the respect in the eyes of the people around him, the envoy immediately understood that this was the leader here. "Respected sir, how should I address you?" The envoy bowed and said respectfully, "The person in front of you is the King of Qin, with millions of people under his command, and you still can't kneel." Jiang Li on the side shouted immediately. When the envoy heard it, he was immediately shocked, and his legs and feet actually knelt down uncontrollably. "Okay, what do you want to say?" Qin Yu said, staring at the envoy expressionlessly. The messenger didn't dare to meet the gaze, but lowered his head and said, "Your Majesty, my Jupan clan has been living and multiplying in Xingyuan Valley for hundreds of years, and has never left the valley. Previously, your people accidentally broke in and alarmed the guards, which caused a misunderstanding. I think your mind is as broad as mountains and seas. Please forgive my poor people. Ha 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 ha. Wherever the people of Dakin go, there is the territory of Dakin. If not, I will conquer it. What do you want to do?" This. The domineering words immediately choked back the messenger's next words. After a long silence, the messenger smiled bitterly and said, "The Jupan clan has seen the strength of your country. Our clan does not want to continue fighting with your country. If your country has the heart to conquer, why don't we have a duel? If the Jupan clan wins, your country will withdraw its troops. If the Jupan clan loses, our Jupan clan is willing to surrender. What do you think, your majesty? Qin Yu looked at the messenger deeply and then smiled and said, my great kin is also unwilling to use force to suppress others. In this case, I will give you a chance. In 1 hour, we will duel in front of the valley. The messenger was relieved after hearing this. The matter that the witch had asked was considered to be done. I believe that the king must be a man of his word. The messenger bowed and then slowly retreated. In Xingyuan Valley, in a brick and stone building. Agreed? Yes, witch. The other party agreed. What else did he say? The old witch's turbid eyes lit up. They are called Dakin, with more than 1 million people under their command. The king is not very old, but his momentum is not weaker than yours. The old witch nodded slightly after hearing this. Get ready, I will personally come to this duel that determines the fate of the Jupan clan. Yes. Several people slowly stood up and walked out. An hour later, the Xingyuan Valley was surrounded by troops. Qin Yu sat on a wooden chair and looked at Yaozan beside him and whispered, are you confident? Yaozan immediately stood up and said confidently, if I can't win this time, I will commit suicide on the spot. Hey, I believe in you. There is no need to take this oath. Go. Qin Yu waved his hand and said, if you win, I will hand over the giant beast army to your command from now on. Thank you, my lord. Yaozan's face was happy, and he turned around and walked forward. In Xingyuan Valley, many people from the Jupan clan also emerged. Seeing that the other party walked out of the crowd, a mighty man in armor, and holding a big knife. An old man also came out from the crowd of Jupan clan. He held a purple longsword in his hand. He was not wearing armor, but only a thin cloth. Jupan clan, Panli. Qin state, Yaozan. Young man, you go first. Panli's old voice sounded slowly, old but vigorous. Yaozan smiled, and did not refuse. He was shocked, and a mighty giant tiger phantom slowly condensed behind him. The long sword in his hand suddenly burst out with violent thunder and lightning. Be careful. He shouted, jumped up, and the whole person flew several meters high in an instant, slashing forward. The violent thunder and lightning power turned into a series of sword cuts in the air, mixed with lightning and slashing at the old man. Panli smiled freely, and the long sword in his hand was erected in front of him. The surroundings suddenly emitted a dazzling yellow light, and the extremely oppressive momentum swept the whole scene. Qin Yu's face changed when he felt this momentum. This is definitely not the life level of the 3rd level of the extraordinary. Could it be the 4th level of the extraordinary? There is actually a 4th level of the extraordinary in this dungeon? Qin Yu's expression revealed disbelief. The Jupan clan is also shameless, sending the strongest old guy to fight. Qin Yu's mouth twitched, and his eyes quickly looked at the two people in the battle again. The old man of the Jupan clan paused with the long sword in his hand, and the endless yellow light immediately dispersed the lightning that was slashing over. When Yaozan's long sword fell, it was also the most powerful blow. Dang, a huge vibration sounded, and with a bang, Yaozan's hands were numb, and couldn't help but retreat quickly. And looking at the old man again, the other party was not affected at all, and didn't even move a step. It's my turn, the old man said lightly, and then his cold eyes immediately looked at Yaozan. The huge pressure swept Yaozan in an instant, and he immediately hurried, as if some abyss giant beast was staring at him. The old man raised his sword high, put 2 fingers of his right hand together and slowly approached the hilt. Endless yellow light suddenly poured into the sword, and the momentum was amazing. Kizan. The old man muttered in his heart, and then the long sword suddenly slashed towards Yaozan. A yellow sword energy that seemed like a natural moat, 5 or 6 meters high, instantly slashed towards Yaozan. A breath of death enveloped Yaozan's body, and his face changed. He hurriedly circulated his spirit seeds in his heart, and then madly poured out spiritual energy, stimulating the phantom of the angry eyes of the Vajra. The moment the phantom of the angry eyes of the Vajra appeared, the breath of Panli suddenly leaked, and then instantly condensed. But just this leak allowed Yaozan to find a 1000th floor, and then his body slightly turned sideways, and the phantom of the angry eyes of the Vajra instantly pounced on the sword energy, and Yaozan also narrowly avoided it. The sword energy blasted through the phantom and blasted towards the army behind. Qin Yu's face was furious, and endless golden light suddenly gushed out. A diamond shadow as high as more than 10 meters suddenly appeared. The shadow slowly raised his right hand and grabbed the sword energy and then slowly dissipated. The old man's eyes shrank suddenly, revealing a look of astonishment. "If you cross the line again, you will die." The cold voice spread throughout the battlefield, as if a mountain was pressing down on the enemy. The breath just now instantly made Panli feel his insignificance, and the thoughts in his mind also disappeared at the same time. "Continue." The old man raised his long sword and flew over. The surrounding yellow light continued to flow into the long sword, and yellow sword energy continued to slash at Yaozan. "Old man, I'm going to be serious." Yaozan snorted coldly, and then the momentum around him became stronger step by step. The long sword in his hand instantly revealed 3 kinds of breaths: the violent thunder and lightning breath, the angry breath full of Buddha nature, and the extremely strong and yang xiangang breath. "Be careful." The terrifying aura made the long sword in Yaozan's hand produce bursts of roars, as if it could not bear it. Looking at the direction where the sword energy was coming from, Yaozan instantly jumped up and slashed it with the long sword in his hand. Bang! The sword energy was split, and Yaozan was also blown away. The old man landed steadily on the ground and said slowly, "If you can block this last blow of mine, you win." Yaozan narrowed his eyes and looked over coldly. The spirit seed in his body was gushing out of the spirit energy crazily. The aura around him was also constantly increasing, and a stream of momentum was spreading from the surroundings. The old man held the hilt of the sword upside down, with the tip of the sword touching the ground. The earth began to shake slowly, and the surrounding ground energy began to gradually flow into the sword, and the momentum around the old man was even more amazing. Those who were close were instantly pressed down, and then slowly and difficultly got up. Qin Yu behind him also revealed a trace of solemnity in his eyes. This attack made him feel a little threatened. "P.S. I've been a little busy these days and the plot is a little watery, but I have to update it. I'm sorry, brothers. When I get back in a few days, I'll update more to compensate you all." Chapter 313. Powerful Extraordinary Talent. The History of the Jupan Clan. Angry Eyes of the King Kong. Righteous Energy of the Heavenly Gang. Giant Tiger Body. Shadows appeared from behind Yaozan, and the long sword in his hand shook. Suddenly, it ran like thunder, pulling up a dragon like smoke and dust. Yaozan looked forward with a solemn expression, adjusting his state to the peak, ready to meet the old man's final blow at any time. And the long sword in Panchi's hand was wrapped in endless power and swung forward. In the quiet forest, a blazing yellow light suddenly rose. It was like the sun rising in the east, with infinite power. The surrounding wind was blowing, and the powerful pressure made the nearby soldiers retreat. "This sword is enough to penetrate my life." Boom. The sword energy like a yellow dragon instantly hit Yaozan, and a violent wave of air swept all around. The smoke and dust covered Yaozan's figure tightly. Bang 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 bang. A series of explosions sounded from the smoke and dust, and the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, and everyone immediately cast their eyes over. The 3 phantoms behind Yaozan suddenly disintegrated. The armor on his body broke into countless pieces, and the long sword in his hand had already broken and fell to the ground. There was a horrible wound on his abdomen that was nearly half a meter long, which was extremely shocking. Blood continued to flow out of the wound. Yaozan's eyes were a little dull, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. "You caught it." The old man had no expression on his face, and the surrounding aura suddenly withdrew, and the long sword was also retracted. Yaozan smiled coldly, and the pain in his body made him a little confused. "Spring rain revives." A burst of indifferent and cold voice floated gently, and the sky was immediately followed by clouds full of rich vitality. Raindrops fell to the ground, and a greenness rose from his feet. Rich vitality began to flow into Yaozan's body, and the horrible wound began to heal rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only the injuries that had just occurred, but also the hidden injuries in the body, the consumed physical strength, and the lost vitality were all recovering rapidly. Feeling the strong vitality in front of him, Panla's eyes flashed with shock. That was the power of the law. And it was the power of the law that was released instantly without any casting characteristics. That feeling was like the gods who mastered the law in ancient times. Great king, the Jupan clan is willing to submit to the Qin state. May your benevolence and righteousness be as broad as your heart. Panla's hunched body slowly bent down. Many members of the Jupan clan in the back also slowly bowed in the direction of Qin Yu. I accept your submission. From now on, the Jupan clan will also be considered as the people of my Qin state, and can also be protected by me. Qin Yu slowly stood up, and his cold and majestic voice spread all around. Long live the king! Long live the king! Long live the king! Tens of thousands of soldiers suddenly burst into violent shouts, and the Jupan clan slowly followed and shouted. After a long time, Ji Wu led a team of guards and slowly walked in front of Pan Li. The king wants to see you. Ji Wu looked at Pan Wu with some curiosity and said, well, let's go. Pan Li nodded slightly and followed. After a while, Pan Li was brought to Qin Yu. I'm Pan Li, and I pay my respects to the king. Pan Li bowed. Qin Yu waved his hand and said, you are welcome, get up. After the voice fell, Qin Yu silently opened Pan Li's attribute panel. Name, Pan Li. Gender, male. Age, 319. Force/physique/agility. Extraordinary level 4. Intelligence. Command. Combat talent. One-handed weapon. Talent 1. Immaculate sword body. Extraordinary talent. Effect. A special physique that is rare in 1,000 years. Born to be suitable for swordsmanship. This sword body is extremely difficult to form. The heavier the desire, the more difficult it is to form. On the contrary, the less desire and the more restrained the desire, the easier it is to form. Therefore, if it is immaculate, you can go further in the swordsmanship. When using the sword, the damage is increased by 100%. Talent 2. Immortal body. Class A superior. Effect. People with great merits in the previous life have a chance to awaken the immortal body when they are reincarnated. Every time they break through the life level, the increased lifespan doubles. Talent 3. Earth blessing. Extraordinary talent. Effect. As the dulling of the earth, you can absorb the energy of the earth veins within a radius of dozens of meters for your own use. The earth vein energy can not only replenish the energy consumed by yourself, but also increase the weight between moves. A radius of 1 meter is 100 katis, a radius of 10 meters is 1000 katis, and a radius of 100 meters is 10,000 katis. The talent can gradually grow with the improvement of the life level. Satiation. 60. Loyalty. 65. Looking at the talent of the old man in front of him, Qin Yu was a little surprised. This is the first time he has seen the term extraordinary talent. It should be a talent level above class A superior. 3 talents: immaculate sword body, immortal body, and earth blessing. Obviously, this old man is taking the route of personal combat power. The second immortal body's talent should be a very enviable talent. Every time a life level is broken through, the lifespan gain doubles. According to the old man's extraordinary 4th order life level, the lifespan gained must be more than 1,000 years. It is hard to say how long this old man can live. In theory, as long as there is enough life, there will be more opportunities to break through one's own life level and reach a higher realm. Judging from the old man's age of more than 300 years, his experience is definitely not low, and he may know many secrets of this world. He must be reused. Qin Yu silently closed the attribute panel and then looked at Pan Li and said, I'm very interested in this valley. How about leading the way in? I'm very happy to do so. Looking at the old man's kind face, if someone has not seen the battle just now, he will definitely think that this is a kind and amiable old man. Qin Yu smiled, raised his hand, and motioned the old man to lead the way. Everyone began to slowly walk into Xingyuan Valley. Suddenly, a large number of troops walked in. The residents in the valley were obviously a little confused by this scene. However, Qin Yu did not focus on the residents in the valley. The sky was full of stars, dark purple, just like the starry sky. There was the sun outside the valley, but there was not a single ray of sunlight inside the valley. It was like two different worlds. The light inside Xingyuan Valley was dim, but every plant on the ground could clearly see its branches and leaves. Qin Yu even saw the lavender starlight on many crops. Hint, congratulations on discovering the intermediate natural wonder Xingyuan Valley. Xingyuan Valley. Attribute 1. Due to the dislocation of time and space, Xingyuan Valley will be illuminated by the starry sky dozens of miles away. Attribute 2. The probability of a baby born in Xingyuan Valley having extraordinary talents increases by 30%. Attribute 3. Starlight shines, and the plants in Xingyuan Valley that are illuminated by the starlight will grow faster, which is equivalent to reducing the growth period by half. The starlight will be absorbed by the plants, and the edible crops will increase their physical strength after absorbing the starlight. Attribute 4. Star minerals. The minerals in the Xingyuan Valley will become star minerals after being illuminated by the stars for a long time. Star minerals have a harder density. When forged into weapons, their solidity is 3 times higher than that of iron. Star minerals have the function of being immune to some 5-element damage. Attribute 5. Starfall. In the Xingyuan Valley, there is a probability that meteorites will fall. Meteorites contain rare minerals, meteorite iron. Attribute 6. Xingyuan Valley has experienced hundreds of years of shining by the stars, and a new mysterious law has been born. Only those with strong talents can comprehend it. By looking at the stars, it is indeed a natural wonder. It is also an intermediate one. Qin Yu's heart suddenly surged with joy. This trip was really worthwhile, and the harvest was not small. Especially the attribute 6 of Xingyuan Valley, which actually contains the power of law. But Qin Yu is a little regretful that he cannot directly obtain the law. What kind of law will be produced by being illuminated by the stars? Looking forward to it. But before trying to get this law, Qin Yu had to get the law totem of the Jupan clan. Panli, take me to see the totem of the Jupan clan. Qin Yu looked at the old man in front and said. Panli nodded slightly and said, we need to enter the city, my king. As soon as the voice fell, everyone came to the giant stone city in front of them. Under the command of the old witch Panli, the city gate slowly opened, and Qin Yu led the army to drive straight into the city. My king, our clan's totem has been passed down for thousands of years, and is extremely powerful. Don't move it without permission. Panli reminded on the side. The totem of the Jupan clan, at its peak, was worshipped by hundreds of thousands of people, and passed down for thousands of years. He knew what kind of great power was contained in the totem. If you take it without permission, and the other party is not a member of the Jupan clan, it is very likely that the totem will regard it as an enemy. After all, although the Jupan clan has long lost the method of controlling the totem to fight the enemy, the totem still has the ability to attack automatically. As long as the other party is not a member of the Jupan clan and expresses disrespect to the totem will actively attack. If the other party dies here unexpectedly, perhaps the Jupan clan will have a new way out. In ancient times, many ancient countries had wars and chaos because of the lack of a leader, and eventually the country was destroyed. Somehow, Panli actually had expectations in his mind. However, when he thought of this person's previous instant summoning of the law to heal the soldier's injuries, his heart suddenly became confused again. It is certain that this person is definitely not simple. He looks like a young man in his 20s, but in fact he may be an ancient god who survived thousands of years in ancient times. Otherwise, it is really impossible to explain that he can master the power of the law at such a young age. Even if he has practiced for hundreds of years, he has only come into contact with the level of using the law. It is far from enough to master it. As the city gate opened, most of the brick and stone buildings inside were standing in an orderly manner in the city. The streets in the city were unexpectedly clean. It can be seen that the Jupan clan is not so primitive. At least they have the consciousness of giving birth to civilization. The streets were empty, with almost no one in sight. Most of them hid in their homes in fear. Ji-woo, tell the soldiers not to hurt the people here, and not to disturb them. Since they have surrendered, the people of the Jupan clan are the people of the Qin dynasty. Your majesty is wise. Ji-woo responded respectfully. As soon as the words fell, the army walked straight past without disturbing any of the people of the Jupan clan. Under the guidance of Panli, Qin Yu and others came to a huge and magnificent stone palace. This is a building built with huge stones, more than 10 meters high, with a strange and primitive beauty, and many exquisite statues with clear facial features. This is the ancestor of my Jupan clan, the witches, leaders and clan leaders of all generations. Pan Li dragged his old body, and the old voice came out of his mouth. Qin Yu nodded slightly and said, "Go in." As the words fell, Qin Yu and Pan Li walked in first. Ji Wu and Yeo Zhan followed closely behind. 20 Imperial guards were guarding outside the stone hall. The stone hall was extremely spacious, with flat stone slabs on the ground and many stone pillars standing around. The torches on top continued to burn with flames for a long time. In the front was a 7 or 8 meter high stone staircase. What Qin Yu did not expect was that on the stone staircase, there was actually a miniature statue less than half a meter high. The appearance of the sculpture was unclear, and a bright yellow light was emitting around it. This is the ancestor of the Jupan clan, and also the first generation of the Great Witch who held power on behalf of the gods. This sculpture totem contains a relatively complete law of force. The more complete the law, the stronger the power, and the easier it is for the tribesmen to practice and comprehend. Pan Li said slowly, "I've learned." Qin Yu nodded slightly. Sure enough, the old monster who has lived for hundreds of years is different, and knows a lot. He slowly raised his right hand, and large patches of golden light began to spread around him. The moment the golden light appeared, the sculpture on the stage began to vibrate. "What are you going to do?" "Don't worry." Pan Li frowned and slowly retreated. As the sculpture above vibrated more and more violently, a drop of sweat fell from Qin Yu's brow. The golden light behind him spread more violently. A breath like a mountain suddenly appeared, and the shadow of the black tripod with golden pattern slowly appeared behind Qin Yu. The sculpture on the high platform instantly lost its reaction and became motionless. As the powerful suction enveloped it, the half-meter high sculpture was instantly absorbed by the shadow and then disappeared. Pan Li, who was standing aside, couldn't help but look shocked, even though he had experienced hundreds of years of wind, frost, rain, and snow. The totem actually disappeared. The moment the shadow of the black tripod with golden patterns appeared, the originally irritable totem suddenly became silent and fearful. As a witch who had communicated with the totem for hundreds of years, he could already feel the emotions of the totem. At the moment the totem disappeared, Pan Li could clearly feel the totem's fear of the shadow. It was like a small river meeting the Yangtze River and a small lake meeting the vast ocean. In an instant, it was able to swallow it up. Could that phantom be the so-called totem of the Qin state? The phantom is so powerful. If it is the totem itself, it is probably comparable to the ancient gods. It seems that the news about millions of people that the other party had said before was actually true. After a long time, Pan Li suddenly woke up. Should he be concerned about these? It should be the totem. Where is the totem? He looked at Qin Yu anxiously. "My king, the Jupan clan cannot be without a totem." Chapter 314. Dakin Thunder Cannon Car. Breakthrough of life level. Don't panic. Qin Yu smiled and slowly raised his right hand. A shadow with black tripod and golden pattern appeared on the stone platform where the square sculpture was originally. Looking at the shadow that suddenly appeared, Pan Li concentrated his mind and cast his eyes over. As he used the spirit seed in his body to communicate with the shadow on the stone platform, he felt some of the breath of the giant Pan totem, but there were many unfamiliar breaths among them. After the replacement, it will not affect your practice, don't worry. For today's matter, let's leave it like this. Tomorrow we will discuss the construction plan of Xingyuan Valley and the resettlement of the people of the giant Pan clan. After the voice fell, Qin Yu turned and left the stone hall. At this time, Pan Li could not care about other things, but began to study the shadow that replaced the original totem. After leaving, Qin Yu ordered people to find an open space to camp and control the access rights of the city gate, just in case. After all, it has not been completely stabilized yet. After entering the tent, Qin Yu began to plan to check the ability of the totem. As his consciousness communicated with the king's cauldron, the surrounding scene changed in a trance. The sea of different colors, lakes, swamps, rivers, etc. These are another manifestation of the law totem, and the most vast and spectacular one is the boundless golden sea. That is the power of all things in the king's cauldron itself, and the second is an extremely wide and long river, which is the totem of the Jupan clan, that has just been integrated. The law of power. Qin Yu seemed to see an ancient god in it, holding a huge axe, splitting the towering mountains with one axe. The mountain is like a pillar of heaven, which is more magnificent than Dangshan. The top of the mountain is surrounded by clouds and mist. A giant figure suddenly appears, and the earth-shaking giant axe slashes at the mountain. With a bang, the airwaves swept in all directions, and the mountains like pillars of heaven collapsed in an instant, and the whole world seemed to collapse in an instant. The picture ended, and the accumulation of thousands of years finally turned into an extremely wide yellow river. The law of force increases strength. It is very suitable for the body and spirit. In myths and legends, many powerful immortals have left behind many stories of proving the truth with force. It is enough to show that the law of force is definitely a strong existence among the great laws. It seems that Panbu, the sealing figure in the legend of the concept of prehistoric times, used force to prove the truth and opened up the world. This road is difficult, but it is definitely not weak, even extremely strong, and the upper limit is not low. Qin Yu nodded slightly with satisfaction, and his consciousness moved, and his own spirit began to tremble slightly in his body. He was doing two things at the same time, communicating with the spirit seed, while communicating with the king cauldron. A large amount of the power of the law of force began to surge out, and drill into Qin Yu's body again. After strengthening the meridians, it finally slowly merged into the spirit seed. The momentum emanating from Qin Yu's body was also gradually getting stronger. For him, the King Cauldron is not only a sacred artifact to stabilize the country, but also a divine artifact for cultivation. He can continuously mobilize power and absorb it into his body until his limit. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Just as he was about to end this practice, the surrounding aura suddenly increased. A sign of a breakthrough. Qin Yu's face lit up, and he immediately crossed his legs and increased the power transmitted by the King's Cauldron. The fist-sized spirit seed in his body seemed to be like a heaven-devouring beast, accepting everything that came. And Qin Yu was no longer transmitting the law of power, but began to transform into the power of all things. Endless golden light poured into Qin Yu's body, and the aura became stronger and stronger, and the spirit seed in his body began to undergo a qualitative change. The original fist-sized translucent spirit seed slowly turned into a shining golden color, and the size also grew to a round spirit seed with a diameter of half a meter. As the spirit seed changed, a strong and majestic vitality landed in Qin Yu's body. Breakthrough to the 3rd level. Lifespan of 1,000 years. Qin Yu looked shocked. This is a full 200 years longer than the official introduction of the extraordinary 3rd level. Maybe it's because of the spring rain law? Qin Yu secretly guessed that after all, there are several laws that he can directly control. The law of footing, the law of slave beasts, the law of puppets, the law of spring rain, the law of force, and the power of all things. Now not only has the spirit seed broken through to a higher level, but the life level has also been improved. He silently pulled out a knife and slowly cut on his arm. I can't cut it. My body has become stronger. Not only that, Qin Yu felt a constant flow of physical strength and power filling every part of his limbs. The feeling of becoming stronger is really fascinating. Qin Yu felt the changes in himself inside. The next morning, in the stone hall of the Jupan clan, Qin Yu gathered everyone and held a meeting on the development of Xingyuan Valley. My king, the people of the Jupan clan can't leave Xingyuan Valley. Before the meeting started, Panli hurriedly spoke up. Qin Yu waved his hand and said, I have no intention of letting you leave Xingyuan Valley. Okay, just listen with your ears. First of all, there is the issue of the expansion of the city in Xingyuan Valley. The current city can only accommodate less than 100,000 people. I plan to expand Xingyuan Valley to a scale of at least 200,000 people. The scenery here is extraordinary and strange. I can already see the future prosperity of Xingyuan Valley. The officers of the executive office should take note of it and hand it over to the Ministry of Works after the meeting, and let them be responsible for the task of expanding Xingyuan Valley. We understand. Several officers bowed and responded respectfully. Qin Yu nodded slightly and then continued, this city will be named after the valley. Let's call it Xingyuan City, and it will be under the management of Dangshan County. A branch of the Agriculture Bureau should be established in the valley, focusing on the development of grain industry, crops, etc., as the 3rd largest grain producing area of Qin in the future. The second most important point is mineral resources. The establishment of new mines should be put on the agenda, and 20,000 civilians should be transferred to serve as miners. A complete and convenient transportation line from Xingyuan Valley to Kyoto should be established, and speed must be guaranteed. It is estimated that 50,000 to 80,000 people will be immigrated to the valley. This matter will be handled by the Ministry of Households. Please feel free to add anything you have. Qin Yu finished speaking and looked around. After a deep discussion, Ji Wu was the first to speak. Your Majesty, regarding the defense of Xingyuan Valley, how should the garrison be deployed? How should the warriors of the Jupan clan be resettled? Qin Yu glanced at Ji Wu with a slightly surprised look, and then slowly said, Xingyuan Valley has an important geographical location. It will also be a key development area for the Qin state in the future. The most elite 10,000 warriors of the Jupan clan will continue to serve in the military, and the remaining warriors will be disbanded, and each will be given a retirement allowance of 50 small dragon coins. In addition to the 10,000 defenders, 5,000 Thunder Copper Sword and Shield troops, 5,000 Thunder Copper Spear troops, and 5,000 archers will be added. In this way, the total number of defenders is 25,000. There are also Xian Valley City and Panhu City nearby. The three cities form a solid triangle line, which is difficult for the enemy to break through. The Ordnance Department will send people to place the city defense equipment, etc., and a team of wizards and puppet chariots will be dispatched. Panli will be the county magistrate of Xingyuan City. Jiangli will temporarily stay in Xingyuan City as the commander of the city defense, commanding more than 20,000 defenders of Xingyuan City. I will leave you 50 shadow guards for you to dispatch. You must not do anything that violates military and civil laws. I understand, and I will not let you down. Qin Yu nodded slightly. Then let's stop this meeting for now. There will be professional departments to handle the follow-up matters. If Panli County Magistrate has anything to say, you can pass it on to Jiangli. He will naturally have a way to contact me. Yes. Panli bowed slightly in response. After the meeting, it was already noon. Qin Yu left nearly 15,000 troops for Xingyuan City and evacuated Xingyuan City with the rest of the troops. In addition, he left 50 shadow guards for Jiangli to prevent sudden changes. Shadow guards have very strong reconnaissance capabilities. If there is danger, they can quickly become alert. If the other party really dares to rebel, the shadow guards will escort important personnel out. After the withdrawal, Qin Yu mobilized the army to completely destroy the Jupan clan and never give it a chance. However, looking at the performance of the old witch named Panli, Qin Yu felt that the other party should be sincere in surrendering. Due to the large number of people in the team, it took a whole afternoon to return to Kyoto. After returning to Kyoto, the relevant departments quickly organized a team to go to Xingyuan Valley. Among them, the Ministry of Industry moved the fastest, while the Ministry of Households was slower. It would take more than a week to achieve the goal. After everything was on track, Qin Yu was relieved. In the following days, he reviewed some memorials in the palace every day, occasionally went out of the palace to stroll, and from time to time he ate fruit and drank tea in the pavilion, and flirted with the big-breasted girl Natasha. Life was so happy. Natasha did a good job in the task of selecting 10,000 elite elves from the elves. At this time, 10,000 elf warriors had entered the military camp in Kyoto and started secondary training. The main development direction is rangers, light infantry, and light archers. Qin Yu also spent as much civilization points as possible to push them into various buildings to improve their attributes and comprehend new talents. The combat potential of the elves is definitely beyond doubt, enough to be the elite troops of the Qin state in the future. The equipment is also mainly special blueprint equipment produced by the Element Forge, which can increase combat power several times. After the mine in Xingyuan Valley is built, the produced star ore will be sent back to Kyoto. At that time, Qin Yu will use the star ore to brush out some more blueprints. At present, he still has about 1 million civilization points left, which is sufficient. Recently, he has spent most of his time on brushing blueprints and breeding exotic beasts. In the courtyard of Yangtze Palace, an intermediate wizard from the Witch Hall walked in and said cautiously, "Greetings, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live long. The Witch Hall has produced new puppet cars, and the Hall Master asked me to come and report to you." Qin Yu put down the teacup he had just picked up, and his eyes were full of interest. He slowly stood up and said, "Let's go, take me to see it." "Yes, my lord." As soon as the words fell, the wizard led the way, and 20 imperial guards escorted Qin Yu all the way to the puppet forging courtyard in the backyard of the witch hall. "Greetings, your majesty." As soon as Qin Yu appeared, everyone knelt down to him. "Keep busy with your work, stand up." A moment later, Jiang Rong hurried over. "Your majesty, come here and see." After passing through 2 courtyards, Qin Yu followed Jiang Rong to the innermost puppet manufacturing workshop. "Your majesty, the wizard palace has developed 2 new types of chariots. The first one is a troop transport vehicle you mentioned last time. It focuses on speed, capacity, and high defense. The entire vehicle is made of iron, equipped with 6 wheels and a large compartment that can accommodate 50 people. It is simple to operate and only requires a junior wizard to control it. At the speed of this troop transport vehicle, it can run 25 miles per hour. The main reason is that the transportation road is not flat, so the maximum speed cannot be reached." Listening to Jiang Rong's introduction, Qin Yu couldn't help but nodded slightly and said, "This speed is already very fast. The army can be transported from Kyoto to Zimu County within half a day." Qin Yu was very satisfied with the performance of this puppet chariot. After all, it depends on what era it is. For this era, it is already very good. "Your majesty, look again. There is a second type of puppet chariot. After the previous improvements, this chariot can allow wizards to sit inside and control it. The outside is super thick iron armor, and there are 3 thunder copper tubes from the top to the bottom, which contain a large amount of thunder essence. The wizard inside can control the thunder copper tubes to condense the power of thunder and lightning cannons to carry out devastating attacks on the enemy. Because I referred to the principle of your turret, I analyzed some patterns and engraved them on the thunder copper tubes, giving it the ability to gather thunder and lightning cannons." Qin Yu was more and more shocked as he listened to it. "Isn't this a tank? How epoch-making product weapon is this? How do you let others see it? How can you live?" Even with Qin Yu's advanced ideas and broad vision, Jiang Rong can build it with this. Qin Yu was speechless, with only a big word of admiration in his eyes. "That's right, Jiang Rong. You have made epoch-making progress for the military strength of Qin. You have made great contributions. This is what I should do. I remember that my sister and I were desperate and on the verge of starvation. It was the king who saved my brother and sister. I swore at that time that I must repay the king's kindness." Jiang Rong's young face revealed determination. He was less than 20 years old, much younger than Qin Yu, but he had already achieved the position of the top officials with his talent and high IQ and EQ. "I have nothing to reward you, so I will give you a 7-day holiday. Go back and spend time with your sister. The expenses of these days will be recorded in the treasury as official business." Qin Yu looked at Jiang Rong with a peaceful expression and said with a smile. Jiang Rong also retracted his serious expression and couldn't help but smile. "Thank you, your majesty, and thank you on behalf of my sister. But before that, your majesty, please give these 2 puppet chariots a name." "Well, that's right, let me think about it." Qin Yu rubbed the position of the tiger's mouth with his right hand. After a moment of silence, he said, "Let's call it the Great Qin Troop Transport Vehicle and the Great Qin Thunder Cannon Vehicle." Qin Yu, who has always been bad at naming, was silent for a moment and couldn't come up with any good words. Chapter 315, Spiritual Key Leaks Undead Technology Tree. The dark underground palace was filled with grey-white gas, like clouds and mist. In the hall, the people who were originally sitting on the futons practicing, stood up in panic. The spiritual energy spring has broken through the seal of the spirit gathering array. Quick! Strengthen the seal according to the techniques taught to us by the Hall Master. Send someone to inform the Hall Master of the situation here. Hundreds of wizards ran around the underground palace in panic. Most of the wizards gathered around the spirit gathering array and began to reinforce it, infusing their own power along the running route of the array so that the array can become more solid, is also the repair method taught to them by Jiang Rong. The reason for such panic is that, if the spiritual energy is leaked to the outside world, it will cause very terrible unknown consequences. Qin Yu once sternly warned that before there is absolute strength, the spiritual energy must not be leaked. As more and more wizards came, the turbulent spiritual energy spring slowly became stable under the suppression of the spirit gathering formation. Bang! Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the originally stable formation suddenly vibrated more violently. Grey-white spiritual energy continued to gush outward, spreading upward from the underground passage. The violent spiritual energy surged all the way, spreading outward from the cave on the top of the mountain, and finally slowly drifted into the forest. The spiritual energy leakage lasted for nearly 6 hours. Finally, Jiang Rang arrived urgently and stabilized the formation. The range of the formation was expanded a little. It was because it was too small and the pressure of the spiritual energy was too great, causing the formation to be on the verge of collapse. In addition, the spiritual energy spring was erupting more violently. Stabilize the formation more in the past few days. I will report this to the king when I go back. Yes. Don't worry, Palace Master. Jiang Rang nodded slightly and turned to leave. I couldn't help but complain in my heart that I couldn't rest even on vacation. In the royal palace of Kyoto, Qin Yu fell on a specially made recliner, basking in the sun comfortably. In front of him was a system screen, and at this moment he was checking private friend messages. During the previous invasion, he had sent a message to Wenzhou for help, but the other party did not reply at that time, so he went to find Li Lina later. But today Wenzhou suddenly replied to him. Wenzhou/Silver, I just finished a dungeon. I can't check messages in the dungeon. Sorry brother. Wenzhou/Silver, how many points are missing in silver? Your heat has passed, so the effect of building an alliance to attract people is not so good. Wenzhou/Silver, the dungeon has a technology tree for undead. Do you need it? Don't let me put it up for auction in the mall. This thing is useless to me, but others should need it very much. Qin Yu browsed the message and thought for a moment before starting to type. Qin Yu/bronze, 1/3 of the way to go. It should be soon. I can't use the undead technology tree either. What dungeon? Tell me. I happen to have a dungeon pass, but I haven't used it yet. The main reason is that I'm not sure if I can pass it. After replying, not long after, Qin Yu received a reply from Wenzhou. Wenzhou/Silver, this kind of dungeon has a plot introduction. The world background and extraordinary system of each dungeon are also different. The higher the level of the world, the greater the reward. Death in the dungeon is considered a failure, but it will not really die. Wenzhou/Silver, in general, the protagonist who enters the dungeon plot completes a goal. After completing the goal, it is considered a clearance and a random reward. It is easiest to obtain the technology tree in the dungeon, so the price of the dungeon pass in the mall is not low, and it is very popular. Wenzhou/Silver, most dungeons have a time ratio. The time flow rate of the dungeon is slower. Some dungeons can teleport the army in the civilization, but it requires civilization points. That's about it. Hurry up and enter the silver level. The first one in our district is going to do something. Qin Yu/bronze, yes, I see. Thank you very much. After closing the light curtain, Qin Yu fell into deep thought. The first place is going to cause trouble? As the first in the war zone ranking, Jiang Yan is not only the strongest in the whole area, but also the leader of the first alliance in the whole area. His strength should not be underestimated. The first alliance is going to cause trouble. This news is shocking enough. What will it be? How many people will it affect? Why did Wenzhou reveal that he was in a hurry to establish an alliance? If Qin Yu were to guess, he would probably guess that Jiang Yan might want to start integrating the combat power of the players in the 50th war zone. Qin Yu shook his head and stopped thinking about it. There is nothing to be afraid of. The combat power is not very different. Qin Yu is not a soft persimmon. What conspiracy and tricks? I will break it with one punch. At present, if you want to advance to silver, the fastest way is to use the total war order. If you win, you can increase the rank points several times, and you can almost directly advance to the silver order. If you want to improve your strength, then use the purple quality copy pass. Qin Yu silently took out the pass card and began to check it. A purple light flashed, and Qin Yu had something in his hand. The hatred of overthrowing a country. Dungeon pass card. Recommended level of the dungeon. Silver rank. Dungeon rewards. Silver rank treasure chest military talisman. Wonder. Technology tree. character card, quality, purple. Qin Yu touched it again, and more information suddenly appeared on the light screen. Dungeon world background. The world of cultivation with broken laws. Dungeon story background. Your enemies are those high and mighty immortals. They slaughtered the royal family of Liu State, but you survived by chance. The people of Liu State became slaves of the immortals. You bear the boundless blood and deep hatred, and the heavy responsibility of saving the lives of the people of the world. With a heart of benevolence and righteousness, the demon is like an immortal, and with human skin, the immortal is like a demon. Dungeon introduction. You will become the protagonist of the dungeon who bears a blood and deep hatred. Avenge your relatives, let the people of the world escape from the sea of suffering, and let those enemies who are demons, but not immortals, disappear into ashes. Reminder for the dungeon. After you complete the dungeon, you can take away any items you have obtained in the dungeon. If you need to take away characters from the dungeon, you need to consume character cards. You can bring up to 100 people from the civilization into the dungeon. If a character in the dungeon dies, it will be considered a failure to complete the dungeon. The death of a character in the dungeon will not affect the main body. The time in the dungeon is 10:1 with the time flow rate in the civilization. 10 days in the dungeon is equivalent to 1 day in the civilization. Reminder, once the dungeon starts, you cannot exit midway. If you exit and try to complete the dungeon but fail, you will still be invaded when you enter the dungeon. Please prepare enough free of war cards. A story of revenge? Qin Yu's eyes lit up, and he was a little interested. However, you can only bring 100 people into the dungeon, which is obviously different from what Wenzhao said. It seems that the requirements for each dungeon are different. The world background of the dungeon is a world of cultivation, where the laws are broken. It is possible that the strength of the cultivators in it is not enough to destroy the world. It is easy to think clearly. How could a bronze player come into contact with things that destroy the world, even if it is a dungeon? However, it is quite annoying that the outside civilization will still be invaded when entering the dungeon. It seems that, if you want to enter the dungeon, you need to buy a few more exemption cards. Qin Yu has not bought any, because the exemption cards in the mall are ridiculously expensive. A 30-day exemption card costs 150,000, and this is a low price that is sold out immediately after it comes out. The normal price can reach 300,000. But if you are lucky, you may come across an exemption card worth 100,000. A exemption card can sometimes save the life of civilization. It is a real strategic resource. Some people hoard more than 10 or even dozens of them. It is a scarce commodity. Sometimes when you have an enemy and cannot defeat him in a short time, the exemption card may be hung for several years or even more than 10 years. Of course, this situation is rare in the bronze rank. The reason is also very simple. You can't afford it. You can't afford it at all. Qin Yu opened them all and clicked it to see that it was indeed true. The cheapest 30-day exemption card costs 250,000. A full 250,000 civilization points. Qin Yu's mouth twitched, and he didn't click to buy. Instead, he continued to look down. The 60-day exemption card costs 500,000 civilization points. The 100-day exemption card costs 800,000 civilization points, and the 300-day exemption card costs 2.2 million civilization points. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and couldn't help but complain about the price. It was ridiculously expensive. Qin Yu looked around and planned to wait for some cheap ones to come out and buy them in seconds. He waited for 4 hours. Among them, there were 5 30-day exemption cards with 150,000 civilization points, and 2 30-day exemption cards with 100,000 civilization points. I don't know if he was lucky or what. Just when he was about to give up, the 30-day exemption card with 100,000 civilization points appeared again, or 2 in a row, and he got them both. Qin Yu couldn't help laughing. His luck was really good. He bought 2 for 200,000 civilization points. He couldn't help but want to sell them out. At 300,000 each, he could make 400,000 civilization points. But when he clicked it, a line of small words appeared on it. Trading cooling period. 365 days. Qin Yu was stunned and finally closed the light curtain helplessly and chose to use the 2 exemption cards directly. It seems that the system has already thought of this aspect and directly issued a cooling period to prevent those who want to make extra money from this idea. If you can hold on, it won't be a big problem to hold on for a year before selling it. Just as Qin Yu began to consider the candidates for the 100 people to bring to the copy, an official suddenly walked in. "Your Majesty, the master of the Wu Hall, Jiang Rong wants to see you." "Let him in." Qin Yu nodded slightly and looked outside the courtyard. After a while, Jiang Rong's figure walked in. "Your servant Jiang Rong greets your Majesty." "Get up, didn't you go on vacation? What do you want to see me for?" Looking at the other party's neatly dressed official uniform, Qin Yu couldn't help but ask curiously. "Reporting to your Majesty, the spirit gathering formation under the Panshan military camp in Angshan suddenly collapsed, causing the spiritual energy to leak for nearly 3 hours, but the formation has now stabilized again." "What?" Qin Yu's face was solemn and his tone changed. After a long time, he sighed slightly. "This is also unavoidable. No one can control it. Send more people to patrol Dangshan to control the hunting area of hunters. The puppet army will also be sent out to patrol for a week. Once any changes are found, report to me immediately." "I understand." Jiang Rong bowed and responded, and retreated at Qin Yu's signal. Looking at Jiang Rong's back as he left, Qin Yu rubbed his forehead with a headache. Before the changes in the leakage of spiritual energy were clear, he would not feel at ease to enter the dungeon. "Oh, there are so many troubles." Qin Yu sighed. "Is there anything bothering the king?" A light voice sounded, and the voice was 3 points of softness. "You don't need to guess who it is. After all, Natasha is the only one in the palace who can walk in without the guards reporting. The Qin kingdom has millions of people, a vast territory, countless rare treasures, and too many troubles." Qin Yu sighed. Looking back at the TV series, it was so cool to be an emperor or a king. Millions of people would be respectful to the emperor when they saw him. He was simply the ancestor of tens of millions of people. Now Qin Yu has seen it thoroughly. After all, TV series only show what people desire and dream of. How can the hard work behind it be reflected? With the increase in the population of Qin State and the increase in things, Qin Yu was indeed a little exhausted. Just as he was distracted, a cool and warm touch came from both sides of his forehead. Natasha's snow-white arms and green jade hands slowly placed on Qin Yu's temples and gently rubbed them. Qin Yu closed his eyes comfortably and enjoyed it. There was also a natural fragrance in the air that was like a flower, but not a flower, like grass but not grass. This was the unique body fragrance of elves, as if they were really fairies who had never been stained by filth and had never had any filth on their bodies. The sky was dim, the sun set, and the moon rose. The night in Dangshan was terrifyingly quiet. Only occasionally there were a few howls of wild animals, but that was definitely scarier than silence. Because when you can hear the howls of wild animals, it means you are not far away from the wild animals, and there may be more than one wild animal around. The leaves rustled in the breeze at night. A sound like the howling of ghosts floated from the mountains. It was the strong wind that drilled into the canyon, like the natural whistle of nature. Whenever the wind blew, a ghost howl that made people's backs cold would be heard in Dangshan. It's dangerous to travel at night. Let's find a hidden place to spend a quiet night. Yes, it's impossible to find the direction in the dark. Who knows how far we are from the coal city? For a grizzly bear, we chased it until dark. Now it's good, we can't go back, and the bear hasn't caught up. In the quiet forest, 4 hunters complained and quarreled with each other. You were the fastest when we were chasing. Now you're complaining. The blood of that bear is worth 150 dragon coins if sold in Grizzly Town. A complete grizzly bear skin is worth 40. 2 pairs of bear paws are worth 30. Add the meat and internal organs, and we will split the grizzly bear equally among the 4 of us, and each of us will get at least 100 dragon coins. With such a big harvest in front of you, do you dare to say you can just turn around and leave? The leader of the hunters retorted without any hesitation. The man who retorted blushed and remained silent. However, it was pitch black in the forest. Without a torch shining on his face, it was impossible to see. Chapter 316. 8,000 ghost soldiers suppress the evil spirits. In the quiet and dark forest, a chill rose from behind several people. The quarreling sound suddenly disappeared, and everyone's mind sank, and they all subconsciously clung together. Beast. Everyone be careful, Xiao. Light the torch. The captain of the hunters was the first to react. His strong psychological quality allowed him to suppress his fear of the unknown. Several people took out their bone weapons, and the youngest one took out a fire starter to light the torch. Wow, the flames suddenly burned fiercely, slowly illuminating the surroundings, and the chill behind several people was also dispelled a little. Look at what that is. The captain of the hunters held his weapon and instantly pointed it to the west. The boy holding the torch instantly pointed the torch to the west. The firelight illuminated the front, and a figure appeared in front of several people. That is, following the gaze of the crowd, I saw that the figure in front was extremely strange. It looked like a tiger, but the strange thing was that the tiger had no head. The hair on the neck was still stained with blood. What was even more terrifying was that a strange and cold wind suddenly blew, and the flames went out instantly. But everyone could instantly feel that something was slowly approaching them. A scream suddenly broke the tranquility of the night. Run! Run! The captain of the hunters shouted in fear, and several people around him wanted to flee in all directions. But when they wanted to run away, they found that their legs were as heavy as if they were trapped in a swamp, and they couldn't pull them apart, no matter how hard they tried. Roar. The roar of the tiger suddenly sounded. Then there were continuous screams. The blood slowly flowed out, the headless tiger disappeared, and only a few incomplete corpses were left on the ground. In 3 days, the accidental death rate in Daoist increased threefold. Among them, not only those who went out, but even in several county towns, strange deaths occurred in the middle of the night. The bodies of the dead all revealed expressions of fear. They must have encountered a miserable experience before they died. Xianggu City, Patrol Hall, Branch Hall. At this time, 2 blue-clothed police chiefs of the rank of Zhenghuang rank came in and bowed, saying, "Sir, 9 people died unexpectedly in Xianggu City last night. There is no trace of the murderer. The county magistrate is already angry. If we can't find out, the matter will be reported to Kyoto and investigated by the headquarters of the patrol hall." Cheng Yun sat on the high hall and nodded slightly, saying, "I have a clue about this matter. Summon all the police chiefs and constables of the patrol hall to patrol the city tonight, and bring another stack of yellow paper." "Yes, sir." Cheng Yun waved his hand and signaled them to leave. Since the establishment of the patrol hall, Cheng Yun looked down on Li Hu because of his arrogance at the beginning, so he was strict. Later, in the battle of the Kyoto patrol hall, he was defeated by Li Hu and Wang Cheng. At present, Li Hu is the blue-clothed chief constable of the Kyoto General Patrol Hall and is a Zhengxuan rank official. He is the blue-robed supervisor of the branch hall of Xianggu City, and his official rank is Zuanpin. Although he is only half a level lower than Li Hu, one is from Kyoto and the other is from Daoist County. The difference between the two is not a little bit. As for Wang Cheng, he is not paying much attention to him at present, because his achievements are not high. As for the accidental deaths of the population in recent days, Cheng Yun thinks that this may be an opportunity. He has seen the crime scenes of the recent few times, and the crimes were committed in the middle of the night. The strange thing is that almost no one has seen the traces, and the deaths of the victims at the scene are almost all miserable and weird. He can now be sure that the perpetrators are definitely not human. This is very similar to the ghosts and monsters killing in his memory. Moreover, in order to find ghosts, he once learned a ghost hunting talisman from a Daoist disciple. If the surrounding yin energy is too strong, the ghost hunting talisman will indicate the direction, but there is also a disadvantage. That is, it is only effective within a radius of 100 meters. Therefore, he can only draw more ghost hunting talismans. After the constable brought the yellow paper, Cheng Yun picked up the brush and dipped it in rooster blood and began to draw the ghost hunting talisman. As a talented player, Cheng Yun's talent in swordsmanship is not weak, and his talent in drawing talismans is also not weak. On average, he can draw 3 or 4 talismans out of 10, which is not a low success rate. In the afternoon, nearly 5 hours, Cheng Yun drew more than 60 talismans. As the sky darkened, more than 50 constables from the patrol hall gathered in front of the door of the patrol hall. There are 4 areas in Xianggu City, more than 200 streets, divided into 5 groups. I will lead one group to patrol, and the other groups will lead one area. Let the city guard send troops from the 2 cities to cooperate with the work of the patrol hall. We understand. Soon more than 50 constables were divided into 5 groups. Each group took 10 ghost hunting talismans and then began to patrol everywhere. The entire Xianghu city has nearly 100,000 residents and 4 areas, which are very large. Only 50 people want to patrol the whole city, which is no less difficult than fishing people out of the Yellow River. That's why Cheng Yun asked people to notify the city guards to send some troops to support. In a street in the eastern district of Xianghu city, in a courtyard, knock, 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 a crisp knock on the door suddenly broke the silence of the night. In the courtyard, a couple who were sleeping in the house were instantly awakened. It's so late. Who is it? The man stood up and wanted to go out to open the door. Boss, have you forgotten those weird things that happened at night recently? Don't open it. The woman's words instantly made the man sweat coldly. Then what should we do? We can't get out if we can't open the door, and there is no way to call for help. Wait until dawn. The woman said with cold sweat and gritted teeth. Roar. A low roar came from outside the door. Then a strong wind blew violently. Bang. The door was suddenly blown open by the strong wind. Boss, the door is open. What should I do? What should I do? The 2 people were panicking in the house. Run. Run. Run separately. Run from the backyard. The man got up from the bed in panic, put on his shoes and ran out. Wait for me, boss. The shrill screams broke the silence of the night. The woman's eyes were dull, blood gushed from her neck, her limbs twitched uncontrollably, and she soon died. The talisman paper is moving. Chase over there. Send a signal. Notify the other groups to surround this area. One after another exclamations rang out in the night, and the patrolling police officers rushed over quickly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One after another of the modified Yunlang pipes were quickly ignited and fired into the air. The other groups of police officers saw the signal and rushed over quickly to surround the signal area. Cheng Yun led a team of police officers to the courtyard where the gate was broken. There's a dead person here, Lord Supervisor. Cheng Yun picked up his sword and quickly walked over to check. The woman's body was already unrecognizable at this time, and the ground around it was covered with blood. Don't worry about it for now. Chase in the direction of the talisman paper. Cheng Yun shouted coldly, then picked up the sword and held the talisman paper and chased after it. The constables behind chased after him. As a black shadow flashed by, a constable screamed suddenly and then fell to the ground in a daze, without a breath. Be careful. This ghost is not slow. Cheng Yun stared at the black hair in front of him, trying to catch the ghost. As screams rang out, cold sweat dripped from Cheng Yun's forehead. On the left, Cheng Yun shouted loudly, then suddenly jumped up and killed to the left with a sword. Lightning suddenly burst out, and terrifying sword lights carrying lightning instantly surrounded the tiger ghost. Roar. The miserable roar suddenly resounded in the night sky. After being hit, the tiger ghost slowly dissipated in the air. Dead. Dead. The supervisor is so strong. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This scary murderer was finally dealt with. Cheng Yun couldn't help but smile. Write this file and send it to Kyoto. This supervisor will be promoted. He has accumulated a lot of merits, and it is more than enough to be promoted to the Blue Robe Chief Constable this time. Moreover, given the situation in Xianghu City, 50 constables are far from enough, and the expansion of the patrol hall is inevitable. Just as Cheng Yun was enjoying the joy of his upcoming promotion, a scream suddenly came from not far away. Several signals lit up from various areas of Xianghu City. Cheng Yun's face was stunned. More than one. His face was bitter, and his heart was struck by lightning. After a long silence, Cheng Yun sighed and said, "Let's put together a report for the king. Our Xianghu City Patrol Hall does not have enough ability to solve this matter." The moon fell, and the sun rose. The sky was already bright, and many residents of Xianghu City breathed a sigh of relief. More than 20 people died that night. Half of them were constables of the patrol hall. You should know that the patrol hall of Xianghu City has only more than 50 constables in total. The loss has reached 1/5. Kyoto, the royal palace. In a courtyard, an official ran in hurriedly and said, "Your Majesty, an urgent report. There are urgent reports from Xianghu City, Panhu City, and Seoul City." Qin Yu was stunned and hurriedly said, "Hurry up and get on board." He thought to himself, I didn't expect the reaction of the spiritual energy leakage to appear so quickly. But it's good to appear. It would give him a headache if it didn't appear. If it appeared early, it would be solved early. Qin Yu quickly took the memorial and began to read it. The things written on the memorials of the 3 cities were almost the same. They all revealed the same meaning. People died. Many people died. The total number of people in the 3 cities has reached hundreds. You know, these people died in the city. There are also many people who died outside the city. In Panhu City, 32 people died in the city in 3 days. In Xianghu City, 65 people died in the city in 3 days. In Coal City, 56 people died in the city in 3 days. Most of the deaths were at night, and the deaths were miserable. The Xianghu City Patrol? Qin Yu immediately opened the memorial and looked over. The memorial was submitted by Cheng Yun, and it roughly meant that he found that some of these perpetrators looked like ghosts. The dead creatures, due to too much resentment, formed evil ghosts. And there are quite a few of them, and the Xianghu City Patrol has suffered heavy losses. Qin Yu rubbed his chin with the base of his right hand. It seems that the spiritual energy leaked, and some souls in the dead bodies would absorb the spiritual energy, and with heavy resentment, it is easy to produce evil ghosts. Seeing this, Qin Yu was relieved. Evil ghosts? Easy to deal with. I didn't expect the underworld to work not long after it was established. Tens of thousands of ghost soldiers can get rid of these evil ghosts in an instant. Qin Yu's consciousness moved, and he instantly summoned the time and space entrance to the ancient underworld. He slowly got up and walked in without any hesitation. In a trance, the surrounding scene changed. In the dark and gloomy world, the surrounding wind was cold and extremely cold. He summoned the golden light in his body and wrapped himself up to prevent the erosion of the yin qi. After a while, several figures flew over quickly. I'm Wang Liang, the last general, to meet the king. I'm Li Yun, the last general, to meet the king. You are here quite quickly. Get up. Qin Yu waved his hand slightly. At this time, the aura on Wang Liang's body became more and more terrifying. He had reached the life level of the 4th level of the extraordinary, while Li Yun was firmly at the peak of the 3rd level of the extraordinary. Because Li Yun was seriously injured before, it also delayed his advancement. It took him a long time to recover from his injuries. Qin Yu did not say much nonsense, but said in a deep voice, you to quickly gather all the yin soldiers, and prepare to follow me to catch the evil ghosts of the cholera people. I will obey the order. The 2 bowed and responded, then turned and left, summoning the army of yin soldiers in the city. At this time, Qin Yu looked forward, and a tall yin city had been built on the green yin soil. Qin Yu's face was slightly surprised. I didn't expect that in such a short time, this group of yin soldiers could actually build such a magnificent wall. Maybe it's because the yin soldiers have great physical strength. Can they fly? The yin city in front of Qin Yu gave him a lot of pressure. It was both majestic and full of the aura of swords and weapons, as well as a very huge yin aura. The city where 8,000 yin soldiers were stationed, this aura was not something that ordinary people could face. However, when Qin Yu slowly took out the yin sea seal, the original pressure suddenly disappeared. A moment later, 8,000 yin soldiers rushed over in a black mass. We are here to see the lord of the mansion. We are here to see the lord. Get up. Qin Yu held the yin sea seal in his hand, and endless majesty suddenly erupted around him, and heavy yin aura spread out like an overwhelming blanket. Follow me out of the world. As Qin Yu shouted loudly, he took the lead in stepping out of the space gate of the ancient yin land. The endless yin soldiers rushed out crazily from behind, carrying a terrifying aura that descended on Kyoto. Chapter 317. Dark clouds are gathering over the city, and the rampant soldiers are being trained. The night fell on Dangshan. In the quiet forest, the wind was blowing slowly, and the cold and strange roars were lingering. Blood-stained figures shuttled through the forest, as if they were wandering around their homes. Some of them were in the form of animals, and some were in the form of humans. What they had in common was that they had great resentment before they died. After touching and absorbing the spiritual energy, they became evil ghosts. As the night fell, these evil ghosts gradually began to wander towards the most popular places around. If there were less than 50 evil ghosts in the entire Dangshan 3 days ago, then the number had increased nearly tenfold 3 days later. The overwhelming yin energy covered the entire Xianghu city like a black cloud. At this time, Chen Yun was leading more than 20 constables and 500 soldiers armed with thunder copper weapons to search and patrol the entire city. Seeing that the originally rich moonlight was blocked by the sudden black clouds, Chen Yun suddenly said in his heart that it was not good. Westward. Chen Yun shouted loudly and immediately led everyone to rush towards the west gate. Since the team of hundreds of people was scattered in various streets and areas in the city, Chen Yun only gathered more than 40 people to the west gate in a short time. Everyone looked over and saw strange figures that ignored the city wall and went straight in. It's a ghost. The detectives of the patrol hall who had experienced fighting evil ghosts exclaimed in surprise. Everyone, don't panic. Listen to me carefully below to save your reputation. They are very fast, but we can also cause damage to them as long as we stimulate the lightning power in the thunder copper weapon. Everyone, pay attention. We can't catch their speed, but we must believe in our feelings. Sense of crisis. Don't hesitate when it's time to attack. Everyone, don't get too close so that you can have a wider attack space. Be very alert to them. Otherwise, either they die or we die. Chen Yun kept talking and quickly told the people around him about the advantages and disadvantages of ghosts. There were shadows coming through the city wall with strange screams, cold wind, bloodshot eyes or dark eyes. There were more than 30 ghosts. Everyone held their weapons tightly in their hands and almost everyone was scared to death. But with weapons in hand, they could still maintain a certain calmness. Roar. A roar suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Here it comes. Chen Yun said in a deep voice. A strong sense of crisis came from behind him. He jumped up, then turned around quickly and slashed a sword light with boundless lightning towards the front. A terrifying scream with a little bit of misery. A ghost suddenly disappeared. Seeing that the ghosts were eliminated so easily, everyone immediately restored a lot of morale. One by one, they followed Chen Yun's example, magnifying their own senses and feeling the direction of danger. A scream broke the tranquility of the night and also made everyone's originally calm hearts panic again. The soldier died miserably. His neck was directly bitten off by the ghost and his head fell down with his eyes wide open. The shocked people's hands kept sweating and the hands holding the weapon seemed to start to become weak. So, ghosts attacked one after another and more than a dozen people were killed in a very miserable way. Chen Yun gritted his teeth and killed 2 more evil ghosts. His constables killed 6 in total. After all, these constables had experienced fighting with evil ghosts, but the soldiers had not experienced that, and therefore the soldiers suffered the heaviest losses. Kill. In order to prevent the soldiers from losing too much, and the people from the city guard division from trouble with him tomorrow, Chen Yun had to grit his teeth and take the initiative to attack. As his feet kept moving, he used the light skill to perfection, and at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he came in front of an evil ghost who had not had time to react, and the long sword in his hand quickly cut out sword lights, instantly destroying it. As a soldier, how can you be cowardly and greedy for life? Chen Yun attacked and killed the evil ghosts, while encouraging the soldiers around him. Soon everyone began to fight back. As more and more people rushed to the signal location, dozens of evil ghosts were killed soon. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, and the original moonlight was not blocked, and the moonlight was naturally shed again. Chen Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead. His left arm was now covered with green, and blood was constantly oozing out. Master Supervisor, you are injured. A blue-clothed head of the police came over and said with concern. Chen Yun waved his hand. It's okay, it's just the yin qi entering the body. Just take a few more qi and blood pills tomorrow. Yes, sir. Collect the team and go back to the mansion. Chen Yun looked around and shouted loudly. As for the corpses, they will be handled by the city guard. Chen Yun turned around and left with more than 20 constables from the patrol hall. Just after walking more than 20 meters, the moonlight originally reflected on the ground suddenly said secretly. He frowned and turned to look up at the sky and immediately saw the endless black clouds covering the sky above Xianghu city tightly. At the same time, shadows kept coming in from outside the city wall. At first, there were only a dozen shadows, but later there were dozens or even hundreds. Suddenly, despair emerged in the hearts of the people. More than 100 ghosts were densely wandering near the city gate. The moment they passed through the city wall, they scattered towards the surrounding streets. What should we do, Lord Supervisor? We can't kill them all, even if we are annihilated. The constables behind him suddenly showed despair and timidity. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and said, follow me. Even if we can't kill them all, we can't watch the people being killed. If the higher-ups hold us accountable, can you run away? Follow me and kill until dawn. Qin Yu shouted loudly, and then he suddenly killed the many evil ghosts in front of him. The constables behind him also gritted their teeth and followed him to kill. There were continuous screams around, some from the people in the city, and some from the constables and soldiers fighting the evil ghosts. Blood and energy continued to gather in the air from all directions, and the whole sky turned dark red. A female ghost with long hair flying in all directions, claws on both hands and feet, blood on her face, stitches on her neck, and dark eyes slowly rose into the air. The surrounding yin and blood were continuously absorbed into her body. The huge yin swept in. A shrill scream suddenly resounded throughout the city. You are all going to die. Why am I dead and you are still alive? A shrill and cold cry suddenly came out of the female ghost's mouth. That is, it looks a bit like the woman on the execution ground a few days ago. Could it be the evil ghost she turned into after her death? Several constables drew their swords and killed them. Swoosh, puff. Several streams of blood spurted out. The three detectives were pierced through the chest by several long hairs, like iron spikes, just when they approached the female ghost for dozens of meters. Hiss. The people around them took a breath of cold air, cold sweat ran down their backs, and their legs could not help but retreat. The knowledgeable Qin Yu also felt that it was not good. The ghosts and monsters before were just formed not long ago, and a few lightning forces could kill them. But the one in front of him obviously had more resentment and absorbed a lot of yin and blood. The strength was beyond his expectation. It's over. Many people will die in Xianghu City tonight. At this time, the green color of Qin Yu's left hand had spread to his shoulder, and his whole arm was shaking uncontrollably. Qin Yu was not an opponent, not to mention that he was missing an arm to help. He seemed to have seen the blood flowing into the Xianghu city. Countless innocent lives died tragically, and finally turned into evil ghosts because of resentment. This is the most terrifying thing. If it goes on like this, evil creatures, hurry up and surrender. Just when the whole city was covered with a layer of gloom and everyone was filled with despair, a more violent Yin-Ki suddenly attacked from afar. The boundless Yin-Ki was also filled with supreme majesty. Above the dark clouds in the distance, dense armored soldiers were neatly arranged, led by a strong man holding a long sword, wearing armor, and with an imposing aura. However, the face and skin color of the strong man did not look like a normal human. I'm Li Yun, the deputy commander of the underworld of the Qin dynasty. All the evil creatures who slaughtered the people are guilty of death. Follow me back to the underworld to be judged. Li Yun stood on the dark clouds, and thousands of Yin soldiers flew down from the clouds behind him, holding chains condensed by Yin-Ki in their hands. Whenever they encountered a ghost, they would throw out the shackles and bind the evil ghost tightly. As for the evil ghost with a terrifying aura, the moment the Yin soldiers arrived, the terrifying aura on his body was immediately released. It was like a mouse meeting a cat. It was born with a weakening buff, and could not be defeated at all. As dozens of ghost soldiers tied the female ghost with chains, she had no power to struggle at all. Take them all back, and wait for the judgment of the underworld. Who is in charge below? Sir, I'm the blue-clothed supervisor of the patrol hall of Xianghu City, responsible for the civil safety of Xianghu City. But Qin Yu? Li Yun stood on the dark clouds and asked condescendingly, reporting to the Lord. It is me. Qin Yu hurriedly responded. Li Yun nodded slightly and said, then listen to me. The underworld will station a team of 500 ghost soldiers in Xianghu City, but because the Yin-Ki is too heavy, it is not suitable for people to get too close, so they will be stationed outside the city. This is a hand order. If you encounter ghosts, you can call the ghost soldiers into the city with the order. As he said, Li Yun threw a bronze plate in his hand to Qin Yu and continued, the king has ordered that thanks to your intelligence, the ghost attack can be found out and solved as soon as possible. So it is decided to promote your official position to the blue-clothed chief arrester of the Zengxuan rank. I have passed on the words and bid farewell. Chen Yun held back the joy in his heart and hurriedly said, "Farewell, General." The faces of the surviving constables around him were also full of joy. After all, the boss was promoted, and many positions behind him were vacated, so they were promoted as well. This is not just a difference in power, but also status, and treatment and remuneration. There are great improvements. As the social system of Qin gradually improved, many people found that what is the most important thing? Interpersonal relationships. If you have money and power, and have a bright and even majestic job, you will have face wherever you go, and others will look up to you, and treat you with respect. Therefore, this is also the reason why many people work hard. Who wants to be looked down upon by others? Who doesn't want to win the respect of elders and beauties? That is the purest joy and comfort from the bottom of the heart, and it is also the pursuit of everyone's life. There are all kinds of comparisons, such as work, property, offspring, clothing, food, jewelry. Once people begin to have a distinction between the upper and lower, the desire and comparison will not be cut off, and therefore they will work hard and have motivation, and society will accelerate development. In the ancient Yin land, Qin Yu walked into this magnificent Yin city with a golden light. There is no lively market in the city, and there are no stalls. The city is very quiet, even gloomy. The green Yin land, there is no light, and no color in the air. If a living person lives here for a long time, it is estimated that he will go crazy soon. At this time, Qin Yu, accompanied by the two underworld commanders Wang Liang and Li Yuan and many underworld soldiers, came to a dark prison. The prison held more than 300 ghosts. These were the ghosts captured by the underworld army from Daoist. The reason why they were not killed on the spot was mainly because Qin Yu thought that these ghosts could be used as materials for refining the rampant soldiers. At present, the group of 100 full-time Daoist priests drawn from the Wu Temple have not yet officially started to refine the rampant soldiers. Every day, there is nothing else to do except practicing magic and comprehending the Daoist scripture for refining rampant. The rampant soldiers have not been refined yet, only because the important materials are not fully collected. Among them, the main material is missing, that is, ghosts and monsters. As a fierce and sinister rampant soldier, the one refined by the evil ghosts is the most powerful. After successful refining, the rampant soldiers will be controlled by the magic weapon and obey the master of the magic weapon. Among the current batch of 100 Daoist priests, there are 6 with the best talents, because all 6 of them have cultivated to the first level of extraordinary level by relying on the most basic Daoist determination book. They also have the strongest magic power. What Qin Yu has to consider now is whether to bring them to the secret realm to refine the devil, or take these ghosts out to refine the devil. If they are brought in, Qin Yu will not be able to get away, and he must trap them with the golden power in the king's cauldron at all times, to prevent them from being invaded by the Yin Qi and damaging their foundation. But if they are taken out to refine, accidents are likely to occur. After thinking for a while, Qin Yu can only choose to take those Daoist priests to the secret realm of the ancient Yin land, to refine the devil soldiers. Qin Yu, who has made up his mind, glanced at the Yin prison, and then said in a deep voice, "Take those beast-shaped ghosts out, and imprison them somewhere else." Qin Yu originally planned to execute the beast-shaped ghosts directly, but thought that it would be a good choice to use them for experiments, to develop new types of devil soldiers. After all, it's better to make the best use of everything. If it dies, it will be a waste. But if it can make useful contributions to civilization before death, it can be said that it has not lived in vain. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, The Heavenly Master is reincarnated as a divine general commanding an army. Under the dim sky and earth, there was a stone pool surrounded by yellow cloth altars on both sides. The sky was covered with silver clouds and the wind was blowing. Dozens of evil spirits were tumbling in the stone pool, like a small boat in the sea, constantly flapping their wings and trying to survive. accept the law, and come to my altar. Those who follow me will be blessed, and those who disobey me will be cursed. Assist the way, and help me to become true. I order you to accept the strategy, and do it immediately. As the man in a grey cloth robe flicked his sleeves, 2 small flags were thrown into the air. From the dark water in the stone pool, black shadows suddenly flew out, and stood in the air. Hunting in the mountains. It's done. It's done. Great. It's finally done. The people around shouted excitedly. Looking ahead, I saw 2 rows of 18 people standing in front. The soldiers were 9 feet tall, wearing brown armor, with long swords hanging from their waists and long bows hanging from their bodies. Their faces were indigo, their fangs were long and narrow, their eyebrows were like flames, and they looked fierce and evil. It makes people sigh how mighty and domineering they are. And people can't help but feel a little scared. There are 2 yellow flags on the shoulders of the 18 arrogant soldiers, with the words hunting in the mountains written on them. The moment the arrogant soldiers appeared, the surrounding Yin Qi was extremely strong. They are more like Yin soldiers than Yin soldiers, and more like the underworld than the underworld. Send the good news to the king. Everyone was delighted, and hurriedly sent someone to pass the news. After a long time, Qin Yu came with 2 teams of Yin soldiers. As soon as he approached, the Yin soldiers behind him looked at the 2 teams of arrogant soldiers in front, as if they were facing a great enemy. Qin Yu couldn't help but nod with satisfaction when he saw this. It seems that the strength of the arrogant soldiers is not bad, at least not weaker than ordinary Yin soldiers. Don't panic, these are the arrogant soldiers refined by Daoist priests, not enemies. Qin Yu waved his hand, and the Yin soldiers behind him lifted their guard. Yes, you have successfully refined the mountain hunter in just 5 days. Zhuo Hong, your talent in Taoism is higher than I thought. Qin Yu nodded with satisfaction and smiled. Name, Zhuo Hong. Gender, male. Age 24. Force/agility/physique, extraordinary level 1. Intelligence, command, combat talent, long range weapon, talent, Taoist disciple, A level medium. Effect, the speed of practicing Taoism is increased by 100%. Talent 2, extraordinary wisdom, B level superior. Effect, intelligence is naturally several times higher than that of ordinary people, and they often understand things more quickly. Satiation 65. Loyalty 91. The panel is excellent except for the intelligence, and the rest of the places are mediocre. However, in terms of actual Taoism talent, few of the 100 people can compare with Zhuo Hong. Zhuo Hong, your next task is to refine more military altars, and teach the 100 Taoists how to refine the rampant soldiers. There are only 7 days. After 7 days, I will personally lead you to participate in a mission. You will need to learn the method of refining rampant soldiers. Your Majesty, I will do my best. Zhuo Hong bowed respectfully. Qin Yu nodded slightly, then encouraged everyone a few more words, and then turned and left. For 7 days, Qin Yu had people collecting materials needed to refine rampant soldiers in the outside world, and in the ancient Yin land, hundreds of Taoists were anxiously learning the method of refining rampant soldiers. During this period, 5 people successfully advanced to the first level of transcendence, and Qin Yu also called them first level Taoists for the convenience of calling. The biggest difference between first level Taoists and ordinary Taoists who have not entered the level is that the mana of first level Taoists is of higher quality and stronger. There is enough mana to refine rampant soldiers without interruption. Taoist priests who have not entered the rank will only generate part of the mana, and they cannot continue the entire process of refining the savage soldiers. They need to stop and rest in the middle to recover their mana before they can continue, but this also greatly increases the probability of failure. During these 7 days, 28 soldiers were refined, and each soldier can accommodate 10 soldiers. After the successful refining of the savage soldiers, their strength is not fixed. There are several ways to improve their strength. One is to practice in formation to increase the experience of group combat. The second is to raise the soldier altar, or use mana to sacrifice the soldier altar, which will slowly improve the strength of the savage soldiers. However, even if some savage soldiers are upgraded, their potential is limited, and they will still be at the bottom when they are promoted to another level. Just like a Daoist soldier with high potential can beat a second level mountain wandering savage at the first level. This is a problem of foot. Just like one is made of mud, no matter how fast and well it grows, its foot is still made of mud. And those with high potential are carefully refined with various high-level materials, so their potential is naturally different, and the difference in strength is also large. However, the 5 types of soldiers recorded in the watch and refining method are the most basic soldiers. Their strength is naturally the most ordinary, but their foundation is not necessarily weak. The 5 types of soldiers have their own strengths. The mountain roaming hunting soldier has a fast movement speed and is suitable for fighting in the mountains and forests. It is like a ghost, making it hard to guard against. The hair blowing and arrow carrying soldier is best at long range means. The hair on its body is like a long needle, which can launch an attack. The attack method is as fierce as a rainstorm pear blossom needle. There is also a yin arrow hidden in its mouth. The longer it is nurtured, the stronger the power is, making it hard to guard against. The disheveled soldier is more fierce and vicious. It can be regarded as a melee soldier. Its image is more deterrent, and it is also crazy in melee. The soul collecting and prohibiting soldier has a more effective ability against ghosts and monsters. It has an innate suppression, and can be regarded as a soldier that can deal with ghosts and monsters alone. Waving flags and shouting. It is obvious that this is a group of soldiers who are waving flags to increase the morale of the team. Their own strength is definitely not as good as the previous ones. In 7 days, 100 Daoists worked together to refine a total of 100 soldiers. Among these 100 soldiers, 90 were mountain hunters and 10 were flying arrows. The latter was because Zhuo Hong also learned the flying arrows in his spare time when teaching the others to refine the soldiers. After 7 days, Qin Yu opened the door of the ancient Yin land, and 100 Daoists who were concentrating on practicing came out in an orderly manner and brought out the 28 military altars. We are here to see the king. When everyone saw Qin Yu, they bowed in unison. Qin Yu waved his hand, motioning everyone to stand up, and then looked at Zhuo Hong and slowly said, "Select 90 Daoists who are familiar with the method of refining the sword." "I understand." Zhuo Hong slightly arched his hand. After giving the order, Qin Yu ordered people to call the candidates who had been selected in advance. In addition to the 91 Daoist priests, there were also Jiang Rang of the 3rd level of Transcendence, Panli of the 4th level of Transcendence, Yao Zion of the 3rd level of Transcendence, Zhu Yi who served as a military advisor, Yun Wu of the 3rd level of Transcendence, Mu Yuan of the 2nd level of Transcendence, Wang Liang, the 4th level of Transcendence, and 2 high-level wizards who could manipulate many puppets to fight. These people added up to a total of 100 people, which was the top team for Qin Yu's raid on the dungeon this time. His idea was that, since he couldn't bring many people, he would make a lot of people. 90 Daoist priests did nothing but refine soldiers every day. Refine thousands of soldiers and horses to sweep everything. After waiting for everyone to arrive, the 100 Daoist priests also successfully eliminated the worst 10. Qin Yu stood in front of everyone and told everyone the general situation and what would happen later. Silently took out the purple quality dungeon pass. Hate of subjugating a nation. Dungeon pass. Recommended dungeon level. Silver order. Dungeon rewards. Silver order treasure chest military talisman. Wonder. Technology tree. Character card. Quality. Purple. Dungeon introduction. Qin Yu used it by default, and then a stream of light suddenly appeared around him, wrapping up Qin Yu's entire body, and then instantly disappeared from Yu civilization. Zhuhdan Cultivation Realm, a remote corner of the Northern Territory, Liu Country, Qingming County, Wangjia Town. In a house in an elegant courtyard with carved beams and painted rafters. Qin Yu opened his eyes and slowly looked around. The house was decorated very elegantly, and there was even a book cabinet, a wooden table, and paper, ink, and inkstone were neatly placed on the table. There were also many calligraphy scrolls written next to it. Is this the dungeon world? Qin Yu just had this thought, and he felt a sharp pain in his head, and then the surging memories were suddenly forced into him, causing him to have a splitting headache. It was not until a long time later that he slowly recovered. Qin Yu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead due to the pain, and began to sort out the memories in his mind. From the memory, he learned that the owner of this body was named Liu Ren, the third prince of the Liu kingdom. The enviable life was broken half a month ago. A cultivation sect called the Red Dragon sect suddenly descended on the mortal kingdom, the Liu kingdom. They slaughtered all the royal family, not just the royal family in the capital. In order to prevent accidents, they killed all the royal blood in various places. The days in the Liu kingdom were dark and bloody. The original body escaped alive because he went out to play, but there would always be lackeys attached to him. After checking all the bodies of the royal family, the Red Dragon sect found that the missing third prince was still alive. Therefore, a nationwide wanted order was issued, and those who dared to shelter him would be punished with 9 clans. The original body fled under the escort of the original loyal guards until he hid in Wangjia town. The Wang family has been favored by the emperor for generations, and the head of the family, Wang Chang'an, secretly kept Liu Ren's memory to repay his kindness. Liu Ren, as a descendant of the royal family, also knows some information about the world of cultivation, but not much. Like the immortals in the mouth of ordinary people, they are actually cultivators. Their realm starts from the key training stage, and above is the foundation building, golden elixir, and ascent soul. It is quite similar to the one Qin Yu is familiar with. In the Red Dragon sect in his memory, there are several golden elixir elders, in addition to many foundation building deacons, disciples, and outer sect elders. According to the comparison in his memory, Qin Yu found that the key training stage is equivalent to the first level of extraordinary. The late stage of key training is equivalent to the second level of extraordinary. The early stage of foundation building is equivalent to the third level of extraordinary, and the late stage of foundation building is equivalent to the fourth level of extraordinary, and the golden elixir stage is equivalent to the fifth level of extraordinary. Obviously, even if Qin Yu brings the strongest people in the civilization, he can't beat them. He still has to plan slowly. There is only one chance. In order to obtain the technology tree, Qin Yu is also well prepared. Qin Yu slowly got up from the bed and walked to the mirror. The person in the mirror looked different from Qin Yu. His appearance was not bad, but compared to him, he was more fragile and majestic. Tip: the selected 100 people can be summoned to this world at any time. Please note that once summoned, they cannot return to civilization unless they die, or fail or pass the copy mission. Tip: the current task 1 has been generated. The next stage will be opened after completion. Task 1, Escape from Danger. Introduction. The short-lived peace is about to be broken, and the conspiracy in the dark may come at any time. Task completion reward. Prop roll card. Conspiracy? It seems that Wangjia town will not stay for long. Dong dong dong. Qin Yu frowned, and was about to think about where to go next, when he heard a knock on the door. Sir, Wang Chang'an, the head of the Wang family, invites you to dinner. Squeak. Qin Yu slowly opened the wooden door, and what caught his eye was a big face with unshaven beard and square face, but his face was extremely resolute, his eyes were bright, and his muscles were extremely developed. It was obvious that he was a martial artist. Qin Yu recognized the visitor, whose name was Yifeng. He was the head of the guards of his original body. According to the realm of martial artists in the mortal world, he was an innate martial artist. He could fight against a cultivator in the early stage of key training. If he was in the middle stage of key training with insufficient combat experience, he might be killed unexpectedly. And Liu Ren could escape all the way to survive until now, and it was inevitable that Yifeng went through life and death with him, so he was one of the people Liu Ren trusted the most. Qin Yu silently called out the attribute panel, wanting to see if this function could still be used. Name: Yifeng. Gender: male. Age: 35. Strength/physique/agility. Extraordinary level 2. Intelligence. Command. Combat talent. Parlium. Talent 1. Divine soldiers from heaven. Class A superior. Effect: when chasing the enemy, the army's marching speed increases by 200%, and the army's physical strength and endurance increase by 200%. Talent 2. Breaking the army. Class A superior. Effect: when our army is in a favorable wind, the army's attack speed increases by 50%, and the attack damage increases by 100%. When our army is in a disadvantageous wind, the armor's sturdiness value increases by 100%, the armor's physical strength increases by 50%, and the entire army has one chance to block fatal damage. Talent 3, Reincarnation of the Heavenly Master, Extraordinary Talent, Effect. He is the reincarnation of the Daoist Heavenly Master. He has a 300% cultivation speed bonus for the new Taoism, and the power of the Taoism is increased by 50%, and the understanding of the Taoism is increased by 100%. Saturation. 80 Loyalty, unknown, not loyal to the civilization, so loyalty cannot be displayed. Qin Yu looked at Yifeng standing in front of the door, and his face was stunned. No, big brother. You are wasting your talent by learning martial arts. If the Heavenly Master does not practice Taoism in his reincarnation, why practice martial arts? You are 35 years old this year, and you have lived for decades in vain. Qin Yu instantly thought of the roll card. He can bring the characters in the dungeon world to the civilization, but the premise is that the dungeon is cleared. Qin Yu immediately looked at Yifeng with a fiery look. This is not only a genius of Taoism, but also a god general who commands troops. If the genius of Taoism, coupled with the talent of a god general, plus the power of tens of thousands of rampant soldiers, what is the Red Dragon sect? Exclamation mark. Chapter 319, Conspiracy? Overturn them all. Lead the way, Yifeng. Yes, sir. Qin Yu tidied his clothes slightly, then followed Yifeng out of the yard. On the way, Qin Yu asked Yifeng, how many people are left in the guard team? There are still 12 people left. Yifeng replied in a deep voice. After a moment, he continued, young master, the Wang family has been favored by the emperor for generations, and the head of the Wang family is a royalist. We are hiding our identities in Wangjia town, developing secretly, accumulating strength, and one day we will be able to overthrow the Red Dragon sect. Qin Yu was stunned, then his face turned serious and said, Yifeng, now the world is controlled by the Red Dragon sect, and people's hearts are revealed by interests. Wangjia town is not necessarily safe. Tell the people below to be cautious, and send a few people to keep an eye on the surroundings. Young master, you suspect the Wang family. The Wang family is not just the head of the Wang family, do you understand? Qin Yu's words instantly made Yifeng sweat profusely, and he quickly responded, young master, don't worry, I will let the guards pay attention to the recent rumors. Yifeng sent Qin Yu to the dining courtyard and turned away. Thinking of the words just now by the third prince, Yifeng suddenly felt that the other party seemed to have changed. Perhaps he was more cautious in times of crisis? Yifeng shook his head and stopped thinking about it and went to inform his guards. After entering the courtyard, a maid took Qin Yu all the way to a hall. The 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table in the hall were not too exaggerated, but much more high profile than ordinary people. Third prince. Qin Yu waved his hand hurriedly and said, old Wang, there is no need to call me that. Wang Chang'an was stunned and then nodded repeatedly, saying, I'm confused. Please sit down, young master. Qin Yu smiled slightly, and then the two of them sat down together and began to eat. During this time, Qin Yu saw that the other party was hesitant to speak, so he spoke directly. Old Wang, in such a critical moment, the Wang family is willing to take a big risk to let us settle down. Just tell us what you want to say. Wang Chang'an nodded after hearing this, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, sir, now the world of Yugo is controlled by the Red Dragon sect, and the people of the world are like slaves, living in dire straits. The Red Dragon sect has even offered very tempting conditions to arrest you. There are many people in Wangjia town, and I'm afraid it's not a long-term solution. Qin Yu nodded slightly and said, what old Wang said makes sense. I have decided to leave Wangjia town tomorrow. Don't worry, I definitely don't mean to drive you away. After a simple banquet, Qin Yu drove old Wang away, turned around and left, and asked Yifeng to bring a map of Liuguo. Yifeng, where do you think it is more appropriate and safe for us to live in seclusion? Qin Yu pointed at the map, and looked at the other party and asked. There is a taking mountain to the south of Kingman County. This mountain is extremely vast and rolling. If we hide in it, it will be like sinking into the sea. It is difficult to be found. However, it is said that there are monsters in Taking Mountain, which is also not safe. Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, well, then we will go to Taking Mountain, to hide for a while. It is less than 100 miles away from Wangjia town. We will prepare to leave tomorrow morning. So early? He Feng said in surprise. Qin Yu said in a deep voice, it's not safe here. On the task panel, the 4 bloody words escape from danger made Qin Yu panic every time he looked at it, so the sooner he left, the better. Qin Yu paid a lot for this investment, and he couldn't lose it all. First, a purple quality dungeon pass, and then 3 30-day exemption cards worth hundreds of thousands of civilization points. Not only that, there is also a time cost. If you pass the level, the reward can be confirmed to be a god level general, and it is also possible to obtain rare technology trees, which are the cornerstones of improving the strength of civilization. Therefore, Qin Yu also had to be extremely cautious. Dad, did the third prince come just now? A young man in brocade clothes strode in. Wang Chang'an frowned and scolded, don't say anything wrong. Be careful of ears on the other side of the wall. If the matter is exposed, our Wang family will end up being wiped out. The young man said with an unhappy look, Dad, since you know the consequences, why did you take them in the first place? You also know the truth, that too many people will talk a lot, and it is only a matter of time before it is exposed. Wang Chang'an sighed and said, don't worry, I have talked to him, and he doesn't want the Wang family to be implicated. They will leave Wangjia town tomorrow. Leave tomorrow? The young man exclaimed. His eyes rolled, and he turned around and left immediately. After the young man left, he immediately called a servant and ordered, you go and inform the steward of the Red Dragon sect in Wangjia town that Liu Ren, the third prince of the Liu kingdom royal family, has been captured. The servant was immediately shocked. Third young master, the master. Idiot, just do whatever you are told to do. Why are you talking so much? Do you want to live? The young man called the third young master said in a cold tone. I was too talkative. I will go right away. The servant was so scared that he sweated and hurried away. Looking at the servant's back, the young man couldn't help but mutter, the opportunity to enter the immortal gate. After sighing, the young man called most of the guards in the mansion to come over, and the total number of people was dozens. A steward in a robe said worriedly, Third master, there are more than a dozen guards around Liu Ren. They are all martial artists with strong strength. I'm afraid it is difficult for us to keep them. Why not wait for the people from the Red Dragon sect to arrive? Humph, it's not like I haven't seen those dozen guards before. Which one of them is not injured? They are just a bunch of chickens and pottery dogs. Liu Ren is just a weak scholar, and he is even more useless. Don't worry about him. In a courtyard, Qin Yu was packing up his luggage with He Feng and others, preparing to leave tomorrow morning. 2 guards ran in hurriedly and exclaimed, Master, Wang Yaod, the third son of the Wang family, is coming here with dozens of guards. It looks like they are not friendly. The third son of the Wang family? Qin Yu was stunned, and then his face sank and said, it is not advisable to stay here for a long time. Everyone, follow me and leave. Everyone wanted to leave in a hurry. Brother Liu is about to leave, and this master is here to see you off. A playful voice suddenly sounded from outside the courtyard. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yaod led more than 50 guards and servants into the courtyard with weapons in hand. The sound of swords being drawn resounded throughout the courtyard, and more than a dozen guards drew their swords and looked around with vigilance. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Yaod coldly and said, if you get out of here now, I can spare your life for the sake of your father's friendship. Ha ha ha. Unbridled laughter suddenly came out of Wang Yaod's mouth. He looked at Qin Yu with a hint of sarcasm. You still call yourself I? Not to mention that the Liu kingdom is now destroyed. Your Liu family is also extinct. Even if it was in the past, the throne would not be your turn to be a waste. Did you get stupid while fleeing recently? Qin Yu stared at Wang Yaod coldly and said, I'm the only one left in the orthodox royal family, so I'm naturally the emperor of the Liu kingdom. For your own benefit, you want to persecute me. The crime is the same as treason. Remember your smiling face now, because you will not be able to laugh soon. Qin Yu lifted his robe, then slowly snatched a long sword from the hand of a guard, and raised it high and shouted, come on if you are not afraid of death. Come on. You are really a pig with a green onion in its nose. Dare to pretend to be an elephant before you die. Wang Yao shouted angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, the guards around him picked up their weapons and rushed over. The guards around Qin Yu also fought back with weapons. Among them, He Feng was the most ferocious. He swung his long sword very quickly and with great strength. Not only that, his unique body movements were like ghosts, making it impossible for the guards to catch him. In less than a moment, 7 or 8 guards fell to the ground and died. However, 2 guards on Qin Yu's side were also killed by several guards. In the end, because the enemy was outnumbered, the guards were at a disadvantage. Although Qin Yu now had a thin body, he could still move the king's tripod and mobilize his strength. A burst of golden light suddenly emanated from Qin Yu's body, and the surrounding ground began to shake constantly. A series of thorny vines broke out of the ground and attacked the surrounding guards fiercely. In the end, 20 or 30 guards were tied up tightly and pierced by the thorns. The rest turned and ran away in fear, while Wang Yao was so frightened that his eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Qin Yu absorbed the golden light into his body and then suddenly soared into the air and attacked Wang Yao. Bang! Wang Yao was kicked by Qin Yu and flew more than 10 meters away. Can you still laugh now? Qin Yu asked coldly. Immortal. Immortal. Immortal law? How is it possible? Wang Yao's face was as if struck by lightning, and his face turned blue with fear. No wonder the Red Dragon sect wants to exterminate the Liu Kingdom's royal family. It turns out that you secretly learned the immortal law. Wang Yao suddenly felt as if he had seen the truth. Stealing a hammer. Qin Yu looked at him coldly without responding, letting him think whatever he wanted. Hack him to death. The cold voice immediately determined Wang Yao's fate. Looking at the guards in front of him holding knives and walking towards him, the expression on Wang Yao's face began to become fearful. Several guards showed cruel smiles and slowly chopped down with their knives. Inside the former government office of Wangjie town, now the steward's residence of the Red Dragon sect, the servant of the Wang family came to the gate and said cautiously, "My lords, I'm here to report the whereabouts of the third prince of the Liu Kingdom." The guards at the door looked at each other and finally took him in. After walking through the courtyard path, they came to an elegant brick and stone building. "Sir, this man said he knew the whereabouts of the third prince of Liu Kingdom." "Oh. Tell me quickly. If it's true, I will reward you handsomely. If it's false." The fat deacon turned his voice cold and said, "Then you should be careful of your life." The servant was so frightened that he trembled. He gritted his teeth and pretended to be calm and said, "It's true, sir. The Wang family in Wangjie town has taken in the third prince for 5 days. He is in the mansion now. My heart has long been subservient to the Red Dragon sect. Naturally, I can't stand the Wang family that does not respect civilization." The fat deacon nodded with satisfaction and then shouted loudly, "Come on, call the law enforcement team together and go to the Wang family to arrest the third prince and destroy the Wang family. You lead the way." The fat deacon slowly looked at the servant. The servant hurriedly nodded respectfully. The servant led the fat deacon and more than 20 members of the law enforcement team all the way to the Wang family's mansion. On the way, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Damn Wang family, they usually treat it like a dog, and finally got their retribution. Our Wang Fugi will also have a day of wealth. In front of the gate of the Wang family mansion, hearing the movement outside, the guard at the gate hurried to inform Wang Chang'an. Wang Chang'an's face was terribly dark at this time. He already knew the cause and effect of the death of dozens of guards. His third son did not survive. Although Sanlang wanted to persecute the life of the third prince and gathered many servants to guard him, I, Wang, took him in. Even for the sake of my face, I have to spare Sanlang's life. This Liu Ren is really ruthless and ungrateful, a beast-faced snake and scorpion, and an ungrateful person. Come with me to greet the steward." Wang Chang'an suppressed the anger in his heart and rushed to the gate with a group of female relatives and children. Squeak. The door slowly opened. "We pay our respects to the Lord Deacon." Everyone knelt down in a rush, which made the deacon outside the door stunned for a moment. Then he turned serious and shouted, "Wang Chang'an, someone reported that you were harboring a wanted criminal chosen by the Red Dragon sect. This is a crime punishable by the execution of 9 generations of your clan, isn't it?" "It's unjust, sir. It really wronged me. I originally pretended to take him in and wanted to secretly capture the third prince so as to present him to the Red Dragon sect to eliminate the threat to your sect. But I didn't expect that the other party was too strong. Dozens of guards and servants in my mansion were killed or injured, but I couldn't capture him. My poor Sanlang also died at the hands of that traitor. Wang Chang'an performed with tears and snot, and the performance was so vivid that it was hard for everyone to not believe it. The fat deacon looked back at the servant, who was so scared that he trembled and hurriedly explained, "My lord, please don't believe it. It was the third son's idea to capture the third prince, and it was the owner's idea to take him in. My lord deacon, I was just a servant because I was blinded by the interests. I lied all the time. If you don't believe me, follow me to see the scene," Wang Chang'an said firmly. The fat deacon nodded slightly, led the law enforcement team into the gate of the Wang family, and followed Wang Chang'an all the way to the courtyard. The scene was exactly as Wang Chang'an said. The third son was indeed dead, and died miserably. My lord deacon, Liu Ren killed his way out of the palace, and he should have left the city by now. Wang Chang'an quietly handed the fat deacon a bag. The fat deacon squinted his eyes. Wow, it was more than 20 low-grade spirit stones. For a deacon like him who was demoted to the town, the offerings were naturally not much higher, less than 10 a year. Looking at the bag, his eyes turned green. Chapter 320 Taking Dao Sect is Recruiting Disciples. The fat steward calmly accepted the bag sent by Wang Chang'an, and then slowly glanced at the servant. "So, you are deceiving me, sir?" The servant immediately felt something was wrong, and said with a face full of injustice, "Sir, I dare not tell a single lie. The head of the Wang family has taken in the third prince for 5 days. The fat steward looked at the servant with disgust, then waved to the law enforcement team beside him, indicating to kill him. The servant, who understood the meaning, instantly felt like he fell into an ice mirror and collapsed to the ground. 5 days later, at the foot of Taking Mountain, Taking Town, Qin Yu and his party were strolling on the street. Taking Town has a small population, so the streets seem a bit deserted, and there may be only one street vendor every few dozen meters. As the group walked along, only 7 of the 12 guards survived. "Sir, I have already found out. Since Taking Town is relatively remote, the Red Dragon sect has not set up a law enforcement team here yet." The guard who was walking towards them clasped his hands and reported. Qin Yu nodded slightly. "It's safe for the time being, but everyone should be careful not to be recognized. How much silver do we have left?" "Sir, there are still 26 taels of silver left." He Feng took out a bag and counted it, then responded, "Exchange this money for food and buy some basic tools. We will go into the mountains tomorrow and leave Taking Town." Qin Yu thought for a moment and then ordered. The next morning, Qin Yu and others took 2 carts of food and some tools out of Taking Town and walked towards Taking Mountain. About half an hour later, everyone arrived at the foot of the mountain. Qin Yu looked at the 7 people in front of him, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "I'm very grateful that you have followed me through life and death to escape to the present. But it is impossible to go on like this. If anyone still has relatives alive, you can leave now. If you and I are still alive in the future, and we are lucky enough to meet each other, I will treat you to a drink. Does anyone want to leave?" After everyone was silent for a long time, He Feng slowly said, "Your Highness, we have been orphaned since childhood. We don't have any relatives in this world. If your Highness does not abandon us, we are willing to follow you all our lives." "Okay, in that case, I will be frank with you. This Taking Mountain is not a hiding place for you and me, but a place for us to accumulate strength and overthrow the Red Dragon sect one day. There are so many talented people in the world. The Red Dragon sect is cruel and inhumane, and it treats the people of Dawn as slaves. How can anyone not rebel when such an organization controls the world? Your Highness is right. One day, we will see the day when the Red Dragon sect is overthrown." Everyone responded, "Okay, follow me into the mountain." Qin Yu shouted when he saw that everyone's lonely mood had eased a lot. A group of 8 people abandoned the car and climbed the mountain, carrying thousands of kilograms of food on their backs. Fortunately, everyone was a martial artist and had a lot of strength, so they managed to carry the things up the mountain slowly. The deeper they went, the more leisurely the scenery of Taking Mountain seemed. The mountains were green and the water was green, and the mist was lingering. The birds and insects were chirping leisurely, and the fragrance of flowers and grass was fragrant, making people feel very comfortable. Qin Yu led everyone to climb up all the way, to find a suitable place to live. The road was flat and the mountain was steep, and it took several times longer to travel 2 or 3 kilometers than on a flat road. As the sky began to darken, and the sun slowly set, everyone finally found a suitable place to live halfway up the mountain. There was a flat slope surrounding the mountain peak, and there was also a waterfall flowing down from top to bottom in the forest. Okay, let's do it here. After saying that, Qin Yu took out a few animal skin tents like a magic trick. He could take things in the civilization at will, but there was a limit on the number of people. Because of the magic trick he had used before, Qin Yu did not explain too much, and the guards figured it out on their own. They quickly built and supported the tents and picked up a lot of firewood to make a fire and cook. Dinner was simple, with some diced bacon in the white porridge, but perhaps because of the hard work and fatigue of traveling all the way, everyone ate quite deliciously. The fire cannot be extinguished, it can drive away wild animals. In addition, take turns patrolling at night and wake me up immediately if there is any danger. After Qin Yu finished his instructions, he went back to the tent to rest. At the same time, he sorted out the plan for the raid dungeon mission before going to bed. His idea was to establish a sect first. First of all, there are many martial arts sects in Liuguo, and it is naturally not conspicuous to establish a sect, which is easy to hide. Therefore, Qin Yu can establish a sect, develop secretly, and accumulate strength. Of course, if you want to overthrow and destroy the entire Red Dragon sect, you must first have the strength of the 5th level of Transcendence, which is the golden elixir stage in this world of cultivation. To break through the 5th level, you naturally need some opportunities, and looking for opportunities is also part of the plan. Taking Mountain has monsters, and according to the world background that Qin Yu knows, since monsters can be produced, then this mountain must have spiritual veins and a certain amount of spiritual energy, which can increase the speed of cultivation. That's why he chose Taking Mountain as the location. Secondly, the sect is divided into 2 systems. One is the martial arts system, and the other is the Daoist system. Those who don't have the talent for Daoism will switch to martial arts. The 90 Daoists are responsible for refining rampant soldiers and recruiting new disciples at the foot of the mountain. Qin Yu will develop in this direction first. Secondly, he can also use the power of slave beasts to try to enslave some monsters in the mountains, which can also increase some strength. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The flat land on the hillside of Taking Mountain originally had many more simple houses than before, and it also gradually had a lot of fireworks. At this time, the shadows of people in this area were shaking, and it looked like there were already hundreds of people. That's right, Qin Yu recently called out all the 100 people, and explained to the 7 guards that these people were all righteous men who were loyal to the court. In order to overthrow the Red Dragon sect, hundreds of righteous men gathered in just a few days, which immediately gave the guards hope. When everyone showed extraordinary abilities, it surprised several people. It turned out that these people were talented people living in seclusion in the mountains. There is hope for the restoration of Daoist. By then, they will all be heroes of the restoration of the country. I have thought of the name of the sect. It is called Taking Daoist Sect. From now on, everyone will call me the sect master. After a month, I will recruit disciples from outside. I have learned a lot about Taking Mountain in the past few days. There is also a place suitable for living on the top of the mountain. From now on, the top of the mountain will be the inner gate, and the mountainside will be the outer gate. The inner gate practices Taoism, and the outer gate practices martial arts. People from the outer gate cannot enter the inner gate area without permission. As Qin Yu made the rules, 6 of the 7 guards entered the outer gate to practice martial arts, and only He Feng entered the inner gate to practice Taoism. Qin Yu also took out a lot of Qi and blood pills and placed them in the outer gate. Compared with the desolation of the outer gate, the inner gate is much more lively. More than 90 Daoists were refining the rampant soldiers. The scene was so chaotic that the sky was dark and there were all kinds of monsters and demons. There were also a few people who were responsible for the daily training of soldiers and horses. The current number of rampant soldiers has reached 150, and they have already possessed a good power. A month later, the top of Taking Mountain was very lively today. The figures encountered were all wearing a neat and elegant white Daoist robe. Although the mountain gate on the mountainside was a little deserted, it could be seen that it was a little more festive. The people encountered were also wearing a strong robe and brocade, which looked very majestic. Today is the grand event of taking Daoist sect to recruit disciples. Due to Qin Yu's recent hype, taking Daoist sect has become somewhat famous in this area. According to rumors, the monster that had repeatedly come down the mountain to do evil was beheaded by the Daoist priest of taking Daoist sect on that cloudy day. After the monster died, the clouds suddenly dissipated, and the surrounding sky instantly became clear. Many people had seen this, so the news spread widely, causing a sensation in several towns and counties around. Qin Yu looked different from a month ago, and with the change in his clothes, it was hard for people who were not familiar with him to recognize him as the former third prince. The original third prince had a scholarly aura and a thin and frail physique. Now, a month later, he has not only become much stronger, but also his facial lines have become firmer and his eyes are bright. In addition, he is wearing a blue and white Daoist robe, which adds a bit of extraordinary temperament. Master. Everyone greeted him one by one. Qin Yu waved his hand and said, "You are welcome. Today, we will open the mountain and accept disciples. Follow me to welcome the new disciples into the mountain gate." Qin Yu quickly selected 20 people and went down the mountain together. At the foot of Taking Mountain, although it was not crowded at this time, there were still dense figures, and it seemed that there were quite a lot of people. There were not many people in the area of 1,000 meters, but at the foot of Taking Mountain today, there were actually thousands of people who wanted to go up the mountain to become disciples. Brother, is this rumor true or false? Does a Daoist priest of Taking Dao sect really have the ability to kill monsters? Even if it is the lowest level monster, if you want to behead it with a sword, you must reach the foundation building stage. In the crowd, a pair of brothers were discussing quietly. The two did not look very young, about 16 or 17 years old, but looking at their dusty appearance, they also had a lot of experience. Whether it is true or not, you have to meet your brother to know. The taller boy said to the boy who was not much shorter beside him. Okay, you know more. The younger brother pouted, and the two continued to walk forward. They shuttled through the crowd and came to the stone steps at the foot of the mountain. In order to prevent the Daoist priest on the mountain from feeling disrespectful, the crowd waited here and did not step forward. They waited for about 5 hours, and some people who originally wanted to watch the excitement left impatiently. Less than half an hour later, exclamations came from the crowd. Look, someone is coming down the mountain. Yes, it's the Daoist priest on the mountain. Everyone waited for a long time, and finally they saw it, and some of them were in tears. More than 20 people came down from above, wearing neat white Daoist robes, with long swords hanging on their left waists and yellow flags hanging on their right waists. The leader was even more extraordinary, with a handsome and resolute face, a tall and strong body, and an aura that was out of this world. The Daoist priest has the temperament of a cultivator. The young man in the crowd said in surprise. Well, maybe the rumors are true. Taking Dao sect really has a foundation building cultivator. Another tall young man's eyes were filled with hope. Qin Yu looked at the dense crowd at the foot of the mountain and estimated that there must be thousands of people. How could the mountain accommodate so many people now? Therefore, Qin Yu thought for a moment and immediately came up with an idea. He saw that as Qi flowed to his danshan, and his voice immediately spread in all directions. The path of cultivation requires a natural fate and the ability to endure loneliness. Therefore, my Taking Dao sect also has tests when accepting disciples. Everyone sits cross-legged on the spot without any physical movements. If you persist until dark and sunset, you will pass this test. Qin Yu's words were clearly conveyed to everyone's ears. Soon, most of the thousands of people on the scene began to sit cross-legged on the spot, while some people who were watching the excitement slowly left because they felt bored. At the beginning, there were only more than 700 people sitting cross-legged on the scene. Qin Yu and others also watched from above. At this time, it was just afternoon. If you want to wait until dark, it will take at least 5 or 6 hours, or even 7 or 8 hours. The long time persuaded many people to quit. It's okay to sit cross-legged for a short time, but sitting cross-legged for a long time really tests people's endurance and perseverance. Not only the bursting sunlight, but also the occasional mosquitoes, the sore and numb body and the mental torture are all very testing for people's perseverance. Time passed slowly, and the sun slowly set. After nearly 7 hours, the sky began to turn grey, and the sun had already set. At this time, there were less than 500 people still sitting cross-legged at the foot of the mountain. Qin Yu looked at the number of people below, and found that there were only about 400 people left. Although this number was still a lot, it was within Qin Yu's acceptable range. Everyone can get up. Those who start climbing up the mountain gate now will be considered disciples of my taking Daoist sect. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, the remaining people suddenly felt relieved, and slowly stood up. Their stiff legs suddenly made them stagger, and almost fall forward. After everyone rested for a while, some people slowly began to walk up the mountain. Although they said they were walking, most people were no different from climbing. Sitting cross-legged for 7 hours with stiff and numb legs and feet, going up the mountain again was a pain that no one could bear. As Qin Yu walked, he paid attention to the people below, and a pair of figures caught his attention. They were a pair of teenagers. They didn't look very old, but after sitting cross-legged for an afternoon, it seemed effortless for them to climb the mountain. Pay attention to the young couple, they are not simple. Qin Yu gave an order, and continued to walk up. There were a few people at the foot of the mountain, and they stopped while walking. There were also painful wails and complaints. Oh, someone fell and got hurt. The exclamation below attracted Qin Yu's attention. Light up the lights. Hoo-ah-ha-ha. More than 20 people immediately drew out their long swords, and flames suddenly lit up on the long swords, illuminating the surroundings. Is that a magic weapon? One for each person? Look at the aura. It seems to be a first-class magic weapon. The two young brothers were shocked. This taking Daoist sect is indeed extraordinary. Everyone light up the lights for the disciples going up the mountain. As Qin Yu's voice fell, more than 20 people dispersed up and down the mountain, illuminating a very long distance. Qin Yu quickly found the injured person, and with a big hand, a strong vitality suddenly enveloped him, shocking the people around him and shouting, "Immortal! Immortal!" Chapter 321 6 Books of Cultivation Techniques. Green clouds full of vitality gathered around, and the rich breath of vitality enveloped the injured man. In less than half a minute, the man continued to join the mountain climbing team with vigor and vitality. As time passed slowly, it was already close to midnight. A dense crowd gathered at the mountain gate halfway up the mountain. There were more than 400 people who climbed the mountain to join the taking Daoist sect, but only about 300 people persisted to the end. This number was considered to have reached Qin Yu's highest expectation, which was neither too few nor too many. The next morning, the Daoists from the inner sect came to the outer sect and began to select talented apprentices. In the end, 200 of the more than 300 new disciples were selected by the inner sect, and the remaining 100 people practiced martial arts. Many outer sect disciples felt regretful that they had no chance to experience the legendary immortal method. At noon, the two brothers who had seen a lot and had extraordinary experience also followed the crowd and walked towards the mountain gate on the top of the mountain. "Brother, why is it so gloomy on the mountain?" "Normal, the top of the mountain is windy." "No, not only is the wind strong, it feels so gloomy." The two brothers chatted quietly, and their expressions gradually became alert. And this feeling was not only discovered by the two brothers, but also by others. Don't panic, everyone. Our taking Daoist sect is a Daoist sect that refines the evil ghosts into ghost soldiers. They are as powerful as ghost soldiers and can be driven like hands and feet. Several Daoists explained. They also climbed to the top of the mountain with everyone and were stunned by the scene in front of them. Kill, kill, kill. The shouts of killing were surging. There were hundreds of brown-clad figures in front of them, with eyebrows like flames, fierce and evil looking, and exuding cold and gloomy yin energy. Thinking of the explanation of the Daoist just now, everyone guessed that these yin-filled troops in front of them should be the Chang soldiers. The location of these Chang soldiers was a wide square. Behind the square, there were many buildings with carved beams and painted rafters. Most of the buildings were made of stone, but they were particularly magnificent. Since the taking mountain is thousands of meters high, the buildings on the top of the mountain seem to be towering into the clouds and surrounded by clouds. There are towering halls, crisscrossing stone houses for disciples to live in, Yanqi Hall, which is responsible for refining the Changbing, and some living facilities. A Daoist priest walked out slowly and came to the crowd. From now on, you are disciples of the Taking Daoist sect. If you join our Taking Daoist sect, you must also memorize the disciple precepts. Those who cannot condense mana within a month will be sent to the outer gate. Now your respective masters will take you to the place where you usually rest. Soon, more than 200 people were taken away by more than 90 Daoist priests. In the first 3 months, after they joined the sect, they will focus on practicing the Daoist Hard Sutra to increase their mana. Only when they break through to the first level of Daoist priests will they participate in refining the Changbing. The next morning, Qin Yu called the strange pair of brothers to the sect hall. Disciple Huang, Disciple Huang, meet the sect master. Qin Yu waved his hand and then silently began to check the attribute board of the two. As the light curtain unfolded, Qin Yu was stunned. The two men's martial arts had reached the extraordinary first level. It seemed that the two men must be hiding something. Huang and Huang are not like ordinary people. This seat has already seen it. It is better to tell them all the secrets as soon as possible. The cold voice seemed to carry a vague threat. The two were stunned, and the younger brother Huang looked at Huang without saying anything. After a moment, Huang gritted his teeth and said, "Since you have discovered it, then my two brothers will no longer hide it. We are originally from the Longjing Huang family, a family of immortal cultivation. A few months ago, our family was destroyed. We fled all the way and joined the Taking Dao sect. One is to avoid being hunted down, and the other is to learn some skills to protect ourselves." Qin Yu was stunned. He didn't expect that the two brothers had the same experience as the original owner of the plot. He nodded slightly and asked, "Do you still remember the enemy who destroyed your family? An elder of the Red Dragon sect?" The two gritted their teeth. Qin Yu looked at the two people in front of him with doubtful eyes and suddenly felt that it was a coincidence, right? The enemy of these two people is also the Red Dragon sect? Both of them have excellent talents, and it should not be a problem to practice Taoism. Their future achievements will not be small, which is also a great help. However, is there something fishy about such a coincidence? Sent by the Red Dragon sect? That's not right. Regardless of whether the other party knows the existence of the Taking Dao sect, even if they know that the third prince is hiding in it, they should have sent people to destroy the sect directly. After all, it is a sect with great power of golden elixir, and there is no need to play those shady things. Qin Yu temporarily believed the words of the two people. He looked at the two people and said, "You can also want my Taking Dao sect to protect you, but there is a condition. I don't know if you can accept it. Master, just ask." Huang replied respectfully. "Copy all the cultivation techniques of your family to me one by one." This. Huang and Huang looked at each other and hesitated. However, the younger Huang figured it out quickly. He said, "Brother, our Huang family is gone. You and I are the only ones left in the family. If you and I survive, the family bloodline can be passed on. It's just a few books of skills." The two discussed for a while and finally agreed. Qin Yu immediately asked someone to bring paper and pen and asked the two to start copying. Qin Yu was obviously in a good mood. These cultivation skills may not be worth much in the cultivation world, but think about it, this is a cultivation world. Things that are everywhere are of course not worth much. Of course, even if the cultivation skills are everywhere in the cultivation world, you have to see who they are given to. If it is a mortal, they will also regard it as a treasure. And if you give a cultivation skill to an ordinary mortal world, the effect it brings is unimaginable. Even if it is just to increase the means of attack a little bit, popularize it to a large number of troops, the increase in combat power is extremely terrifying. And in the extraordinary world, where Qin Yu is, its effect is very large. If it is a mortal world, it is uncertain whether the skills can be practiced. But if it is a supernatural world, even if you can't practice, you can bring some reforms to the supernatural system. By learning from the operation root of the cultivation method, you can create a more complex and better supernatural cultivation method. After a long time, the two handed over the written methods and spells. A total of 6 books were written. Cloud and Water Dew, more suitable for water spirit root cultivation, can be practiced to the late stage of key training. Blood Arrow Curse, attack method, using one's own blood, life, and essence's ability, condense blood arrows to attack the enemy. Wind Control Dew, body method, can control the wind and speed up the action. Zuanuli Qinggong, general type of cultivation method, mainly based on absorbing moonlight. The quality of spiritual power will be higher than that of ordinary cultivation methods, but the cultivation speed is slow and can be practiced to the foundation building stage. Calling Thunderfinger, attack method, can summon thunder and fingertips to strike the enemy. Langkankan Ren, attack method, based on the Cloud and Water Dew, refining and mastering, can instantly condense thousands of water blades and bombard the enemy. Master, we can only memorize so much. The Huang family doesn't have many skills in total. We can only memorize the important ones and the ones we learned by ourselves. Qin Yu looked through the 6 skills and nodded slightly with satisfaction. Well, that's enough. What level of key training have you cultivated to now? Reporting to the master, the 4th level of key training. Huang Hang said. Reporting to the master, the 3rd level of key training. Huang Ang said. The cultivation of my Dao sect is different from the cultivation of immortals, but it is not weaker than the cultivation of immortals. You too can choose to continue to practice your family's skills, or practice the methods of my Dao sect, or you can practice both at the same time. Mastering one more method will give you one more trump card when you are in danger in the future. After hearing this, the 2 brothers nodded and said, we will learn from you. Qin Yu saw that the 2 were quite well behaved, so he waved his hand and asked them to leave. After the 2 left, Qin Yu looked at the 6 skills and began to ponder. To be honest, the word cultivation of immortals is so tempting just by hearing it. In Qin Yu's opinion, one of the ceilings of extraordinary power is definitely to cultivate immortals. Moreover, cultivating immortals is only before the fairyland, and this is not the end of it. After becoming an immortal, there is a long way to go, which can directly reach the peak. This is a system with a very high upper limit, and Qin Yu is very greedy. He wants to try whether he can cultivate spirit seeds and cultivate immortals at the same time. Spirit seeds are in the sea of consciousness, and cultivating immortal starts from the Danshan. The Danshan absorbs spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy turns into liquid, which is the foundation building stage, and the transformation into a golden elixir is a golden elixir stage. In the short term, it seems that the 2 are not in conflict. Just give it a try and you will know. Qin Yu's eyes are firm, and he began to choose a technique. Yunshuju sounds like a common commodity on the street. Don't want it. After abandoning Yunshuju, only Zuanai Lai Qinggong is left. This technique is divided into 2 methods. One is to absorb spiritual energy for cultivation, and the other is to absorb moonlight for cultivation. The latter can only be practiced at night when there is a moon. Looking at the experience above, the beginning of cultivation is entry. The basics of getting started are to feel the existence of spiritual energy, then slowly grasp it and absorb it into your Danshan. Feeling that breath requires a lot of patience. Some people need several months to get started, while others only need an hour. It may be based on luck or talent. Qin Yu slowly entered the state of meditation, emptying his body to feel that breath and the existence of spiritual energy. The spirit seed in the sea of consciousness emitted a faint golden light, which made Qin Yu's spirit slowly condense into substance. It turned into divine consciousness. Although the distance of divine consciousness is only 5 or 6 meters, all the materials within 5 or 6 meters can still be seen very clearly, even if Qin Yu closes his eyes. It turns out that there is such a wonderful use. Although Qin Yu did not enter the dungeon world physically, his soul was designated to enter, and therefore the spirit seed still exists. Before Qin Yu could say a few words, he quickly grasped the breath and slowly absorbed it into his Danshan. That is, the moment it entered the Danshan, the surrounding spiritual energy rushed into Qin Yu's Danshan like dust sucked by a vacuum cleaner. His Danshan was like a whirlpool, madly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. 3 hours later, the surrounding aura suddenly leaked. Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes. 1 level of key training. 3 hours of key training. 1 level. Could this body still be a genius in cultivation? Qin Yu couldn't help but wonder. The sky was already dim at this time, and Qin Yu, who had successfully cultivated spiritual energy, was obviously in a good mood. Because he proved that spiritual seeds and cultivation can be cultivated together. As for whether there will be conflicts, we have to wait and see. 1 month later. At this time, more than 100 of the more than 200 new disciples in the inner gate have successfully cultivated mana. But this means that nearly half of the more than 200 inner gate disciples will be sent to the outer gate to practice martial arts. Because they have not cultivated mana yet, this foreshadows that they either have a very poor talent in Taoism, or have no talent in Taoism. But even if there are only 100 people, Qin Yu is satisfied. Because among these 100 people, some have broken through to the first level of Taoist priests in just 1 month, and can participate in the refining of rampant soldiers. Of the two brothers, Huang Ying chose to practice Taoism, while Huang Hang chose to continue practicing the family heritage. Huang Ying was one of the 5 people who broke through to the first level of Taoist priests. His talent in Taoism was obviously outstanding. At this time, in the Lion Chang Hall, 50 military altars and halls were neatly arranged. There are now more than 400 soldiers, which is considered a good force. The current strength of the soldiers in formation can be said to be able to kill any key training cultivator in seconds. As for the foundation building cultivator, Qin Yu was not sure. After all, the cultivators have many means, and are hard to defend, let alone the foundation building. Even if they can't beat them, pick up the flying sword, fly away with the sword, and the soldiers will find it difficult to keep them. In a month, it has been proved again that Liu Ren's body has a high talent in the way of cultivation. In just 1 month, Qin Yu broke through to the 3rd level of key training. The total number of people in the inner and outer gates of taking Daoist has reached about 600. Most of them are outer disciples. Hefeng, the former captain of the guards, has switched to Taoism, and has broken through to the 1st level of Taoist priests. Zhuohang has now broken through to the 2nd level of Taoist priests, and the speed of refining rampant soldiers has greatly increased. Qin Yu also sent people to collect news from the outside world. Recently, the people of Yi County in Liugo could not stand the oppression of the Red Dragon sect, so they took the lead in the uprising, led by the local martial arts community, and integrated an army of 20,000 to resist the rule of the Red Dragon sect. As a result, after only 5 days of struggle, the arrogance was dispelled. This made the people of Liugo see the gap between mortals and cultivators. The various places that were originally ready to move suddenly calmed down. 3 monsters were found in Taking Mountain, namely the King Mu Ape in the early stage of the 1st level and 2 black-eyed wolves in the middle stage of the 1st level. At present, these 3 monsters have been enslaved by the Qin Yu sect's slave beast power, and have become the gatekeeper monsters of Taking Taoist sect, patrolling near the mountain gate every day. With the power Qin Yu has currently accumulated, it can probably destroy 2% of the Red Dragon sect. There is still a long way to go before 100%. We must continue to work hard to develop. During this period, through the intelligence of the 2 Huang brothers, Qin Yu found the Yunfeng mountain market, which was thousands of miles away. There were more items related to cultivation, and he came into contact with more. Chapter 322. The hidden soldiers all over the mountain scared away the enemy. Your Majesty, this is a new magic weapon that I have recently developed. It can store rampant soldiers in a short period of time, replacing the heavy military altar. Zhuohang held 2 small flags and handed them over, saying, there are too many treasures in Taking Mountain. Almost 30% of the materials recorded in the 5 rampant soldiers and horses Dao Sutra that can be used to refine magic weapons can be found here. Qin Yu nodded slightly. After all, this is a world of immortal cultivation. This Taking Mountain is also a spiritual vein. It is not enough to produce some materials. The main reason is that the materials recorded in the 5 rampant soldiers and horses Dao Sutra are all low level. If you can't find them, then there will be a ghost. Qin Yu thinks that 30% is not high, but it is very low. Your Majesty, I call this flag the Rampant General Flag, which means commanding rampant soldiers. It can hold 100 rampant soldiers for 24 hours with mana. Not bad. Qin Yu's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he nodded with satisfaction. Recently, he got a connection to the Yunfeng Mountain Market, which is a trading market established by casual cultivators. Although there won't be any good things, that's for other people. Moreover, there are many opportunities to find bargains in the market. Qin Yu wants to collect things that can enhance the strength of taking Daoist, or some skills inheritance. As the saying goes, there are hundreds of skills in cultivating immortals, and all of them are profound enough to improve civilization for a long distance. Qin Yu is very eager for this. He finally encountered the world of cultivation. He must seize the opportunity to let civilization rise like equality. In addition to Zeduo Hong, Panli, Yao Zion, Hefeng, and Huang Ying, there are 3 inner sect Daoists, 5 inner sect disciples, and 10 outer sect disciples. Including Qin Yu, there are a total of 24 people going to Yunfeng Mountain this time. After I leave, all matters on the mountain will be under Zhu Yi's control. After Qin Yu gave instructions for everything, he led the team down the mountain and headed east. Among the candidates this time, Panli is a 4th level extraordinary, corresponding to the late stage of foundation building. Yao Zion is a 3rd level extraordinary, corresponding to the early stage of foundation building, plus Zeduo Hong's soldiers and Qin Yu himself. There are 4 people in the team who can reach the combat power of the foundation building period. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be no accidents on this journey. The great masters of the giant stage rarely show up, and have been in seclusion for many years. There is no need to be afraid of encountering 4-on-1 in the foundation building stage. The safety along the way is very guaranteed. Qin Yu wanted to use the Thunder Copper Sword to exchange for Spirit Stones this time, and then use the Spirit Stones to exchange for the inheritance of the 100 arts of cultivation that he needs. Secondly, there are some natural treasures, rare materials, etc. According to the 2 brothers Huang Ying and Huang Hong, the aura of the Thunder Copper Sword is like a first-class top-grade magic weapon. This level of magic weapon, even if it is a defective product, requires hundreds of low-grade spirit stones, which is a real hard product. And like this level of magic weapon, Qin Yu has nearly tens of thousands of stocks, and like an assembly line, large quantities of them come out every day. The price difference is caused by the difference between the 2 worlds. Although one world is backward in development, my things are advanced. The laws are complete and easy to find. The other world is eager to take away anything containing laws to complete itself. The difference between the 2 has created huge benefits, which is actually a win-win situation of mutual benefit. It took several hours for everyone to get down from the mountain to the foot of the mountain. The total distance was 1,000 miles. According to Qin Yu's plan, they could get back within half a month. Because everyone had mastered the wind control technique, this spell could not only be used by themselves, but also by everyone, and could also be used by others. Among the more than 20 people, only the 10 outer disciples did not know the wind control technique, but even if Qin Yu and others used the wind control technique with them, it would not slow down much, but it would consume more energy. Even so, the speed of a day could reach at least 100 miles. Although Qin Yu did not have spirit stones, he had golden crystals. After being absorbed by the king's cauldron, faith would be transformed into a higher level of power, which Qin Yu called the power of all things. Using the power of all things stored in the golden crystal to replenish the body's consumption is much stronger than the effect of spirit stones. Using spirit stones is to absorb the spiritual energy in the spirit stones for replenishment, while using the power of all things in the golden crystal means that the power of all things will copy new energy according to the energy needed in your body. It is not only convenient and time saving, but also of higher quality. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. 70% of the 1,000 miles have been traveled. In an inn in a small town, Qin Yu opened the map and took a look at the route, then said, "It is less than 30 miles from here to the area where cultivators can enter and exit. We must be careful after entering. There are many evil cultivators who kill people and rob treasures in the world of cultivation. These are normal." Qin Yu gave a few instructions, and after breakfast, everyone left the inn and continued on their way. In the past few days, everyone has mastered the Yu Feng Ju very quickly, and with more use, they have become more advanced. The convenience of the immortal cultivation method also made the 10 outer disciples very envious. The martial arts realm in this world is very simple. Warrior, acquired, innate, and martial arts master. But even a martial arts master can only fight with a foundation building cultivator at most, and may not be able to beat him. The martial arts techniques practiced by the outer disciples are some of the ones cultivated by the Liu Kingdom royal family. Qin Yu copied them down according to the memory of his predecessor. There are only 4 books, which can be regarded as some of the foundation of the Liu Kingdom royal family. The 4 books contain physical training methods, key training methods, and martial arts, which can be regarded as a complete martial arts inheritance. In a few months, many people in the outer sect have broken through to the level of acquired warriors with the help of key and blood pills. However, acquired warriors can only be used as cannon fodder in future wars. If they are innate warriors, they can still be useful. The 10 outer disciples brought this time are all acquired warriors, with good talents. They definitely have the potential of innate warriors. Whether they can become martial arts masters depends on their luck. Master, the area you mentioned is ahead, the green bamboo forest. Qin Yu nodded slightly, and said in a deep voice, everyone be alert. After the voice fell, everyone continued on their way. Several miles were quickly passed. In the dense forest, several figures were discussing quietly. Brother, the leader is in the early stage of key training, and the others can't feel his cultivation. How can we go up? Too little meat. Even a little bit of meat is meat. We have been squatting for 3 days. The boss gritted his teeth, and said in a deep voice, go. Swish, a sharp whistle sounded, and a hot breath rushed in the face. Enemy attack. Disperse. Everyone left and dispersed, and the lantern-sized flame suddenly fell to the ground with a bang, and the heat wave spread out. Qin Yu's eyes focused, and he saw 5 ferocious figures suddenly appeared in front of him. Hand over your money and property, and I will spare your lives. The leader shouted in a deep voice. His voice was like a rolling river, and his momentum was soul-stirring. Qin Yu glanced coldly at the people in front of him, and with a sweep of his spiritual sense, the cultivation of several people was immediately displayed in front of Qin Yu without reservation. 1 was in the late stage of key training, 2 were in the middle stage of key training, and 2 were in the early stage of key training. Panli, get rid of them. Qin Yu didn't say a word to the other party, and directly asked the strongest 4th level extraordinary Panli to take action. I obey your order. Panli slowly drew out his long sword and gradually approached the 5 people in front. Ha ha ha, a mortal really doesn't know how to live or die. A black-clothed man in the middle stage of key training laughed, and threw a hot fire talisman towards Panli. Swish bang, Panli's long sword swept, and immediately dispersed the flames. Then the spiritual power in his body quickly surged out, the surrounding earth began to tremble, and the power of the earth veins poured into the sword. Die. A huge earth yellow sword energy that was like a natural moat instantly slashed towards several people. Foundation building strongman. Feeling this terrifying breath, several people's faces changed, and they suddenly felt like falling into an ice cellar. Escape. With a loud shout, everyone woke up from their daze, and several people turned around quickly and wanted to escape. But the sword arrived in the blink of an eye, and the bodies of the 5 people were instantly torn into pieces in the smoke, and their deaths were extremely tragic. Seeing this, the figures that were originally hidden nearby fled away. Clown. Qin Yu looked at these guys, and laughed immediately when he saw that they only had these few things. Only 3 of the 5 people had storage bags. Qin Yu used his spiritual sense to forcibly erase the marks, and then poured out all the things inside. Hiss. The people around him took a breath of cold air. There were actually more than a dozen women's belly buttons of different colors and fragrant smells in one of the storage bags. What a perverted bandit. Qin Yu shook his head in disdain, threw the things out, and then began to check other gains. There were more than 100 low-grade spirit stones in total, and the assets of these people were not bad. 2 low-grade magic swords, 2 bottles of Zuanling liquid, 2 bottles of Jilingdan, more than 21st level low-grade talismans, and 5 exercises. King Muju, a cultivation method that is not ranked in the Zahuan cultivation world, suitable for cultivators with wood spiritual roots, and can be cultivated to the late stage of key training. Yandian, suitable for cultivators with fire spiritual roots, contains several fire-related spells, and can be cultivated to the foundation building stage. Jinshiju. Basic key training method, suitable for cultivators with gold spiritual roots. Dealy Quan, one punch adds one force, and the force of each punch is different. When practiced to a high level, it can break rocks with one blow. Water curtain technique, it can use spiritual power to condense a water curtain with a certain degree of defense. The 5 exercises are all very ordinary unfinished goods, but the Yandan can be cultivated to the foundation building stage, which is still very good. Put up the things, let's continue on our way. After the voice fell, the things on the ground were put back into the storage bag again, and Qin Yu and others continued on their way. Taking town. Taking town was particularly lively today. The officials of the town came to greet them early with the officers, soldiers, and people in the town. Several streaks of light were seen flying in the sky outside the town, gradually approaching Taking town. The immortal master is here. As they got closer, everyone could see the shadows in front of them clearly. There were more than a dozen immortal masters from the Red Dragon sect riding on flying swords. We are honored to welcome the immortal masters. Our Taking town is honored. It is a great honor for us to be here. Puff, the sword flashed, and a stream of blood suddenly spurted out from the neck of the old mare. Then he slowly fell down and died. Everyone was shocked. Old man, you talk too much. The man wiped the blood off the sword and then put it back into the scabbard. Here comes someone who is well informed. The rest of you can go. As soon as the words fell, everyone fled as if they were relieved. A man who thought he knew more stayed. Masters, what do you want to do? The man in tight clothes who had casually killed people before said, I heard that a new Taking Daoist sect has emerged in Taking Mountain. Do you know when it happened? The man thought for a while and responded, Master, it happened about 2 months ago. I have never heard of this sect before. It suddenly appeared more than 2 months ago. Everyone around is discussing whether it is a hidden sect. The man in tight clothes nodded slightly and then turned sideways and said respectfully, Elder, we are right. The Huang brothers also disappeared 2 months ago. They are in the Taking Mountain area. In my opinion, there is a high probability that the Huang brothers are on Taking Mountain. The middle-aged man next to him was dressed in a white robe and had a strong back. He nodded slightly and said, it's just a mortal sect. We can easily destroy it. Lead the way. The middle-aged cultivator glanced at him. The man suddenly felt like he was falling into an ice cellar and nodded quickly. I'm willing to serve. I'm willing to serve. Then more than a dozen cultivators controlled their flying swords and quickly arrived at Shanking Mountain in the direction pointed by the man. My fellow immortals, just follow the path up the mountain and you will reach the Taking Daoist sect. Go away. The man in tight clothes waved his hand. Okay. The man ran away, as if relieved of a heavy burden. Just as they were about to go up the mountain with swords, they saw a man dressed as a scholar slowly walking down the stone steps. Do you have anything to do with my Taking Daoist sect? Zhu Yi, dressed in a wide robe, walked down slowly and said condescendingly, how dare a mortal stand above us? The man in tight clothes instantly summoned a flying sword and killed Zhu Yi. Boom, a violent sound suddenly sounded. The flying sword was instantly smashed back by a huge force. A Yin general wearing brown armor and holding a long sword suddenly appeared in front of the few people. The moment Wang Liang appeared, the surroundings were suddenly filled with Yin energy and extremely cold. Everyone was shocked. However, this is not over yet. A yellow flag flew into the air, and hundreds of fierce and ferocious soldiers with flaming eyebrows suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This sect is not simple. Maybe it has something to do with the underworld. The middle-aged cultivator suddenly looked solemn. The aura emitted by the underworld general was definitely not lower than the late foundation building stage, and it might even be the golden elixir stage. Such a strong man, but he is just a guard at the foot of the mountain? Otherwise, how to explain that the other party appeared so quickly? Everyone began to show fear. However, as a golden elixir sect, the Red Dragon sect would naturally not weaken its momentum. The middle-aged cultivator said in a deep voice, we came here only to find Huang Ying and Huang Han. I wonder if there are any traces of them on this mountain? Zhu Yi responded, it seems that you will be disappointed. There is no trace of them on this mountain, and there are almost no disciples with the surname Huang. How about letting me go up the mountain to take a look? The middle-aged cultivator asked. Zhu Yi shook his head. Of course, you can't enter the mountain gate of my taking Daoist at will. Okay, let's go. The middle-aged monk snorted coldly and then led everyone away. On the flying sword, the man in tight clothes said in a deep voice, Elder, let's go back and ask the Supreme Elder to kill them. Stupid, this is our private matter. Asking the Supreme Elder to take action, you may think you have been too long. Chapter 323, Exchange for Spirit Stones and Spend Lavishly. After 7 days and many hardships, Qin Yu and his companions finally arrived at the market for independent cultivators at the foot of Yunfeng Mountain. Stop, each person needs to pay a spiritual stone to enter the market. 6 cultivators in the middle stage of key training stood at the entrance of the market and were responsible for collecting the entrance fee. Qin Yu nodded slightly, counted out 24 spiritual stones from his storage bag, and handed them over. The leading cultivator was surprised, but did not say much, raised his hand to signal to let them pass. Qin Yu led everyone into the market of Yunfeng Mountain, and as soon as he entered, more than a dozen people surrounded him. Seniors, do you need a guide? I'm well informed. I'm even more well informed. Qin Yu waved his hand, and then pointed to a young boy to stay. Qin Yu took out a spiritual stone from his storage bag, and threw it to the boy. I have a few magic tools I want to sell. Where is more reliable? The young man took the spirit stone with surprise, and then quickly put it away and responded, it depends on your needs. One is to go to the stall in the east. You can decide how much you want to sell. The other is Yunfeng building here. It is the official shop of Yunfeng Mountain Market. There are foundation building casual cultivators in the back to support it. After all, it is reliable. In addition to Yunfeng building, there is also Beibao Pavilion, which is a branch of Beibao Chamber of Commerce. It is even better than Yunfeng building. Lead the way, Beibao Pavilion. Okay. Everyone followed the young man all the way to the downstairs of Beibao Pavilion. Wait for me downstairs. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Yu walked in with his hands behind his back. A graceful woman in Qiangsam came towards him. Seeing Qin Yu coming in, she stepped forward with her long legs. Sir, welcome to the treasure pavilion. How can I help you? Qin Yu nodded slightly and said with a smile, I have a few magic tools to sell. Please follow me. The female monk couldn't help but smile a little more when she saw the business coming. The things in the treasure pavilion were not displayed for people to choose from. Instead, they were arranged in rows of private rooms through the hall. Qin Yu followed the beautiful monk's buttocks and came to a slightly spacious private room. A pot of tea and snacks were quickly delivered. Please. The beautiful monk poured out a cup of clear tea. The fragrant tea aroma immediately overflowed. Qin Yu took it and took a sip, then took out 5 thunder copper swords and placed them on the table. He grabbed a handful at random and instantly infused the spiritual energy in his body into it to activate it. The thunder and lightning power in the thunder copper sword was aroused, and the sword body instantly made a crackling sound, and the violent thunder and lightning power wrapped around the sword body. Seeing the surprised look of the beautiful monk, Qin Yu introduced, this is a magic weapon refined by our sect. It contains endless thunder and lightning power. Even ordinary people can use it to stimulate the thunder and lightning power. If it is used by a monk, it will be even more powerful. Please wait a moment, I will ask the appraiser to take a look. The beautiful monk twisted her graceful figure and slowly left. After a while, she brought a middle-aged man in. The middle-aged man was wearing a loose grey robe and had a kind face, but Qin Yu felt that he was a smiling tiger. My friend, is it okay for me to take a look at this magic weapon? Please. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and picked up the thunder copper sword to start checking it. After a long time, a solemn look appeared in the middle-aged man's expression. He looked at Qin Yu and said, this magic weapon has reached the first level top grade, but it is too wasteful. Oh. Master, where did you get this from? Qin Yu asked in a daze. The material used to forge this sword can be used to forge a second level or even a third level magic weapon, right? But it is used to forge a first level magic weapon. There is not even a single pattern engraved on this magic weapon. It is completely forced to be a first level top grade by relying on precious materials. If the customer still has this material, our Beibao Pavilion can buy it at a high price. Qin Yu nodded slightly and said, of course, this kind of material is hard to come by. If I see it next time, I will come. Now let's talk about the price of these swords. The middle-aged cultivator shook his head regretfully and then said, 700 low-grade spirit stones each. How about it? This sword is only of the first level top grade, and its power is a little worse. 800 is the deal. Qin Yu said expressionlessly. Okay, 800 is 800. The middle-aged cultivator was helpless, but the beautiful cultivator next to him was very happy. She bought a long sword for 800, and 5 swords would be 4000 low-grade spirit stones. With such a large transaction, she can receive a lot of commission. Does the guest need anything else to buy? The beautiful monk asked softly. All the arts of cultivating immortals and the inheritance of skills can be brought to you for your reference. Please wait a moment. Soon the beautiful monk went and came back, bringing more than 20 kinds of materials on cultivating arts and skills. However, things like this, that can be used for inheritance by the family sect are also quite expensive, and one must swear an oath to the heavens. If one violates it, the inner demon will disturb one's breakthrough in the future. At the least, the breakthrough will fail and one will be seriously injured, and at the worst, one will lose one's life. Qin Yu selected 4 things, based on his family assets of 4000 low-grade spirit stones. The first one was a book on the inheritance of a first-class upper-grade alchemist, which contained a lot of experience, 2 alchemy recipes, and a formula for controlling fire and refining alchemy, etc. The second one was a book on the inheritance of a first-class upper-grade instrument refiner, which also contained experience in the refining methods of 2 instruments. The third one was a first-class middle-grade alchemy furnace, called the Green Fire Furnace, which came with the furnace fire. The fourth is the recipe for the gelling pill, which is a pill that can be used by cultivators in the key training stage. As long as there are enough resources, it can increase the speed of cultivation by 2 or 3 times. The 4 things together amount to 4812 spirit stones. Qin Yu threw out another thunder copper sword, and the rest was wiped off. Before leaving, the female cultivator had a large list, and her pair of nimble and delicate white jade hands actually touched Qin Yu's lower body. Miss, there is no need to do this. Qin will still find you, if there is business in the future. Qin Yu calmly avoided the other party's intention to catch chickens, and then said goodbye and left. Seeing that the other party did not take the bait, the female cultivator shook her head regretfully, and then turned back with a smile. Today's harvest exceeded her imagination. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Qin Yu was also satisfied. Although it seemed to cost a lot and suffered a loss, it was just a drop in the bucket for Qin Yu. Like that kind of long sword, he had an outrageous amount, and it was easy to take out tens of thousands. However, if too much money is spent, it will also attract the attention of those who are interested. The water in the world of cultivation is much deeper. In the next few days, Qin Yu ordered people to sell long swords everywhere, and sold more than 40 swords, nearly 40,000 spirit stones. He used these 40,000 spirit stones to buy some alchemy materials and equipment materials, some recipes and drawings of magic tools and elixirs, some spiritual plants, seeds, and secret manuals of cultivation techniques, spells, and martial arts. In the end, less than 6,000 spirit stones were left, and everyone embarked on the journey back. However, it is impossible that no one would notice such a high-profile consumption of so many spirit stones. When everyone was less than 5 miles away from the market, hundreds of casual cultivators flew in from all directions. Stop. Hand over your money and I will spare your life. The fierce shouting sounded immediately. Qin Yu's spiritual sense swept around and saw that there were all key training casual cultivators. It seems that the area around Liugo is a low-level map, and foundation building cultivators rarely appear. Zeduo Hong, Panli, take them down. Qin Yu shouted in a deep voice. We will obey your orders. As soon as the voice fell, Zeduo Hong immediately summoned 2 yellow flags to fly into the air. The flags kept circling in the air, and the surrounding Yanqi gradually became thicker, and a burst of shouts and killings suddenly resounded around. More than 200 fierce and ferocious soldiers with flaming eyebrows surrounded the surrounding scattered cultivators. Many scattered cultivators present were shocked and thought, this is really a tough guy. Swish, 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 A series of fine air-breaking sounds rang out, and dozens of hair-blowing and arrow-holding soldiers instantly spit out yin arrows at the scattered cultivators around. Feeling the strong death energy coming, many scattered cultivators hurriedly used means to escape. There were also dozens of unlucky people who were not careful and were shot through the heart by yin arrows, and they were out of breath. Panli condensed the spiritual energy, urged the long sword, absorbed the energy of the surrounding earth veins, and instantly cut out a breath of sword energy with amazing breath. The sword energy swept in all directions, and wherever it passed, the enemies were torn into pieces. It's a foundation building master. It's a foundation building master. Run. The sound of a foundation building master scared away hundreds of people in an instant. After a moment, there was no trace of the scattered cultivators blocking the road. Qin Yu and others continued to move forward. In a room in an inn-taking town, a man in black tights said, "Elder, we can use the excuse that the other party killed our Red Dragon sect disciples to get the strong men of the sect involved." The middle-aged cultivator on the side couldn't help, but nodded in approval. Yes, Elder Zhu is particularly protective of his shortcomings, and he is protecting his shortcomings without reason. He made a big fuss and let the Golden Core Elder directly destroy the taking Daoist sect. Leave this matter to you. After the matter is done, I will reward you with a top-grade magic weapon. Thank you, Elder. The tight-fitting man smiled and thanked, then turned and left. In the next few days, the tight-fitting man took a group of disciples to find trouble every day to destroy or even hurt people. Until one day, an accident happened. In a rage, a disciple of taking Daoist sect attacked and killed someone, and the Red Dragon sect's actions also stopped immediately. When Zhu Yi thought that the other party was frightened and would not say anything again, the storm came. In the cloudless sky, a huge flying boat flew in the distance. From a distance, it looked like a handsome eagle, but from a close distance, it was as magnificent as covering the sky and the sun. The flying boat slowly stopped in the sky, and one by one, the disciples of the Red Dragon sect flew down on flying swords. There were as many as 200 or 300 people. Most of them were disciples in the middle and late stages of key training. There were 4 elders in the early stage of foundation building, 2 elders in the middle stage of foundation building, and 1 elder in the late stage of foundation building. Although the Golden Elixir Elder did not come, it was difficult for anyone within a radius of 10,000 miles to match this momentum and loop. Dare to offend the Red Dragon sect, come out and die quickly. An angry shout was like a bolt from the blue, shocking the disciples of taking Daoist sect to tremble. After a moment, the Yin General Wang Liang stepped out of the dark clouds, holding a Yin soldier's broadsword, and shouted loudly, "How dare you shameless villains shout here again? If you have the guts, come and kill him in the mountain." As soon as the voice fell, a wisp of thick Yin Qi floated in the mountain, and a group of rampant soldiers suddenly appeared in the forest. They were fierce and evil, with disheveled hair, eyebrows like flames, and terrifying and gloomy. Dong 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 dong. Wow. Waves of gongs and drums continued to sound along with shouts. In an instant, the movement and momentum in the mountain suddenly made the disciples of the Red Dragon sect outside look fearful. Humph, it's just a pretense. Follow me to kill him, and kill his whole family. The elder in the late stage of foundation building summoned a long sword, and the boundless flames instantly wrapped around the long sword, and killed Wang Liang like a raging fire dragon. Wang Liang saw that the other party had an impressive aura, and could control fire, and restrain the Yin Qi. He immediately became afraid, and turned back to the mountain. The other disciples saw that the elder was so fierce. They all rushed into the mountain with swords. Swish, 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 Yin arrows shot from the dark, and then disappeared in the forest. Some disciples were caught off guard, and fell to the ground vomiting blood. Seeing this, an elder in the early stage of foundation building jumped up and shouted loudly, "Take my palm." I saw that arm was wrapped with a red dragon and instantly blasted towards the rampant soldiers over there. A series of shrill screams passed in an instant, and that palm instantly killed 5 or 6 rampant soldiers. Boom. A violent sound suddenly rang out, and I saw a fierce and violent thunderbolt instantly struck the elder in the early stage of foundation building, causing him to vomit blood and seriously injured. Jiang Ran was dressed in a white brocade robe, holding a thunder copper staff, and standing behind him were 2 senior wizards who also held thunder copper staffs. Yaozan held a big knife and led more than 60 bronze puppets to kill the enemies below. The bronze puppets were half-soul puppets with self-awareness, so there was no need to consume the mind to control them. The copper sticks held by the more than 60 bronze puppets were all forged with thunder copper, and they all exuded the surging power of thunder and lightning. For a while, a big battle broke out in the mountains. Because one side was familiar with the terrain, while the other was unfamiliar with it. Even though the realm was weaker, the two sides relied on the geographical advantage to tie. The taking Dao sect suffered the most losses in the soldiers, but this thing was a consumable, and it could be continued to be refined if it was gone. But the disciples of the opponent's Red Dragon sect were not. If it was gone, it was gone, and one less was also a loss. After a battle, it was still the Red Dragon sect that suffered the loss. Wang Liang and the Elder in the late stage of foundation building were evenly matched. They fought back and forth, and Wang Liang was stronger in strength. But the flames of the Elder in the late stage of foundation building restrained Wang Liang, and the opponent also had many means. The golden sword talismans shining with golden light were thrown out and instantly turned into an indestructible golden sword attacking Wang Liang. Wang Liang swung the yin sword in his hand and forced two shocks, but the last sword unfortunately pierced the yin body, and he suddenly became weak. Wang Liang's injury instantly reversed the situation. Jiangrong, Yaozan and others were dragged down, and the number of rampant soldiers was getting smaller and smaller. Soon, they fell into a losing position. If it doesn't work, retreat to the mountains. We will hold on until the Lord comes back. Yaozan, holding a long sword, beat back an elder in the early stage of foundation building, and shouted with gritted teeth. Chapter 324 Two divine objects of golden quality. The originally quiet taking mountain was fighting fiercely for a while, with explosions roaring continuously. Blood mist filled the mountains, and screams and shouts of killing continued. A large number of rampant soldiers died as a result. As the Red Dragon sect's offensive became fierce, Zhu Yi led everyone to fight and retreat. The longer the battle lasted, the more surprised the taking mountainside was at the opponent's many methods. Various spells, magic tools, various strange talismans, and even formations were hard to defend against. Let all disciples retreat to the inner gate and release all the rampant soldiers. Everyone retreated to the inner gate, but the enemy soon killed them there. Zhu Yi quickly issued an order to send all the disciples who could not help to the inner gate area on the top of the mountain. A bloody battle unfolded in the inner gate. The elder of the Red Dragon sect, who was in the late stage of foundation building, was like entering an empty space with a flying sword in his hand, and killed 5 rampant soldiers with a wave of his hand. Yaozan raised his knife and chopped it, sweeping towards the cultivator with the violent power of thunder and lightning. The middle-aged cultivator did not dare to underestimate him, and urged his own spiritual energy to instantly cut out a sword energy. Bang, the two attacks collided, and a violent airwave spread all around. Yaozan was slightly weaker, and the middle-aged cultivator took advantage of the victory and chased him, slashing out 2 more sword energies in succession. Puff. Yaozan immediately vomited blood and flew backwards, and his foundation building combat power was reduced by 1 person. Today, I will slaughter your little taking Dao sect. As soon as the voice fell, hundreds of Red Dragon sect disciples killed mercilessly with red eyes. Boom. The surrounding ground suddenly made a trembling sound. A large amount of yellow air spread out from the ground and gathered in one direction. Thieves, come and die. A roar suddenly sounded. As soon as the voice fell, a huge sword energy like a natural moat suddenly slashed out. The elder of the Red Dragon sector was in the late stage of foundation building, was shocked and raised his sword to withstand the blow. But soon, the second and third sword energy came, and he vomited blood, his robe was shattered, and he fell to the ground dying. Dare to insult our taking Dao sect, kill without mercy. Hundreds of rampant soldiers suddenly appeared at the foot of the mountain, and the power of the Pan came up with a terrifying aura. Qin Yu was furious when he saw the tragic appearance of the mountain gate of the outer gate. The surroundings were instantly gusty, and golden light flashed. Qin Yu jumped up and immediately soared into the air. The ground around trembled, and hundreds of thick vines with spikes broke out of the ground and entangled towards the enemies of the Red Dragon sect. At the same time, a huge phantom of the Vajra Buddha appeared behind Qin Yu. The phantom was more than 10 meters high, as terrifying as the Dharma image, and a pair of angry eyes that captured people's hearts and souls, making people dare not look directly at it. Qin Yu used the golden energy of the king's cauldron to control the phantom. The huge Vajra shadow slowly raised a pair of big hands and firmly grasped an elder in the foundation building period. Then it lifted it high and smashed it to the ground. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, the body of the elder in the foundation building period was torn into pieces, and his death was tragic. However, the shadow did not stop, but continued to look at the enemy with a pair of big hands and soul-stirring eyes, making him lose consciousness for a short time, and lose the ability to move. Therefore, he was able to accurately grab the opponent, and then smashed him to the ground with his palm weighing thousands of pounds. Vines pierced the chests of the enemies one by one, and the situation was reversed in an instant. The Red Dragon sect suffered heavy losses, and was almost wiped out. Qin Yu gave an order, and all the disciples went down the mountain, to kill the remaining enemies. After the battle, Qin Yu ordered people to clean up the battlefield, and got a lot of magic weapons, flying swords, storage bags, skills, spirit stones, etc. After looking at the harvest, Qin Yu discussed the reasons for this battle with everyone. The cause and effect were soon understood. Qin Yu guessed that Huang Ying and Huang Hang either had leverage over the other party, or had a treasure that could attract the other party, which was why the other party had not given up. If taking Daoist sect killed, or seriously injured the disciple, by sending an ordinary disciple, the other party would have reason to ask more disciples and elders of the sect to intervene. This little conspiracy was not difficult to see. Qin Yu shook his head. He really didn't want to contact the Red Dragon sect so early. It would be fine if the giant and cultivator didn't come. If the giant and cultivator got involved, it would be difficult to succeed in this dungeon mission. Qin Yu hadn't figured out how to have the combat power of the Jinden. Task 2. Establish a force with 50% of the strength of the Red Dragon sect. Task completion. 30%. Task reward, a third level upper grade spiritual vein. It was still 70% away from half of the other party's strength, and Qin Yu sighed for a while. However, there is always a way to solve the problem. As long as the Jinden doesn't interfere, Qin Yu can deal with those below the Jinden level. In the inner gate hall, Qin Yu ordered people to call the two brothers Huang Ying and Huang Hang over. Qin Yu's face was gloomy and dark. Huang Ying and Huang Hang also lowered their heads and remained silent. After a long time, Qin Yu asked in a deep voice, "Tell me, what have you two been hiding all this time?" The two remained silent. Qin Yu said in a slightly angry voice, "The sect has been in such a situation because of you. You still want to hide it? Do you still have a conscience?" "Sect Master, my two brothers will remember the kindness of the sect, but if that thing is revealed, there will be greater disasters." Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and dispersed the other people in the hall. Then the surrounding golden mist filled the air and soon enveloped the entire hall. "Take it out," Qin Yu said coldly. Huang Han glanced around and then fumbled out a storage ring from his pants. Then a ray of light flashed. Ang, a high-pitched dragon roar suddenly sounded. Fortunately, it was blocked by the golden mist, otherwise it would have spread throughout the entire Taking Mountain. Qin Yu opened his eyes wide and looked at it in shock. He saw that it was a palm-sized green jade box, with a green dragon entwined around the box, and the green dragon was still alive. Although my two brothers don't know how to use this thing, even a fool knows that it is definitely not an ordinary thing. Huang Han pointed at the jade box on the ground and said. Qin Yu nodded slightly. The moment the green dragon jade box appeared, he was deeply attracted. He slowly stood up and walked in, instilling a consciousness into it. Green Dragon Jade Shrine. Gold quality. Introduction. The relics of the ancient creation beast Qinglong, which contains the Qinglong essence and blood, Qinglong magical powers, and some power of creation. The blood of Azure Dragon can be absorbed and integrated to improve one's own blood, talent, comprehension, etc. There are 5 kinds of Azure Dragon magical powers. Only creatures with Azure Dragon blood can learn from them. The power of creation is the most powerful law in this world. It can deduce creation and even violently improve the realm. Azure Dragon Remnant Soul. Gold quality. A trace of remnant soul left by the ancient Azure Dragon, the divine beast of creation. 10,000 years have passed, and it has long lost its self-awareness. However, it can be used as a medium to form a large array of wind, rain, thunder and lightning, which is as powerful as a heavenly punishment. 2 golden quality items. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly showed a strong joy. He quickly put the 2 items away, fearing that the 2 brothers would take them back. Just in case, this sect master will keep these items. When this sect master thoroughly studies them in the future, you two will definitely be indispensable for their creation. Qin Yu waved his hand, indicating that the 2 could leave. Huang Hang and Huang Ying looked at each other and immediately felt helpless, then stood up and left. After watching the 2 people leave, Qin Yu began to study the Azure Dragon Jade Shrine. This research took a whole year. 1 year later, Taking Mountain was much more lively than before. The number of disciples of Taking Dao sect was actually more than 1,000 people than before. The current total number is about 1,800 people. More than 1,000 disciples in the outer sect practiced martial arts. More than 500 disciples in the inner sect practiced Taoism. There were also more than 300 immortal disciples. Qin Yu once used the Azure Dragon Jade Shrine to deduce a high-grade martial arts technique, Azure Dragon Thunder Prison Classic. With this technique, more than 500 outer sect martial arts disciples have broken through to the realm of innate martial arts. 15 people have reached the realm of martial arts masters. And this technique actually deduced the realm after the martial arts master. It turns out that true ki is not the limit of martial arts. There is a more powerful Ganki above true ki, also known as Ganki realm. Ganki realm is divided into 3 levels. The first level of condensed gang, the second level of inner gang, and the 3rd level of outer gang. The martial arts master is called the controlling ki realm in the Qinglang Liu classic. He has stronger means of controlling ki than the innate warriors, and controls the true ki. If a warrior can break through to the outer gang realm of the 3rd level of gang ki, then he will be 100% able to fight against the late foundation building stage and even the giant and stage cultivators. However, the giant and stage cultivators still have more means. If the opponent uses long-range spells to pull you, you can only passively be a target. If you want to practice the Qinglang Liu classic, the most important thing is to draw the power of thunder and lightning into the body and use thunder and lightning to temper the body meridians for a long time. Among them, those with strong talents can even produce the acquired thunder and lightning body. However, this is not a necessary goal, and it does not affect the continued practice. After tempering the body meridians with thunder and lightning true ki will be produced when breaking through to the innate realm. This is several times more powerful than the warriors of the same innate realm. It is truly the essence of the martial arts of this world. But this is completely understandable. After all, using the strongest cultivation level items in this world to strengthen martial arts is naturally a waste of talent. When you reach the 1st level of martial arts master, the Azure Dragon and Thunder Prison in the Azure Dragon Thunder Prison Classic will truly show their power. It is already powerful enough to kill a cultivator in the foundation building stage. The inner sect's Daoist disciples also have a new practice method. It is called the Azure Dragon Yandao Heart Sutra. This is a practice method purely for absorbing mana to break through the realm. The practice speed of this method is more than 10 times that of the original basic heart method. Therefore, Zhuohan relied on his strong talent to break through to the 3rd level of Daoist priests, that is, the 3rd level of extraordinary. More than 200 other disciples broke through to the 2nd level of Daoist priests, and the rest of the disciples were all 1st level Daoist priests. There are 3,000 hunting beasts in the mountains. There are 1,000 beasts with hair blowing and arrows. There are 1,000 beasts with disheveled hair. There are 1,000 beasts that collect souls and set up bands. There are 500 beasts that wave flags and shout. There is also a new type of soldier that Qin Yu has recently researched. No, it cannot be called a soldier. It should be called a Daoist soldier, because this is not the kind with extremely heavy yin energy, nor is it dominated by evil spirits. This Daoist soldier is called Qinglang Zhuojiang. Its main body is 1st level kingpin wood, and its texture is as hard as iron. It uses the power of puppets to condense its entire soul, and then uses the power of all things in the king's cauldron to simulate the Qinglang breath in the Qinglang Jade Nizan to infuse it. Finally, the refining method of the Daoist method is used to condense its Dharma body, and finally it can be formed. The strength of King Long Xiaojiang is equivalent to the second level of extraordinary, that is, the late stage of key training. Its damage is also a threat to the cultivators in the foundation building period, but the defense of King Long Xiaojiang is strengthened by the breath of King Long, and even the attack of the foundation building period can be resisted for a while. The power is far greater than that of the soldier, and it is worth Qin Yu's months of energy and huge consumption to create it. King Long Xiaojiang is a standing King Long head, and the body is mainly made of second level spiritual wood Kingpin wood, which is as hard as iron, and has the highest degree of fit with the breath of King Long. The Azure Dragon armor, which was condensed by the Azure Dragon's breath, had amazing defensive power. He held the Azure Dragon shield and thunder copper blade, and 2 small green flags full of vitality were inserted behind him. It was written on it, Taichang Daozang, Azure Dragon School General. This flag contained the indifferent Azure Dragon law, which could replenish the vitality of Azure Dragon School General when he was seriously injured and recover from his injuries. To simulate the Azure Dragon law, a large amount of the power of all things was needed, and the consumption was very terrifying. Moreover, Qin Yu relied on the little bit of the power of creation left in the Azure Dragon Jade Niche and the power of all things to finally simulate the lightning law in the thunder copper. Since then, there have been 2 more laws in Qin Yu's King's Cauldron. Fu Teng Law, New Beast Law, Puppet Law, Spring Rain Law, Thunder and Lightning Law, Azure Dragon Law. At present, Qin Yu has mastered 6 laws in total. The harvest in this copy is really a big profit. Huge profit. At present, there are only 50 Azure Dragon School Generals. There are also more than 300 current immortal disciples, among which there are 100 in the early stage of key training, 100 in the middle stage of key training, 100 in the late stage of key training, and more than 20 in the perfect stage of key training. Breaking through the foundation requires foundation pills to increase the probability of breakthrough, so Qin Yu has recently sent a team to Yunfeng Market to buy them. It is amazing to be able to cultivate so many late stage key training within a year. Qin Yu relied on the King Long Jade Niche to transform all the more promising exercises he had obtained before. Therefore, the speed of cultivation can be 5 or 6 times, or even 7 or 8 times, of the previous one. For the Blood Arrow Curse, Qin Yu relied on the King Long Jade Niche to deduce the Spirit Arrow Curse. Although the power is not stronger than the Blood Arrow Curse, it is not much different. The consumption has changed from one's own life to spiritual energy. It is considered to have increased the upper limit of the cultivation of that spell. And the Spiritual Arrow Curse can theoretically draw dozens of spiritual arrows at the same time, but this is only a theory. In reality, it may require a strong soul to achieve such power, but this is much stronger than the Blood Arrow Curse. When using the Blood Arrow Curse, it not only consumes one's own blood and ki, but also causes pain. Moreover, it can only condense blood arrows continuously and not at the same time, while the Spirit Arrow spell not only does not have these disadvantages, but it can also condense spirit arrows at the same time, so its power is naturally greatly enhanced. Chapter 325, Silver Dungeon Treasure Box, Azure Dragon God's Weapon Talisman, Cultivation Technology Tree! During this year, the main reason why the Red Dragon sect had no time to manage the Taking Dao sect and allowed it to develop recklessly was that it had a conflict with the Nanli Palace, which also had Chindan cultivators. The conflict lasted for half a year. The Chindan elders of both sides were seriously injured, and the disciples of the sects suffered heavy losses. The total strength dropped by at least 30%. The Li family of the Yulong Xiuxin family, as a powerful Xiuxin family with a Chindan ancestor, acted as an intermediary to reconcile the relationship between the 2 sects, and then it stopped. Can you guess that after the other sect recovered for a period of time, it would launch a war against the Taking Dao sect? After all, the 2 sects had already formed a hatred. The Red Dragon sect had lost hundreds of disciples and several foundation building elders in Taking Mountain. How could it give up? Task 2. Establish a force with 50% of the strength of the Red Dragon sect. Task completion. 100%. Task reward. A 3rd level upper grade spiritual vein. Task 2 has been completed at this time, which means that the Taking Dao sect established by Qin Yu has 50% of the strength of the Red Dragon sect at this time, and is not far from the ultimate task of destroying the Red Dragon sect. After receiving the task rewards of Task 2, Task 3 will come out. Task 3, Ultimate Task, Part 1, completely destroy the Red Dragon sect. Task completion rate 5%. Task reward, Silver Rank Upgrade Order. Silver Rank Upgrade Order. After use, you will accept an invasion war from a silver player. If the invasion war is successful, the rank will be directly upgraded to the silver rank, and 50% of the opponent's civilization points will be obtained, and a silver treasure chest of the corresponding level will be obtained, based on the battle record score. It's not the final task. Qin Yu was stunned. He actually divided task 3 into upper and lower levels. However, the reward was exactly what he wanted. After all, what he was most anxious about at the moment was to advance to the silver rank as soon as possible. This silver upgrade order is very convenient. If you win the invasion war, you can directly upgrade to the silver rank. This item is not bad, but since this task is divided into upper and lower levels, its reward must not be the final reward. What will it be? The copy with the background of the world of cultivation should have a high probability of being a cultivation technology tree, right? In the days that followed, Qin Yu took advantage of the fact that the Red Dragon sect had not yet recovered and began to develop vigorously. At the same time, he cultivated talents in refining instruments and alchemy, increased the foundation of the Taking Dao sect, and accelerated the development of strength. At the same time, Qin Yu began to frantically refine the Azure Dragon School generals, and a large amount of the power of all things began to be consumed. At the same time, the number of Azure Dragon School generals also began to grow rapidly. A month later, Zhuo Hong officially broke through to the 4th level of Daoist priests, and had the combat power of the late stage of foundation building. Created a superb Daoist method, Yu Qinglangju, He Feng broke through to the 3rd level of Daoist priests. With the superb Daoist method created by Zhuo Hong, based on the Azure Dragon Jade Niche, the combat power of the Daoist sect increased by 2 or 3 times. It is no longer just a single means of fighting against the enemy, such as the rampant soldiers. In the 2nd month, 3 of the immortal disciples successfully broke through to the foundation building. In the 3rd month, the total number of rampant soldiers exceeded 10,000, and the number of Azure Dragon School generals reached 800. In the 4th month, Wang Liang successfully broke through to the 5th level. Yin Sixi fed back a lot of Yin Qi, which not only stabilized Wang Liang's realm, but also strengthened many of his methods, and possessed the combat power of the Golden Core stage. In the 5th month, a large number of outer disciples began to break through to the level of martial arts masters. At the same time, Qin Yu sent a large number of disciples out of the mountains to start an uprising in the territory of Liu. In the 6th month, the Red Dragon sect began to prepare for action, but Qin Yu, who learned the news in advance, took action earlier than them. Nearly 3,000 disciples of the Taking Dao sect came down the mountain and began to take the initiative to attack 3,000 disciples, 15,000 rampant soldiers, and 1,000 Qinglang school generals, led by several top combat forces of the Taking Dao sect. Quickly swept through the territory of Liu. Wherever they went, all the people of the Red Dragon sect in the city were slaughtered. The action was so fast that before the Red Dragon sect could react, Qin Yu had cleared the Red Dragon sect disciples in the surrounding 5 counties and 18 cities. When the Red Dragon sect sent its disciples to support them, Qin Yu quickly gathered the disciples back, leaving the other side empty-handed. Go straight to Red Dragon Mountain and destroy the Red Dragon sect. Kill all the Red Dragon disciples and recover the land of Liu Kingdom. The 2 slogans resounded throughout the world of Liu Kingdom, shocking the world. Red Dragon Mountain, the main hall of the Red Dragon sect inside the mountain gate on the top of the mountain. The Red Dragon sect master was full of anger and roared, "Go and ask the 3 great elders to come out of the mountain and destroy the Taking Dao sect." Now it seems that this suddenly appeared Taking Dao sect must be related to the Liu Kingdom royal family. A roar resounded in the hall. One by one, the disciples and elders flew down from Red Dragon Mountain on flying swords. A strong breath burst out from the mountain. At the same time, dark clouds gathered, and a huge yin energy suddenly filled the area within 1,000 miles. You bastards of the Red Dragon sect. Come out and die. A roar carrying a rolling yin key instantly threw countless disciples of the Red Dragon sect away. Wang Liang, wearing a domineering yin general armor, holding a yin key sword, and stepping on the dark clouds, shouted from a high position. The surrounding 15,000 rampant soldiers were scattered all over the 4 directions, surrounding the entire Red Dragon Mountain. The 1,000 Qinglang school generals were even more terrifying. When they stood together, even the giant and cultivators felt terrified. Qin Yu stepped on a flying sword, and the aura of the foundation building strongmen around him rushed in all directions. Taking Daoist sect, there are more than 100 strong men with the strength of the foundation building period. In addition to Wang Liang, there is also Pan Li who has the strength of the Jiandan period. Pan Li also broke through to the 5th level. In addition to absorbing the earth vein energy of Taking Mountain, Qin Yu also used the Qinglang Jade Niche to break through the realm. Therefore, the Taking Daoist sect has 2 Jiandan stage warriors, and the Taking Daoist sect has an advantage in grassroots warriors. Therefore, Qin Yu dares to fight in this battlefield, and he will win. Kill. As the voice fell, countless arrogant soldiers rushed to Qilong Mountain with ferocious spirits. Only cultivators in the foundation building stage can escape from the siege of countless arrogant soldiers. If disciples in the key training stage are surrounded by arrogant soldiers, they will die. The 5 kinds of arrogant soldiers have different abilities, and their combination is extremely terrifying. The key training disciples of the Qilong sect were defeated step by step. Thousands of arrogant soldiers with arrows and feathers mercilessly poured long-range means at the enemy. Countless black spikes and more terrifying yin arrows attacked the Qilong sect disciples who rushed over. The moment the yin key eroded the robes, it was immediately broken and lost its defense ability. Then there were continuous screams, and many figures fell down. Many foundation building elders were anxious and wanted to come to help, but when dozens of martial arts masters came with weapons, they were stunned. What? Liu country hasn't seen a martial arts master for many years. How come so many of them suddenly appear? As martial arts masters comparable to the foundation building period, many elders were particularly shocked. But soon they withdrew their shock and turned it into fear, because they found that the group of martial arts masters in front of them were not only amazing, but also far more powerful than ordinary martial arts masters. Each attack was accompanied by a strong dragon's might. The sword energy that passed by casually actually carried the power of thunder and lightning, and this dragon's might and the power of thunder and lightning were enough to hurt the cultivators in the foundation building period. Don't make trouble, you little rascals. A deafening voice sounded from the sky. 3 golden lights slowly descended and finally appeared in front of everyone. One of them was a middle-aged cultivator, and 2 old cultivators with white beards and white hair seemed to be about to be buried. Pan Li and Wang Liang were not to be outdone, and immediately flew over to confront the other party. Why did you break into my mountain gate without permission? It's just like bandits. The 2 giant and elders shouted angrily. Bandits? You, the Red Dragon sect, slaughtered the royal family of my Liu kingdom, seized the world, and treated the people of the world as slaves. Who is the bandit? Qin Yu flew up on his sword, pointed at the old guy and cursed him. Who are you? The middle-aged cultivator in the middle asked in confusion. I'm the leader of the Taking Daoist sect, Liu Ren. Liu Ren? Is it that Liu Ren? The senior members of the Red Dragon sect were immediately surprised and looked incredulous. The remnant of the Liu kingdom royal family who had fled everywhere was still alive and became the leader of the Taking Daoist sect? Question mark? In other words, he created a force comparable to the Red Dragon sect in less than 2 years. How is this possible? Kill. Don't spare anyone from the Red Dragon sect today. Don't even think about walking out alive. As soon as the words fell, Pan Li and Wang Liang instantly raised their weapons and killed the 3 Jiandan monks. The rolling yin qi was like the might of the Yangtze River and rushed towards the Jiandan elder. The Jiandan elder immediately summoned a flying sword, and the raging flame soared into the sky with a power that seemed to destroy the world. The endless yin qi and the raging flames collided with each other in an instant, and the amazing airwaves generated instantly blasted the surrounding key training disciples away. A trace of blood suddenly overflowed from the corner of the old man's mouth. Ahem. What a terrifying strength. The old man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with some fear. Wang Liang laughed, and the long sword in his hand chopped out again, and the raging yin qi chopped out continuously. Qin Yu silently took out the yin CZ and frantically replenished the consumed yin qi for it. Wang Liang instantly turned into an infinite energy output machine, continuously slashing at the 3 giant and monks in front. Pan Li also raised his sword to help. Endless earth vein energy continued to flow out, condensing on the sword body and slashing at the enemy. The Supreme Elder has passed away. The weakest of the 3 giant and cultivators was chopped into pieces by Wang Liang. His remaining soul even tried to escape, but was immediately destroyed by countless yin qi. Then thousands of soul collectors took his soul away. Don't leave any. Kill, kill, kill. Many disciples of Taking Dao sect were born in the people of Liu state, and they naturally hated the Red Dragon sect. The Liu royal family has ruled the world of Liu state for 500 years, and has always ruled with benevolence and righteousness, and is deeply loved by the people. For a time, the Red Dragon sect suffered heavy losses, and a large number of disciples died. Thousands of Qinglang school generals acted as pioneers, and rushed into the Red Dragon Mountain. The 3 giant and stage elders were soon killed by Pan Li and Wang Liang, because they were too old and could not exert their peak strength. Once the giant and stage combat power died, the ending was immediately doomed. As time passed, the disciples and elders of the Red Dragon sect were slaughtered one after another. Qin Yu opened the task panel. Task 3, Ultimate Task, Part 1. Completely destroy the Red Dragon sect. Task completion. 95%. Task reward, silver rank upgrade order, 5% left. 3 hours later. The Red Dragon sect's mountain gate. Your Majesty. Huge harvest. Zeduo Hong and Jiang Rang ran over to report in surprise. Tell me quickly. Qin Yu became interested. The spoils of war and the Red Dragon sect's treasures add up to more than 10 million low-grade spirit stones, tens of thousands of medium-grade spirit stones, more than 500 storage bags, more than 20 storage rings, hundreds of various martial arts books, thousands of various magic tools, thousands of pills. Not bad, not bad. Huge harvest. Qin Yu was overjoyed for a while. Task 3, Ultimate Task, Part 2, restore the imperial power of the Liu Kingdom, and put the Liu Kingdom back on track. Task completion, 0. Task reward. 2 silver copy treasure chests. The silver upgrade order is in hand. After Qin Yu received the reward for Task 3, Part 1, the next reward was a treasure chest. It shouldn't be difficult to restore the Liu Kingdom to normal. 1 month later. The news of the destruction of the Red Dragon sect spread throughout the Liu Kingdom. For a time, the world was shocked, but more shocking news was yet to come. The 3rd prince of the royal family was actually the leader of the Taking Dao sect that destroyed the Red Dragon sect. The 3rd prince re-established the Liu Kingdom, and all the original officials could be reinstated. Ordered the establishment of the Taking Dao sect as the state religion, to protect the Liu Kingdom. Summoned 3,000 beautiful women to enter the palace to select concubines, and held imperial examinations in various places to fill vacant official positions. Established the cultivation department, collected children with cultivation talents from all over the world for training, occupied spiritual veins across the country, established national sects, and cultivated cultivation forces. A month later, Qin Yu selected more than 100 concubines for the Liu Kingdom, leaving more than 20 heirs, and then triggered the prompt that the task was 100% completed. In the past few months, Qin Yu had people collect a large number of skills and inheritance of the 100 arts of cultivation, which cost a lot of spirit stones. The biggest harvest was a 3rd level formation inheritance, which is the most powerful. It can fight many enemies with one formation, and it can also be integrated into the army to increase the overall strength. It's time for me to leave. Qin Yu said goodbye to many concubines and summoned the original team. On the way to the palace, Qin Yu took the ultimate reward of the task. System prompt. Because you have completed the task perfectly, the reward for this task has doubled. Qin Yu was stunned, and then a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. That means the original 2 silver copy treasure chests have become 4. Qin Yu opened it expectantly. System prompt. You opened a silver copy treasure chest and obtained character cards asterisk 10. Quote. System prompt. You opened a silver copy treasure chest and obtained blue dragon envoy weapon talisman gold quality. System prompt. You opened a silver copy treasure chest and obtained 20 pill recipe collection purple quality. System prompt. You opened a silver copy treasure chest and obtained cultivation technology tree asterisk 1. Quote. It's exploded. It's exploded. Cultivation technology tree. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.